This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Translator Lonely Tree. Synopsis. The hearse with the weird odor slowed to a stop before the entrance. The sound of pebbles could be heard bouncing on the ceiling. There were footsteps coming from the corridor, and there seemed to be someone sawing next door. The door knob to the room rattled slightly, and the faucet in the bathroom kept dripping even though it had been screwed shut. There was a rubber ball that rolled on its own underneath the bed. Wet footsteps started to surface one after another on the floor. At 3 a.m., Chen-ji held a cleaver in his hand as he hid beside the room heater. The call he was trying to make was finally answered. Landlord, is this what you meant by, the house can be a little crowded at night? Chapter 201, Mad Woman. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Even when Chen-ji's throat was raw from screaming, the white cat refused to budge. After a few more minutes of that, Chen-ji gave up. This cat is very intelligent. It wandered over on its own when it was lunchtime, but the moment I started to pack, it ran outside. Looking at Tree, Chen-ji sighed helplessly. He picked up his backpack and left the park. When he arrived at Fang HWA Apartments, the sky was already dark. Last time I was here, I forgot to ask about this place from Dr. Gao. The buildings here are quite old already. I wonder if there are any weird incidents that have happened here. Chen-ji scrolled through his phone for the information provided by the police. It stated that patient number 2 had once been seen here, but there was no detailed address. This is not going to be easy. The police use code for each patient, so I don't even know her name. Just based on a picture, it's going to be hard. Fang HWA Apartments was considered quite high-end in Jiujiang. The buildings in front were 6 older buildings. They were smaller than the 3 new buildings that were built at the back. Each building was over 20 stories, and Wang Xin's family was staying in one of the newer buildings. I should start by asking the security guards. The main reason Chen-ji was there was to complete the tape ghost's wish so that he could hire him as an employee. That was his main mission, but since he was there, Chen-ji would not mind finding out about patient 2 as well. He walked over to the security room and turned his phone to show them the picture that had been given to him by Captain Yan. I'm sorry, but have you seen this woman before? The individual aspects of patient 2's face was flawless, but when put together, there was just this incorrect feeling to it. The security guard not only did not answer Chen-ji's question, he looked at Chen-ji with alarm like he was someone suspicious. You're not a tenant here, are you? I'm not, Chen-ji answered honestly. Then I don't need to answer your question. The man walked out from the room. If this lady is our tenant, we will not reveal any information about her, and if she's not, I won't know anything about her. Chen-ji was baffled by the security guard. He did not expect such hostility. Ziogu, don't be such a spoilsport. There was another guard inside the room. He was much older than the one who talked to Chen-ji. He was about 60 and was just removing his guard outfit to change into his casual clothes. He walked out of the room, chuckling. Forgive him. He was scolded this morning for something that wasn't his fault, and he's not feeling so good. My feeling is perfectly well. All Wang, quickly go home. Your family is waiting for you. Leave this to me, the young security guard said impatiently. If I leave this to you, you'll end up getting lectured again tomorrow. You never learn. Would it kill you to be a little nicer to our guests? All Wang sighed, shaking his head. How many times have I told you? We're just the security. Move your limbs more than your lips. Whether it is right or wrong, it is not our place to judge. It's all right. I quite admire his attitude, straightforward and not pretentious, Chen-ji said. He instinctively felt this young security was quite an interesting character. And how may I refer to you? Gu Feiyu, you can call him Ziogu. He's our night guard, very brace, and is a kind person. However, there's no filter on the words that leave his lips. It was obvious that All Wang was very protective of Gu Feiyu. Night guard, do you need to patrol this place at night? Chen-ji's focus was not Gu Feiyu. He slowly moved the topic of conversation away. We have to ensure the safety of our tenants every hour of the day. All Wang patted the dust on his trousers. By the way, you're looking for someone, right? Tell me the name. I've been here for a decade already, so I practically know everyone. I don't know her name, but I have her picture. Chen-ji clicked onto the picture and passed his phone to the kind gentleman. It'll be easier with a picture. All Wang accepted the phone and lowered his head to look. When his eyes fell on the screen, the blood drained from his face, and Chen-ji's phone almost fell from his fingers. You know her? Chen-ji moved one step forward. All Wang pushed the phone back to Chen-ji like it was some kind of dangerous object. This woman is very important. She's involved in many cases. Chen-ji was considering flashing Captain Yan's name. This woman again, the police already asked about her yesterday. Gu Feiyu was a straight shooter. Then what did you tell the police? Chen Ji was even more intrigued. All Wang reached out to stop Gu Feiyu. With a complicated gaze, he said, "This woman is mad, that's what I told the police yesterday." Mad, Chen Ji stood before All Wang. Your reaction was not exactly subtle earlier, so it looks like you have a deep impression of this woman. It's nothing. All Wang was more experienced in dealing with people, and he only revealed half of the information. The woman in the picture has the surname Bai, but I suspect that is fake. The woman in the picture is totally different from what she looks like in person. There was a trace of fear at the bottom of All Wang's eyes. The reason I remember her so clearly is because 2 or 3 years ago, when she first moved into Fang HWA apartments, her neighbors kept complaining about her, saying there was a weird smell coming from her room, and there would be intense arguments at night. That's all. Initially, it was fine. The landowner visited the woman, and after some communication, the woman admitted her mistake. She not only apologized, but also volunteered to pay monetary reimbursement. That doesn't make her mad, does it? Chen Ji was arranging the information internally. The woman had moved out from the 3rd Sick Hall 4 years ago. She moved to Fang HWA apartments 3 years ago and disappeared from this place 2 years ago. 2 to 3 months after that, there came this rumor that her building was haunted. Someone said that there would be a white shadow in the corridor at midnight. Some tenants even said that they heard scratching outside their doors at midnight and a soft woman's voice asking, "Is anyone home? If no one's home, I'm coming in." This was worse than a prank, so the security team was tasked with standing guard in her building. But weirdly enough, whenever we were on duty, the white shadow and the woman's voice would not appear. It was like she was playing hide-and-seek with us. We are not made of steel. After we kept up the stakeout for 2 weeks, many gave up. For the whole month after that, both the white shadow and the woman's voice didn't appear, and we thought things were over. However, we still ordered 2 security guards to patrol the building every night. On the 2nd month, our colleague who was supposed to patrol the building with me took an emergency leave, and I didn't dare patrol the place alone. Unfortunately, I received a call from one of the tenants saying that the voice had returned. I grabbed my baton and took the elevator to that tenant's floor. The moment the door opened, I saw, not far away, a white shadow lying against one of the doors, its lips mumbling, "Is anyone home? If no one's home, I'm coming in." The wrinkles on All Wang's face was squeezed together. Even now, when he thought about that particular memory, he would still feel fear. That white shadow is the mad woman. Chen Ji could imagine how All Wang must have felt then. Chapter 202, 3rd Building, 13th Floor. All Wang nodded, and he regained his senses after some time. When the elevator opened, I was given the fright of my life. My mind went blank. And then, did the white shadow attack you? She ran right away when she saw me, and even now I cannot understand how she made no noise when she ran. All Wang's gaze kept wandering to Chen Ji's phone. This was a memory that he refused to remember. Were you so anxious at the time that you didn't notice the footsteps? Even someone running barefooted would create some noise. Chen Ji was afraid of heightening the trauma for All Wang, so he did not say the real speculation he was thinking. Perhaps this was a mystery that All Wang had not solved. The white shadow turned and ran when she saw me. Looking at her retreat, I stopped being so afraid and chased after her. We ran for some time, and I saw her run into the woman's house. When I arrived, the woman's door was locked. The tenant who was harassed called the police. When the police arrived to pry the door open, we realized the room was empty. The police came to ask me questions, but I had many questions myself. Between White Shadow entering the woman's room and the police arriving, I had stayed outside, and no one had left. The woman came back the next day. She told the police that she had stayed at a friend's place and wasn't home the previous night. All Wang's voice turned slightly bitter. Because of this, I was sent to jail for 1 night. I was telling the truth, but no one wanted to believe me. Chen Ji could empathize with All Wang. A normal person would be flustered if they ran into something like this. In fact, he had acted similarly when this happened to him for the first time, but he had slowly gotten used to it. Did you manage to catch the White Shadow's face? Did she have any unique features on her body? All Wang was Chen Ji's opening. He had already gotten a lead when he just arrived at Fang HWA apartments. He was quite lucky. I was scared out of my mind. Do you think I would pay attention to her looks? All Wang's wrinkled scrunched up, and he suddenly looked older. Fang HWA apartments is considered a well-off residential area in Jiujiang. Your surveillance never once captured the White Shadow on film. Chen Ji wanted to take a look at the videos. Perhaps he might come up with something. When the rumors of haunting appeared, the landowner and tenants discussed to have security cameras installed in various corners. But due to the fact that neither party wished to pay for the cameras, they ended up only installing one camera on the floor that the woman stayed at. One is better than none. Did this camera capture anything? Chen Ji was more and more curious. Perhaps due to a technical issue or something else, this camera goes offline every midnight and recovers on its own 10 minutes later. Until now, no one can explain why. All Wang looked at his phone. Everything I've told you is the truth, and that was what I told the police when they came yesterday. It's getting late, so I should be going. It was obvious that All Wang was getting away. He did not want to continue this conversation. 1 minute, can you tell me the room number that the woman once stayed in? Chen Ji blocked All Wang. I'm really not kidding with you. I don't even dare patrol that floor to this day. The other tenants on that floor have basically all moved out already, All Wang told Chen Ji. The police came yesterday, so before they come up with a result, you'd better stay put. Then he walked out from the room, but his gait was rather unnatural. When he almost reached the door, All Wang waved for Xiao Gu's attention. After he whispered something into Gu Feiyu's ears, All Wang finally left. I know, don't worry. After sending All Wang away, Gu Feiyu returned to the room. He saw Chen Ji still standing there and rolled his eyes. Our captain has said that we're not allowed to let any suspicious characters enter the premises. Do I look like someone suspicious? Chen Ji leaned toward the window of the room. Do you think what All Wang said is real? No clue, I'm new here, Gu Feiyu answered honestly. Talking with him was easier than talking to All Wang. You're new, Chen Ji's eyes darted about. They hired you to take up the role of a night patrol, but did they tell you why the previous one left? Do you think it's related to the haunting? Gu Feiyu was writing something in the notebook, but when Chen Ji said that, his hand that held the pen stopped. What do you mean? When did you find out about the haunting? Yesterday, when the police came to question about the woman. I was standing beside All Wang when he told them the story. Sounds like they tricked you into this job. The management sure is awful. You're the only night patrol. Are they that unafraid of accident? Chen Ji was the kind who would lend his aid when he saw injustice in this world. How about this? I won't ask you to bend your rules, but here is my phone number. If anything weird happens tonight while you're on patrol, please call me. I will try my best to cooperate with you, and so I hope you won't reject my kindness. Kindness where? I can't see it. After a few more exchanges, Gu Feiyu finally agreed to exchange phone numbers with Chen Ji. Remember to call me if you come across any danger tonight. After that, Chen Ji took a detour to the back door of Fang HWA Apartments and walked through it like he belonged there. The old security guard definitely wouldn't tell me about the woman's address. Looks like I'll need to trouble Wang Xin's mother. Chen Ji walked to the 3 new buildings. He did not notice it when he first arrived, but this time he made a new discovery. The 3 buildings formed the shape of the character Chinese letter, similar to the 3 buildings at the Jiujiang 3rd Psychological Convalescence Center. Chen Ji walked to the 3rd building. He was not doing that on purpose, but that was where Wang Xin's family stayed at. 3rd building, 14th floor. Night had arrived. Chen Ji stepped into the building, and for some reason he felt the temperature inside was lower than outside. The hall was empty. Chen Ji stood beside the elevator and saw the number dancing up and down. There were 23 floors to the building, but there were 24 numbers above the elevator. Chen Ji did not quite understand what the extra number meant. When the number went to 13, it stopped for 10 seconds. Then, it continued to move, meaning that someone had stepped into the elevator at floor 13. Not long after that, the door opened, and a woman in red high heels walked out. She was very fashionable and tall. Like a celebrity, she was wearing a mask and a cap. Chapter 203, I saw it myself. The 2 brushed shoulders, and Chen Ji turned around to look at the woman. There was a weird scent radiating off the woman. It didn't smell like perfume, more like the smell of hospital disinfectant. Hey, Chen Ji stood at the door of the elevator and called after the woman. The woman stopped and turned around. Through the small gap between her mask and the rim of the hat, a pair of beautiful eyes blinked. They were filled with confusion. Based on the eyes, this woman was different from the picture of the woman provided by the police, and she was not the patient number 2 Chen Ji was looking for. Are you that celebrity from the movie? Can I take a picture with you? Chen Ji knew that he had acted rather rashly. He did not know what to say, so he created a rough excuse. I'm sorry, but you've got the wrong person. The woman's voice was soft like she was sick or something. Then she turned to walk away. Thinking of Chen Ji as some sort of bad bye, she practically jogged away. She's different from the picture, but patient number 2 suffers from Dorian Gray syndrome. She has undergone plenty of plastic surgery, so looks cannot be my basis of comparison. With technology nowadays, changing a new face was not difficult. Just in case, Chenji grabbed his backpack and ran after the woman. Running out of the third building, Chenji followed the woman to the underground car park. Chenji wandered about the place but realized the woman had disappeared. Where did she go? There were cameras inside the parking lot, and afraid of being misunderstood by security, Chenji gave up on the woman and returned to the third building. He took the elevator to the 14th floor and knocked on the door to Wang Xin's home. Is someone there? There were footsteps behind the door, and someone opened the door wearing slippers. You're looking for? It was a middle-aged woman wearing a black and white suit behind the door. She looked after herself well. Her skin was tight, and she looked much younger than her actual age. It's me. I helped Wang Xin last time. Before Chenji finished, the woman recognized him. Dr. Chen, please come in. I've been meaning to thank you in person but didn't have the chance. Dr. Chen? The way the woman addressed him made Chenji feel weird. Even though this was the first time he had been thusly addressed, it felt weirdly familiar. I'm not a professional doctor. To me, you're the best doctor because you saved Wang Xin's life. Don't be so humble. I've heard so many good things about you from Dr. Gao. Please come in. The woman practically pulled Chenji into the room. Sorry to disturb you. I came to visit today mainly to check up on Wang Xin and to ask you some questions. There are apples and bananas on the coffee table. Take a seat while I go brew a pot of tea. There's no need to trouble yourself. Chenji sat on the sofa. Visiting Wang Xin was just an excuse. The main reason Chenji was there was to find patient number 2 and complete the tape ghost's affection mission. Of course, he would not tell Wang Xin's mother that. Maintaining an image was important. When Chenji was talking to the woman, the bedroom door opened, and a thin girl walked out. They had not seen each other for a few days, but Wang Xin already looked much better compared to before. She would not have been able to leave her room before this, but now she walked out to meet him voluntarily. She had opened her heart before Chenji. When the girl hugged the pen spirit's pen and cried, the words that she said were still fresh in Chenji's mind. Chenji was genuinely happy seeing the positive changes in Wang Xin. Wang Xin sat down across from Chenji. She did not seem like she had gotten used to conversing with people, and her voice was very low. Chenji had learned many things from Dr. Gao, including how to talk to patients. He did not interrupt Wang Xin but listened patiently and put himself in Wang Xin's shoes. Slowly but surely, a smile blossomed on the girl's face. After the issue in her heart had been solved, the girl was also trying to interact with the outside world. After Wang Xin left, the woman came out with the tea. There are many things kept inside the child's heart, but she never tells us anything. It is because you're here that she can smile so happily. Chenji accepted the cup but did not drink it. Wang Xin's condition is improving smoothly, and the effect of the treatment is showing. He looked at the time and said, Actually, I'm here because I have a question for you. Go ahead. The woman was very cooperative. I hear one of the buildings in Fang HWA apartments is haunted. Is that true? The woman's expression froze. She stood up and sidled to Wang Xin's room silently. She listened for the sound before leading Chenji into the kitchen. After closing the kitchen door, she said, Dr. Chen, I'm not lying to you. This is real. It's really haunted. Chenji did not expect such confirmation from the middle-aged woman. I saw it myself. The woman pointed at her feet. The haunting happened in this building on the 13th floor. When the woman mentioned the 13th floor, Chenji was reminded of the woman he met earlier. Without prompting, the woman continued. Fang HWA Apartments was built around 20 years ago. Initially, the place wasn't so huge. There were only the 6 older buildings in front. The 3 buildings behind were built 4 or 5 years ago, and I was one of the first tenants who moved in. The woman held the cup of tea and started to explain the weird events that happened 2 or 3 years ago. Her story matched with what all Wang said, but hers was scarier because she personally ran into the white shadow leaning outside her door. She said that midnight she heard something weird coming outside the door like someone was scratching it. Initially, she had thought it was a puppy or kitten, but not long after that, she heard someone talking. The first thought that came to the woman's mind was burglary. She went into the kitchen to grab a cleaver before moving to the door. She looked through the cat's eye. The voice-controlled lights in the corridor seemed to have broken down because she could only see a cloud of whiteness. The woman called the police and used the cleaver to slash at the front door. She finally managed to scare the white shadow away. The woman's retelling of the White Shadow's escape was similar to all Wang's. The White Shadow ran very fast, but there were no footsteps. I have no idea what that thing is, but I heard from the police that it was a mental patient pulling some prank. The woman put down the cup and sighed. I bought this place on a loan, and all my life's savings have been thrown into this place. If not, I would have moved already. You've seen the White Shadow at a close distance before? Chenji mulled over what the middle-aged woman had said. His eyes swept across the woman's face that did not fit her age and the white and black pantsuit she was wearing. It was not that Chenji did not trust Wang Xin's adopted mother, but he was curious why the woman seemed to love black and white. When they first met, she had also been wearing a white shirt and black pants. Chapter 204, Don't Take the Elevator. The hint given by the black phone for the Tape Ghost's affection mission was, Honey, black, white, and red, which color do you prefer? Because of this, Chenji was very sensitive to these three colors. Wang Xin's adopted mother loved black and white clothes, and the woman he met in the elevator was wearing red high heels. They both were worth suspecting in Chenji's eyes. Chenji studied Wang Xin's mother closer, and Chenji realized that the woman, be it from physical appearance, presence, or looks, was younger than her actual age. She could still be considered a beauty, much less when she was younger. Patient number 2 is very afraid of getting old. Chenji became more cautious around the woman. He glanced at the cup of tea the woman was holding, and he was thankful that he did not drink it earlier. Dr. Chen, the woman took one step forward. She seemed to have noticed the change in Chenji. Did I scare you with the story? A little bit, Chenji went along with it. Do you mind telling me which room was haunted? Room 3133 on the 13th floor. The police said the White Shadow ran into this room, but at the time, the owner wasn't even home. I heard that she moved away not long after that, and the incident was thus forgotten. After all, there was no injury or economic loss. There wasn't anything we tenants could do about it. Perhaps she hasn't moved away, Chenji muttered to himself. What did you say? Nothing, I'm just curious as to why there are so many threes in her room number. Ever since leaving 3rd Sick Hall, Chenji had realized that the number 3 appeared very often in his life. In fact, when he summoned the mirror ghost, the countdown started with 3. 3133 represents the 3rd building, 13th floor, room 3, the woman explained to Chenji. I heard from your security that most of the tenants on the 13th floor have moved away already. Is it because something else happened within these 1 or 2 years? I don't think so. Then again, most of us don't go out at night. The woman thought about it before adding, but I have to remind you one thing. When you leave, don't take the elevator. Several months ago, a drunkard took the elevator and it stopped at the 13th floor. A White Shadow entered the elevator from that floor. Normally, an elevator is fitted with surveillance. It should have recorded the whole process. Didn't the landowner give the tenants an explanation? Chenji memorized the woman's words closely. The drunkard was so scared that he went to find the landowner the next day. I remember the issue got quite big at the time. Wang Xin's mother thought back to the incident. The landowner pulled out the video, but there was no White Shadow on screen. It only showed the drunkard pressing all the buttons aimlessly. He took the elevator from the 1st floor to the top floor and then back down again. The elevator stopped several times in the middle, but no one was captured entering the elevator. The doors opened several times, but it was very quick each time. Only when it opened on the 13th floor did it stop longer than normal. The explanation given by the landowner was probably someone wanted to use the elevator, but they decided against it when they saw the drunkard inside. That reason sounds quite forced. You're right, but ever since then, we rarely use the elevator at night. As he nodded, Chenji asked with some hope, Do you think I can get my hands on the surveillance? The owner probably has a copy. I can ask for you in the morning. Okay, thank you. Chenji was not a police officer, so he had no right to go through a building's surveillance footage. He left after talking to the woman. After the door closed, Chenji turned back after walking for a few meters. He took out a piece of paper from his backpack. He folded it multiple times before slipping it into the edge of the door. The woman had told him personally that she rarely went out at night. If her door was opened at night, then she would be a worthy suspect. After doing everything, Chenji used the stairs to walk to the 13th floor. Of the entire building, only the 13th floor did not have a voice-operated light. The sole light source in the dark corridor was the green sign above the safety exit. The faded green light only made the place look creepier. Chenji held the ballpoint pen in his hand as he entered the corridor. The place looked very abandoned. The doors on both sides were thick with dust. Room 3133. Chenji found the room that the mad woman once stayed in. Weirdly enough, the door of the room was very clean, as if someone was staying here. He aimed his flashlight at the door, and Chenji found something new. There was a piece of white paper taped to the door with cellophane tape. It said that the owner wanted to sell or rent the room at a low price, and it came with a phone number. Someone bought this place after the mad woman left. The paper looked new, like it had been put up recently. Chenji stopped outside the door for a while, and after realizing there was no sound from inside the room, he left. Then he used his phone to call the number. The call rang for almost half a minute. Just as Chenji wanted to give up, the call was picked up. "Hello, I saw the advertisement at Fang HWA Apartments. The price is very reasonable, and I'm interested." Chenji was rather nervous. Calling at a time like this might tip the person off to his intention. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long time, a female voice said, "I'm suffering from a serious illness, and I need the money for my medical bills. That's why the price is so low. If you are serious about buying the place, give me a time. We'll meet at Zin Kang Apartments in the old part of town." Zin Kang Apartments. My illness might deteriorate any time soon, so I moved to a place closer to the hospital. I'm staying on the 3rd floor. "Okay, I'll go now." Now, the voice on the phone rose slightly and the tone got shriller. "Okay, come now then." After hanging up, Chenji's suspicion deepened. There were not any big hospitals in the old part of town, so why was the woman lying on the phone? After leaving the 3rd building, Chenji felt lighter in person. He called a taxi to get to Zin Kang apartment. Chenji ran to the 3rd floor and called the person again. "I'm here. There are 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. Which one are you in?" "Wait a minute." After the phone hung up, the door on his left-hand side opened. "Come in. The room is a bit messy, but I'm not in the mood to clean up." When Chenji pushed the door open and saw the woman, his heart squeezed. The woman had no hair or brows. Her face was a swathe of white, and that looked quite scary. Chapter 205. She is my sister. "Quickly close the door." The woman quickly rushed into the room as if she knew how scary she looked. "Okay." Chenji did not close the door completely, but left a small sliver open. Before he got deeper into the house, he was already considering his exit options. Chenji stood in the middle of the living room and looked around. The woman sat on the bedside and pulled over a thin blanket to cover her body. "Don't mind the mess, just sit anywhere you want." The place could not be considered messy, but it was littered with many pill bottles. Chenji picked up a random one, and it was labeled with terms that he could barely understand. "Don't touch my stuff," the woman urged. She looked at Chenji with eyes filled with uncertainty. "What is inside your backpack? It doesn't seem like you're here to buy any real estate." "The bag might be old, but all my life savings are inside it." Chenji gave a random excuse. "Your apartment's location is nice, but can you nudge the price further?" "The apartment is huge. If not for the fact that I'm in need of money, I wouldn't be selling the place." The woman's skin was unnaturally white, and it was weirding Chenji out. "If you don't mind me asking, what kind of illness are you suffering from that you need to sell your home to make money?" Chenji was not there to buy the apartment. He was there to find out more information. "Cancer," the woman pointed at his face. "Long-term chemotherapy makes me lose all my hair and brows." "I'm sorry, because that was the logical thing to say. Now I just want to live as many days as I can. There's nothing else that I can ask for." The woman was selling her home to extend her life. It sounded logical on the surface, but upon closer inspection, the story was flawed. "Let's talk about the price." The woman had taken a huge step back. The price she had given was 30% lower than the market price for a similar apartment. "If you agree, we can sign the documents tomorrow." "It's not that I want to take advantage of you, but the price is still quite high." Chenji pretended to be a shrewd homebuyer. "A price like this is still high. I pity your condition, but before I came here I asked around. The place that you're selling was haunted several years ago, and that is why it hasn't been sold until now." Chenji patted his backpack. "I admit that I have a bigger heart than most, but honestly I don't have that much capital, and that's why I'm reaching out to you." The woman knew her tail was caught, so she asked, "Then how much you're preparing to pay?" 1/10 the market price. I only have that much." 1/10, the woman scoffed. "And you said you're not trying to take advantage of me. After all, the place is haunted. If not for the lack of money, I wouldn't buy a haunted apartment." Chenji had completely morphed into his character. Hesitation appeared in his eyes, like he found pity for the woman's condition. "How about we both take a step back? I know you're selling this house to pay your medical bill, so I can borrow some loan from family and friends, but your asking price is still too high." Perhaps the woman was feeling the pressure since the place had been vacated for a long time. She was silent before saying, "1/10 is too low. My bottom line is half the market price. If you want, I can have the lawyer draft up the document tomorrow. If you don't want it, then leave." Half, Chenji lowered his head like he was contemplating. "Don't listen to those rumors. None of the tenants have been injured before, so how could there be a haunting?" The woman lay down on the bed. She noticed that Chenji's stance was loosening, so she started to persuade Chenji. "Don't try to lie to me. Your security guard told me that he personally saw a white shadow enter your home several years ago, and his story was corroborated by the police. You weren't home that night, so you might not know these things." Chenji followed the woman's thread of conversation, picking for information that he wanted to know. "How can I not know about things at my own home?" The woman sighed. There was a conflict in her eyes. "Actually, I did not want to tell you in case it scared you, but that white shadow wasn't a ghost." "Not a ghost?" Chenji's heart rose. Things might advance further than he thought. "Yes, the white shadow is my sister. She was a mental patient who was just taken out from the mental hospital." The woman's face scrunched up in pain, and she coughed violently for several minutes. "My sister did something wrong when she was small, and her illness was discovered then. After that, she was sent to the mental hospital and only came out 4 or 5 years ago." "Something wrong? Was it anything serious?" The woman's sister matched the description of patient number 2, so Chenji paid closer attention. "It was very serious, and it ruined her life." The woman sighed for her sister. "My sister's condition is very unique. She was a patient that needed to be quarantined because she could pose a danger to the public. If she was discovered by the police, they might have pulled her away from me and locked her up in another mental hospital." "So you have harboring her inside your home." "After 10 years of treatment, her condition has gotten a lot better." There was a shift in the woman's tone, like she had faith in what she said. "How many decades are there in a person's life? She has suffered too much in her early life, and it's only fair that she has the chance to enjoy a normal life now." Chenji felt like there was something wrong with the woman's words. "So, you hid your sister inside your own home, but you didn't expect that she would go out to haunt other tenants. That was the truth behind the haunting." "Yes, the haunting was merely their imagination." "Then what happened to your sister? You're so sick now, shouldn't she come take care of you?" "I also have no idea where she has disappeared to. Since that night, I have not seen her again." The woman appeared rather helpless. "She's my only family, and occasionally I return to Fang HWA apartments, hoping to run into her." "I understand your pain. If no one comes to buy the place, can you please help me reserve the place first? I'll go ask for a loan tomorrow," Chenji said sincerely, but what he did was to try to stabilize the woman first. He had something else that he needed to check desperately. "Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow." The woman ended the conversation. She seemed very tired already, leaning against the headboard. "See you tomorrow." He picked up his backpack and left. When the door closed, the expression of the people inside and outside the door changed. Chenji stood where he was and inserted the few English terms that he remembered from the bottle label into his phone. "It's as I expected. This woman is very suspicious. The pills in her room have nothing to do with cancer treatment. They're mostly for wound recovery and anti-infection." Chenji called a taxi to rush to Fang HWA apartments. Chenji called Inspector Lee on the way there and told him everything about Xin Kang apartments. Chapter 206, She is My Sister. "Inspector Lee, I've found one of the suspects from the mental hospital. She's currently hiding in Xin Kang apartments." Chenji told Inspector Lee the physical features of the woman. "Are you mistaken? The woman you described sounds completely different from the person we're looking for. Furthermore, she shouldn't have the ability to detain someone. Her information matches patient number 2 from the 3rd sick hall very well. She might have a partner. In any case, I'm 50% sure of my suspicion." Chenji was afraid that the driver might overhear him and arouse unnecessary misunderstanding, so he kept his voice low. "Okay, I'll personally take a look." After getting Inspector Lee's reply, Chenji ended the call and returned to Fang HWA apartments. He entered through the back door and made sure to avoid the cameras. The drunkard in the elevator saw the white shadow several months ago, and it ran without sound. That thing has to be a ghost. There's a ghost living in the building, but for the past few years, there have not been any injury report at Fang HWA apartments. Are people purposely hiding the information, or is something else going on here? After sneaking into the 3rd building, Chenji moved the cleaver to a spot where he could reach it easily. If there was a nasty surprise, he would be able to pull the cleaver out at first notice. He climbed up the stairs and used half an hour to familiarize himself with the layout of the building. There's no basement, so only 23 floors in total. Why does the elevator have 24 numbers? This was a question that Chen Ji did not understand. However, due to the warning from Wang Xin's mother, he did not dare take the elevator. After a few more turns, Chen Ji returned to the 13th floor. With Inspector Li watching, he did not need to worry about Xin Kang apartments. His responsibility was to stay put and watch over room 3. If it really is patient number 2 staying in room 3133, the white shadow is probably the thing that possessed patient number 2. If the creatures inside the door wanted to survive outside the door, they needed to possess a living person. Their relationship was quite symbiotic. The corridor was very quiet because most of the tenants of this floor had already moved away. I wonder if I can run into the white shadow tonight. He looked down the corridor and saw one of the doors open. The light from inside the room filtered out into the corridor. Someone's home. Chen Ji walked toward the door, and the closer he got, the weirder he felt. Wait, isn't this room 3133? The paper that was pasted to the door had been taken down, and it had been crumbled up and tossed to the floor. Chen Ji glanced into the room. The floor was tiled, and there was little furniture. There was a curtain that sat in the living room to split it into 2. The owner has returned. After Chen Ji left Xin Kang Apartments, he had taken 30 minutes to tour around the building, so this was entirely possible. He waited by the door, and 2 minutes passed, but there was still no sound coming from inside the room. Chen Ji pulled the cleaver out from his backpack and silently pushed the door open. He snuck into the room and pushed the door back to its original angle. He made sure he did not leave any footprints before entering the room. The room was tiny, and 2 anomalies caught Chen Ji's attention. There was a very large bathtub in the bathroom, and other than a fridge, there was a locked freezer in the kitchen. Is it hiding a body? There was no other logical explanation than this. All the doors in the room were open. After exiting the kitchen, Chen Ji entered the bedroom. There were several dark coats hanging in the closet, and on top of the closet was a large black leather suitcase. The case looked old, and just as Chen Ji stood on his tiptoe to pull the case down, there was clicking of high heels coming from the outside corridor. He looked around and carried his backpack to hide inside the closet. If I'm discovered, it's over. Chen Ji looked through the open slit of the closet. The front door was pushed open, and a man and woman stood outside of the door. The man walked in front, holding a police baton. He was wearing the security's outfit and looked to be in his 20s. You really saw the white shadow? Yes, around half an hour ago. When I was opening the door, a flash of white appeared from the elevator. I was so scared. I didn't think to close my door and dashed into the stairwell to save my life. The woman who trailed behind wore a pair of red high heels. She was very fashionable. Her frame was on the slighter side, and she had a head of luscious black hair. Chen Ji could not see her face clearly because she was wearing a mask. Chen Ji had seen them both tonight. The male was Gu Feiyu, the new night guard, and the female was the woman who had taken the elevator from the 13th floor and run in a hurry to the underground parking lot. Stay here, I'll go to the elevator to take a look. Gu Feiyu was not only straightforward, he was very brave as well. Don't leave me here alone. The woman pulled on Gu Feiyu's uniform. I won't go too far. Gu Feiyu did not care about the woman's feelings. He grabbed his baton and flashlight as he ran to the elevator. He inspected the corners seriously, but did not find any trace of the white shadow. Did you see wrongly? Impossible. The woman's voice was trembling. Do you think that thing has entered my home? She stood behind Gu Feiyu, watching her own home, but did not dare step forward. According to the captain, this place is haunted. If you're that afraid, you should consider moving out. Gu Feiyu said what was on his mind without filter. The earlier tenant was a mad woman, so you might have been cheated when you bought this place. It wasn't me who bought this place. The mad woman you mentioned is my big sister. After her disappearance, this apartment got transferred to my name. When the woman mentioned her sister, her expression fell. All of you say that she's mad, but she's the person who treated me with the most kindness in this world. The woman walked into the room. The sound her high heels made against the tiles was very crisp. Don't just stand out there. If you keep the door open, something might slip in. It's okay. I still need to return to my patrol. Please come in and help me find the white shadow. You can leave after we make sure it's not here. The woman dragged Gu Feiyu into the room and closed the front door. Okay. Gu Feiyu walked through the living room to the balcony while the woman turned into the bedroom. Chen Ji held his breath as the woman got near. If she opened the closet door now, she would get a surprise that she would never forget. After closing the bedroom door, the woman walked to the makeup table and removed her mask in front of the mirror. She pulled out many cans and bottles from the drawer and started to touch up her makeup. When she was done, she slipped a small plastic canister into her pocket and left. I've checked the bedroom. The white shadow is not in there. When the woman turned, Chenji caught a glimpse of her face. Her skin was pale and she looked very familiar. Chapter 207, Black or White. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. Did you see the white shadow? When the woman exited the bedroom, her expression slowly changed. Her lashes quivered lightly, and with the lack of color in her face, she looked like a real damsel in distress. No, Gu Feiyu's eyes landed on the woman who had removed the mask, and an awkwardness appeared on his face before he silently moved his face away. Take a seat. I have a feeling the appearance of the white shadow might have a story behind it. The woman asked for Gu Feiyu to sit on the sofa. Probably tired from wearing the high heels, she removed them and walked into the kitchen barefooted. Both of his hands gripping the police baton, Gu Feiyu was obviously nervous. He looked very agitated, and his legs shook unnaturally. The woman took 2 open bottles of drinks from the fridge and placed them on the coffee table. Thank you for your help today. Just doing my job. Gu Feiyu was embarrassed. No, I should really thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have known what to do. After my elder sister's disappearance, I'm all alone in Jiujiang. I don't have much savings. I'm waiting for this place to get sold, and I'll be moving away forever. The woman sat across from the security guard. She looked like she was still scared. She curled her legs around the edge of the sofa, and her hands massaged them gently. Leaving is not a bad idea. Gu Feiyu nodded, and his gaze that went to the woman was colored with pity. But you don't need to feel so depressed. Your sister is just missing. Perhaps she might return one day. Things are not as simple as you think. I share a very good relationship with my sister. After all, we grew up together. She would share everything with me and tell me every one of her secrets, but one day she just disappeared. I suspect that she's already... The woman choked on her words. It felt like she had forced herself through that revelation. She was opening up before a stranger. Her frame was small and her limbs were thin. She gave off a sense of fragility. When she started to cry, the heart of every man would go to her. Gu Feiyu was all flustered, and he did not know what to do. After some time, he put down the baton and passed the tissue box on the table to the woman. The woman accepted a tissue, but afraid of ruining her makeup, she just used to it to dab around her eyes. When I came back from work and saw the white shadow, I was shocked beyond words. Do you think the white shadow has taken my sister? Her voice was laced with despair. Now that I've seen the white shadow, will I be taken next? You won't. The woman was so focused on her sadness that she did not notice that her skirt was wide open. Gu Feiyu saw this and immediately moved his eyes away. I hope you're right. The woman picked up the drink before her and lightly touched the bottle in front of Gu Feiyu. I'm so sorry to drop this on you. She raised the bottle to her mouth, and it was then that Gu Feiyu recovered. Out of politeness, he also took a sip from the bottle. I think you shouldn't be that pessimistic. These few days, there were many individuals who have come to ask about your sister, so I'm sure she's still alive. Perhaps there's some reason that prevented her from coming to see you. The drink just came out from the fridge, so it was cool. It tasted so good that Gu Feiyu naturally took another sip. Your sister probably has her reasons for going away. In any case, I don't believe in that talk of ghosts. She probably made some mistake and came up with that excuse to hide from the law. Actually, I feel sorry for her. She couldn't even see the person that loves her the most in the world. What is the meaning of being alive, then? You don't understand her. None of you have ever tried to understand her. The woman's expression filled with sadness, but her tone had a small change to it. She is the best older sister one can ever ask for. She was willing to share her most precious thing with me. Gu Feiyu suddenly felt very tired. He hugged the baton and leaned against the sofa. Looks like you two do share a very good relationship. The woman seemed to go down her memory, but her gaze had never left the half-empty bottle that was on the table. When I saw small, people liked to bully me, and my sister would be the first one to jump out to defend me. As we grew older, our personalities started to form and differ from each other. I was selfish and prone to throw temper tantrums, but no matter what I did, my sister would always forgive me. She was perfect, beautiful, graceful, and had a great smile. At the time, I didn't appreciate it. The more she was tolerant toward me, the more I hated her. I hated everything she liked. She liked white, so I liked black. I had to be different from her. This continued for several months until that incident happened. Studying the guard, the woman continued after a long time. Even though I hate to admit it, we fell in love with the same thing. In our neighborhood, there was this handsome boy who fell in love with my sister. He liked to listen to music and compose pieces. He was a wonderful singer, too. Whenever they went on their dates, my heart twisted like it was cut with 1,000 knives. I could not allow the thing that I loved to become someone else. I look similar to my sister, so I started to put on her makeup and wear her clothes. Initially, the dates were successful, but slowly, the boy discovered my secret. After all, I was not my sister, and we have completely different personalities. I cried and begged him to stay, but he only loved my sister. The veins on the woman's arms were scary, but Gu Feiyu sitting opposite from her did not seem to notice this. His eyes kept closing like he was too tired from the long evening patrol. For him, I gave up my pride to beg my elder sister, but the sister who claimed she loved me went silent this time. We did not speak for an entire week. In the end, it was sister who compromised. She said that she would call the boy over and had him choose. When the boy got my sister's invitation, he was so happy. He even went out to buy a new shirt and fresh flowers. He also spent the whole night recording my sister's favorite song. When he arrived, the boy confessed directly to my sister, but she did not accept it immediately. Instead, she called me out and told the boy to make the choice. My sister was wearing her favorite white dress, so I wore black. She asked the boy, "Honey, white or black, which color do you prefer?" I've never prayed for something so hard in my life before, but it only took several seconds for my hope to be shattered. The boy didn't hesitate at all and chose my sister. Her nails cut into her flesh. Even after so many years, the woman still felt the sting of betrayal. Her breathing became ragged, and it only calmed down after a long time. I felt my heart being torn open. Words cannot describe the pain. I just wanted to leave and go somewhere people could not find me. Elder sister saw the pain I was in. She seemed to have already expected this ending. At my lowest point in life, it was again my sister who stepped forth to help me. She fed the boy a bottle of water and then removed her white dress before walking into the kitchen to retrieve a cleaver. She told me that other than white and black, there was another choice that was fairest to all. The woman stopped talking and pulling out a cleaver from underneath the sofa. She used the tissue that Gu Feiyu had given her to wipe away the makeup on her face. As if remembering the things that happened so many years ago, the woman held the cleaver high as she moved toward the immobile Gu Feiyu. The wig fell off her head, and the completely hairless face leaned close to Gu Feiyu's ear. "Honey, black, white, and red, which color do you prefer?" Chapter 208, This is a Love Song. The woman's face was startlingly white. When she was agitated, her features twisted dangerously. Her slender arm curled around Gu Feiyu's neck, and her icy finger slid down the man's face. Licking away her bright lipstick, her thin, purplish lips leaned against Gu Feiyu's ear and continued to mumble. "Two of us have fallen in love with the same thing, so the fairest way is to cut it into half so that we can have one half each." The cleaver cut through the uniform's button, and the woman's movement was gentle and soft. The security guard tried his best to open his eyes. He had not completely fainted. "Both me and my sister got our love. He was the first for both of us." The woman leaned against Gu Feiyu's chest. "You have a personality that's similar to his. Initially, I wanted to wait for a few months before asking you to come up, but those people have already found me, so I need to leave this city as soon as possible." Listening to Gu Feiyu's heartbeat, the woman raised her head to say, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." She walked into the bedroom to retrieve the black suitcase from the top of the closet. From within, she took out an ancient tape recorder. Kneeling beside it, the woman picked out a tape that was covered in dust. She kissed along the edge of the tape slowly like she was doing some sort of ritual. She put in the tape and pressed the play button, and a boy's voice drifted out from it. The woman held the cleaver and listened to the song quietly. The boy had a clear and warm tone. It was filled with love. It was a love song. "I've made about 10 copies of this tape, but most of them have been lost." The familiar melody surrounded the living room, and it seemed to bring the woman back many years. She tossed Gu Feiyu's uniform aside and took out the bundle of rope from underneath the sofa. After securing the knot, she dragged Gu Feiyu into the bathroom. Hiding inside the closet, Chenji saw everything. The locked freezer, the large bathroom, this woman has prepared everything. This is pure madness. Chenji knew he had to make his move soon or Gu Feiyu would be in mortal danger. He lowered the volume on his phone and stood beside the bedroom door. He grabbed the chair from the makeup table and called Gu Feiyu's number. The woman dropped Gu Feiyu into the bathtub, and the man's phone in the living room rang. Why at a time like this? The woman walked out of the bathroom barefooted and picked up the security uniform that was left in the corner. When the woman was looking through the uniform for Gu Feiyu's phone, Chenji walked silently behind the woman. As if sensing something, the woman turned. However, before she could turn fully around, Chenji already swung the heavy chair at her. The woman did not expect another person in the room. She collapsed to the floor, and the top of her head was bleeding. Her pair of eyes glared at Chen Ji like they were bulging from the socket. "Why are you here?" Chen Ji was not one to waste time talking, especially when his target was not incapacitated. The chair went down once more on the same spot. The woman's head lolled to the side. She was already weak to begin with, but now she could not even stand up. Chen Ji untied the ropes from Gu Feiyu and used them to tie up the woman's legs and arms. Who would have thought the two missions are overlapping? Then again, this makes things easy for me. He pulled out his own tape and placed it inside the recorder. The singing stopped, and only white noise could be heard. Those who disrespect life will be disrespected by life. Fresh blood dyed the woman's face. She was lying on the ground, but she kept her eyes glaring at Chen Ji. The expression on her face was curious. There was no fear or worry, but plenty of surprise and shock. Taking out his phone, Chen Ji called Inspector Li. Just as the call was picked up, the lights in the room went off. The woman came out from the third sick hall, so she should carry a monster from inside the door on her. Chen Ji opened the flashlight function on her phone and retrieved the cleaver from his backpack. The red cloth fluttered to the ground, and Chen Ji cautiously looked around. After some time, there was a sound coming from the front door. It sounded like someone was scratching at the door with their nails. It sounded shrill to the ears. Chen Ji got quite unsettled listening to it. "It's that white shadow." The first moment Chen Ji heard the scratching, he knew who it was. "Is anyone home?" There was a rather ambiguous voice coming from beyond the door, and it had a weird tone. It repeated the same question. Holding the cleaver, Chen Ji did not know whether to answer or not. When it repeated itself the seventh time, the voice said, "Is anyone home? If no one's home, I'm coming in." The front door creaked open, and a white shadow about the size of a normal person stood at the door. This was the fourth monster Chen Ji had come across after the mirror monster, the thin monster, and the broken arm monster. It had a blurry face and incomplete facial features, but it moved very fast. Chen Ji blocked the cleaver before his chest. The monster gave him plenty of pressure. This creature was weaker than the thin monster, but much stronger than a normal mirror monster. When he was at Third Sick Hall, a thin monster had chased him all over the place. If not for Zhang Ye, Chen Ji might not even have survived. The white shadow faced Chen Ji and morphed to his side in the blink of an eye. Chen Ji waved the cleaver, and when it cut through the white shadow, it screamed like it was injured. It then glared at Chen Ji. The white face morphed before Chen Ji's eyes. It finally changed into the face of patient number 2. However, the facial features were unstable. It felt like the result of too many plastic surgeries. The whole face was fragile, like the features could come loose if the woman made too many facial expressions. As the face leaned closer, Chen Ji used the ballpoint pen in his pocket to poke the ghost. He struggled as best as he could. Caught in their fight, no one realized a man's painful scream was echoing through the room. "So painful." The tip of the pen stuck into the white shadow's forehead. The monster gripped Chen Ji's wrist tightly and slowly moved its face toward Chen Ji's face. It seemed like it was trying to steal Chen Ji's face. "So painful, so painful, so painful." Just as the white shadow was about to touch the tip of Chen Ji's nose, its body was pulled back by an unknown force, and its hair was pulled taut. "So painful." When the scream appeared behind the white shadow, the expressions of both Chen Ji and the woman on the floor shifted. "Su Yin, is that you?" The woman's reaction was bigger than Chen Ji's. Since she was all tied up, she used her forehead to move forward. She was trying to sit up. When the woman was distracted, the white shadow's face disappeared and its presence weakened. "What's going on?" It was the woman who was controlling the white shadow. Chen Ji was the only one who maintained his calm. He kept his eyes on the white shadow. Realizing it had weakened, he made use of this opportunity to injure it. The tape ghost had incapacitated the white shadow, so it was the perfect chance to give it a heavy blow. However, to Chen Ji's surprise, at the last minute, the tape ghost let go. It seemed to have recognized the woman on the floor. "So painful." Chapter 209, Why Are You Here Again? After losing the grip on it, the white shadow retreated. Its speed was fast. "Don't run." This was such a perfect opportunity, so naturally, Chen Ji would not let it run away so easily. He raised the cleaver and chased after the white shadow. Without the woman's control, the white shadow's presence continued to weaken. Its face became blurrier, as did its body. The monster felt threatened. It scurried to the black suitcase and grabbed something from within before dashing out the front door. Chen Ji did not have a good look of what it was, but since they were enemies, he knew he had to keep what the white shadow was attempting to take. The cleaver managed to do some damage to the white shadow. With the decision made in his mind, Chen-ji shifted the target to the thing the white shadow tried to carry away with it. He saw the opportunity and made a slash. As the white shadow evaded, Chen-ji grabbed at the thing it was holding. In their tussle, the thing was torn apart. Half of it fluttered to the floor. In its hurry to escape, the white shadow did not stay to grab it. Chen-ji chased it to the door. There was nothing in the darkened hallway. He thought about it logically. Without the tape ghost's aid, he might not be able to fight the white shadow if cornered. Chen-ji thus gave up on the chase. Chen-ji closed the front door and turned on the lights of the living room. The scene that he saw made his eyes twitch. On the cold floor, the woman's limbs were twisted at a curious angle and her eyes bulged outwards. She screamed violently, and her hairless face showed an expression that confused Chen-ji. It felt like pain, but it also felt like release and joy. Is it painful? How to deal with the woman was the tape ghost's business. His mission was to find this woman to help the tape ghost complete his wish. He turned around to pick up the torn piece of paper that had fallen to the floor. It looked like an advertisement flyer. The actual content was on the other half that was taken by the white shadow. Chen-ji's half only had 3 red words and a small slogan. Ghost Story Society, sharing a real ghost story every week. This half-torn flyer caught Chen-ji's attention, not only because the white shadow insisted on bringing this thing with it, but also because the background for the flyer was a half-opened blood-red door. It's about the world behind the door. The flyer belonged to patient number 2, and she had been behind the door before. Could it have been set up by the escaped mental patients? But what does it mean by one horror story every week? Looking at the roughly made flyer and curious introduction, Chen-ji realized that even those flyers on the telephone poles advertising loans were more detailed than this. The members have to tell actual ghost stories, so what would happen if they have no story to tell? Fake one? How will they know it's real or fake? Chen-ji pocketed the flyer. If he told people the things that had happened to him recently, he would probably be able to scare plenty of people. Of course, the premise was people. If his audience consisted of ghosts, then it would be hard to tell who would be scaring who. The screams in the room slowly stopped, and in their place was a robotic female voice repeating, "So painful." The woman was forced inside the tape. Chen-ji walked to the woman's side. Her gaze was dull and lifeless, like her soul had been sucked out of her body. Chen-ji had no clue what the tape ghost had done to the woman, and he did not care. This was between the tape ghost and the woman. Placing the woman on the sofa, Chen-ji turned off the recorder. As he pressed on the power button, the black phone vibrated. A new message had arrived. Congratulations for completing Su Yin's wish. His impression of you has improved greatly. Would you like to employ the tape ghost as a member of the haunted house? The affection mission is completed just like that. The tape ghost was more powerful than the pen spirit, so in comparison, the tape ghost's affection mission was more dangerous than the pen spirit. Would you like to employ the tape ghost as a member of the haunted house? No answer within 24 hours means that you have forfeited the choice. Yes, Chen-ji clicked on the screen. Normal person would not even imagine how excited he was. Congratulations, Spectre's favored, you have hired a special type baleful spectre, Su Yin. Su Yin, baleful spectre. He has a very unique voice, can temporarily control lingering spirits and disturb other baleful specters. Unless on a red spectre, usable once per week. Note, Su Yin feeds on the visitor's frightful screams. The visitor's fear will improve Su Yin's power, but if you keep Su Yin isolated and depressed, he might decide to leave you. Reading the information, Chen-ji was satisfied with Su Yin. This was a special type baleful spectre similar to the pen spirit. They each had their own special power. Not bad for future trial missions. I have another trump card. Removing the tape from the recorder, Chen-ji placed it next to the ballpoint pen. The only downside is the tape ghost will only appear when the tape is played. Looks like I need to go to the flea market to find myself a portable recorder. After doing everything, Chen-ji realized that there was another victim lying inside the bathroom. He ran into the bathroom and realized that Gu Feiyu had completely fainted. I bet this will scar the young man for life. Chen-ji dragged Gu Feiyu out of the bathtub and used the uniform to cover his body. He hid his cleaver at the bottom of his backpack and sat in the living room, waiting for Inspector Lee to arrive. 20 minutes later, Inspector Lee came with the landowner. To contain the chaos, they did not make too much noise. Chen-ji, as he stepped into the room, Inspector Lee saw Chen-ji, who sat in the middle of the room. Are you injured? Where's the suspect? Already tied up. The victim is the security guard. He's still unconscious. Inspector Lee entered the room to inspect the crime scene. He frowned and asked Chenji, "The female one is the culprit and the male is the victim." "Yes." "Why are you here? What is your role?" Chenji blurted out, "Actually, it's quite a coincidence. There's a girl on the 14th floor who suffers from depression, and I was here to help her. I came tonight to check up on her condition. If you don't believe me, you can go up and ask her mother." "Meaning you ran into this murder case completely on accident?" "I suppose so." After he said that, Chenji realized the eyes of the few policemen who looked at him changed. "I'm not joking, it's all a coincidence." "You don't need to explain, I believe you," Inspector Lee reassured. "Yang, call the ambulance. We need to get the victim to the hospital for treatment and examination. The rest of you, deal with the crime scene and collect the fingerprints, but don't touch the drinks on the table. Females are naturally physically weaker than males, so they normally depend on poison, so we have to carefully preserve the crime scene." Inspector Lee was very experienced. With just a glance, he managed to predict part of the case. Chenji stood to the side quietly and did not say a word, holding the half-torn flyer in his hand. Chapter 210, Rest Stop. About half an hour later, Captain Yan's people also arrived at the scene. They were the ones who were tasked to follow up on the third sick hall's case. "You're Chenji?" The one leading was a large young man. Yes, Chenji had not seen this man before, so he likely was not a normal police officer at the station. "Come with us. Before the victim is conscious, we'll be responsible for your safety." The content was polite, but the tone was not. Chenji saw the surreptitious signal that Inspector Lee gave him, and he relaxed enough to follow this group of people to the hospital. At 11:30 p.m., Gu Feiyu awoke and told the police everything that happened. When Chenji tackled the mad woman, he still had half a wisp of consciousness left to remember seeing Chenji. He had thought that he was going to die. This experience was something Gu Feiyu would never forget for life. Under his fervent demand, the police found Chenji and arranged for the two to meet. Meeting Chenji again, Gu Feiyu's expression and tone were completely different from the first time they met. The young man was a man of simple beliefs. Holding Chenji's hand, he thanked Chenji sincerely. Seeing this, the police's suspicion toward Chenji slowly dissipated. The leading young officer even praised him so much that Chenji felt rather embarrassed. At around midnight, Chenji exited the hospital. Standing at the empty junction, he looked at the city that was shrouded in darkness. "I should tell them." Holding the half-torn flyer, Chenji called Captain Yan. "Zio Chen." "Captain Yan, I have something to tell you." "Is it about patient number 2? Don't worry, I got the report already. You've saved a human life, well done." But Captain Yan's tone turned serious. "But I still don't agree with your ways of private investigation. You're toying with your life." "Don't worry, the discovery of patient number 2 today was pure coincidence. It won't happen again." Chenji's voice sounded raw. "I'm calling for another purpose. When I was eavesdropping on patient number 2, I overheard her mention a special organization. It's called the Ghost Story Society." "Ghost Story Society?" "Yes, listening to the name, it sounds like a gathering for horror story aficionados. But instead of making up stories, they only tell actual stories." "When you overheard this, who was patient number 2 talking to? Will we be able to find the record on her phone?" Captain Yan was suspicious. "She wasn't talking on the phone. There was a big sister persona hiding inside this woman, so you can understand why she was talking to herself." Chenji kept the half-torn flyer. "I suspect that this society is formed by the mental patients who escaped from the third sick hall, and the woman is probably one of the members." "A ghost story society founded by a bunch of mental patients." Captain Yan thought about it and told Chenji seriously, "I will have my people follow up on this. If you have any more information, please remember to call me." "Of course." After hanging up, Chenji pulled up his collar. They have to share a real story every week, but what if there's no story to share? Create one themselves. Chenji returned to New Century Park. When he entered the haunted house, the white cat jumped down from the tree and followed behind him gracefully. "Next time, I'll tie you up and bring you with me." After feeding the cat, Chenji took out the black phone to look over his refreshed daily missions. Chenji had seen 2 of them before. They were to deal with hidden security threats and to hire a new employee. The third daily mission Chenji saw for the first time. It asked Chenji to build a rest stop outside of the haunted house. The time limit was 1 day, and the difficulty was normal. The missions given by the black phone are the things that I need to do at my current status. Indeed, as the number of visitors increases, asking them to stand in line for a long time isn't a good idea. Chenji clicked on the screen to accept this mission. Then he used a pen and paper to design a simple rest stop. There's not enough budget. If there was enough money, I could set up a multi-purpose building next to the haunted house to sell drinks and food for the visitors to recover and rest, as well as a place to sell haunted house merchandise. Inspiration flooded into Chen Ji. I can learn from Tian Teng Medical School and get a large screen to introduce the background to each scenario. Then I can pick selected videos of certain visitors to broadcast on screen, and that should be able to incite curiosity and interest in other visitors. Chen Ji drew on the paper. With the delineation in difficulty level, he had even prepared a ranking board depending on the difficulty and clear time. That would definitely motivate the thrill seekers and achievement hoarders. When he was done, the paper design was several pages thick. Chen Ji arranged them and prepared to take them to meet Director Luo tomorrow morning. Hopefully, he would be able to convince the man. He glanced at the time. It was already 2 a.m. Chen Ji stretched lazily. The only hidden security risk inside the haunted house now is that door, but the door only appears at midnight, so it won't affect the visitors. The constant hints on the black phone should be a reminder that I should do something about that door. The recruitment mission is even easier. I can just hire some from Tian Teng Medical School. Alas, now is not the time to make the move yet. Chen Ji tapped his pen on the table as he compared the strengths and weaknesses between the two haunted houses. He was not one who was blinded by pride, and he knew which areas of his haunted house were weaker compared to Tian Teng Medical School. Tian Teng Medical School is small, but their scenes are seamlessly linked. In comparison, even though my haunted house is bigger, there is also a lot more empty space. This was not Chen Ji's fault. He had gained the black phone about a week ago, and he had been busy completing the missions to expand the haunted house, so there had to be some flaws. I should add more scares in my haunted house. Looks like I need to go make a new batch of props and mannequins tomorrow. After several trial missions, Chen Ji had mastered more ways to scare people. His mind was filled with ideas, and he could not help but smile, imagining the screams from his visitors. I can't wait. I wonder who will be so lucky to be the first visitor to visit the third sick hall. Cat fur flashed before Chen Ji's eyes. The white cat seemed to think Chen Ji was being very noisy. It jumped on the table, then jumped onto the bed and snuggled into the mattress. Chen Ji also realized it was quite late. He set the alarm for 7 a.m. and lay down beside the cat to sleep. The sun rose, and Chen Ji cleaned the haunted house. Then he left the place with the ideas he had jotted down the previous night. Chapter 211, Scary Mannequins. Along the way, Chen Ji called the workshop boss. The boss thought that Chen Ji had changed her mind and was willing to help the poor souls in the world. Without waiting for Chen Ji to explain, he left his home in a hurry. Chen Ji waited at the front door of the workshop while having his breakfast. In just 20 minutes, the boss arrived. Boss Kyan, I need to borrow your workshop again. Money is not an issue. Chen Ji was not exactly lying. He might not have money now, but he would have it soon. Why are we talking money at the first meeting? We're old pals already. Talk of money hurts the relationship. The slightly overweight boss sat next to Chen Ji. Just leave me one of your mannequins and it'll be fine. Are you sure? My mannequins are not for human use. Chen Ji did not want to lie to the boss since he had treated him with nothing but kindness. I will design a few new mannequins today. You can decide after I'm done. The boss opened the glass door, but before entering he bowed 3 times. What are you doing? Are you that afraid? Chen Ji remembered that the boss did not have this habit when they first met. I also don't know why. Ever since you created your first batch of mannequins, I've had a feeling something is watching me from inside the door. Boss Kyan scratched his head. In any case, it's no loss on my part to be careful. If there's really something this way, perhaps it might leave me alone. You're not wrong. Chen Ji shook his head as he entered the workshop. Now he appeared to be more familiar with the layout than Boss Kyan. He picked up the tools that he needed and walked into the storage room. Some of your materials are going to expire if you don't use them soon. Speaking of which, the place looks the same as when I left the last time. Have you had no business during this whole period? It's okay. Boss Kyan walked into the storage room to help and used this opportunity to say, I've just came back from the adult doll market research. The market is booming and we can go the custom-made route. We can talk about that later. Chen Ji brushed him off. With all the materials ready, Chen Ji tried to remember the woman's face that had gone under the knife many times. In a few minutes, he had completed a broad draft. Running a haunted house is a real waste of your talent, Boss Kyan sighed. Chen Ji ignored him and focused on the clay. Very soon, he completed the woman's face. The woman might have been insane, but it had to be said that she was incredibly beautiful. But something is missing. Chenji held the model for inspection before ruining it. "Don't," Boss Kyan cried out. "At least give it to me to show the customer." "The face is not what I want," Chenji mumbled and soon came up with another face. Compared to before, this face was filled with sickness and madness. Still wrong, the woman's madness is laced with pain. Chenji started over again. Then Chenji felt the face was missing a brilliance. This was repeated several times until Boss Kyan had gotten used to it. He looked at Chenji with sadness in his eyes, and he was humming a sad ballad. "Where is the problem?" Chenji thought back to the introduction of his dollmaker's talent, and a brave idea appeared in his mind. The woman's lingering spirit was trapped by Su Yin inside the tape. I can use Su Yin's power to release the lingering spirit to control the mannequin. The madwoman is still alive, and in the phone, Living Doll has this introduction, using a live person as basis. If I follow the black phone's introduction and instill the madwoman's lingering spirit into the mannequin, what will happen? Looking at the clay body in his hands, Chenji could only envision this. The woman had been involved in multiple murders. Even if she played the mad card, it was impossible for her to see the light of day again. Looks like I still need to depend on myself. To reconstruct the woman's face, Chenji continued to work. She has been through many plastic surgeries. Her face is indeed gorgeous if you look at the facial feature individually, but once combined together, there's this uncanny feeling. Chenji tore the woman's apart and focused on making individual features before joining them together. When Chenji patched the last piece of the face together, a miracle appeared. The woman's face was replicated perfectly, even the expression was hauntingly similar. Looking at this face, Chenji was finally satisfied. The features are made individually and joined together using steel wires. This way, the face won't be broken so easily. However, that did not mean that the face would not break open. If a visitor got too close, the woman's face could still crack. Chenji chuckled, imagining the scare that would have on people. Before 9 a.m., Chenji completed 5 mannequins based on the madwoman, Su Tong, Chengqing, the single-armed patient, and the resilient nurse. If possible, Chenji wanted to copy the entire third sick hall, including all the patients and doctors. Now that I have the characters, with the corresponding props, each mannequin will be their own scary tale. It needed time for the filler to freeze, so Chenji left after bidding Boss Kyan farewell. Chenji reached the haunted house at 9 a.m. He opened the gate to welcome a new day of work. New Century Park opened at 9 a.m. Many visitors stepped into the park and made a beeline for Chenji's haunted house. The number was not small either. Uncle Su did not miss this. From certain angle, Chenji's haunted house had become the park's main attraction. "Uncle Su, you're here. This is perfect. I was just looking for you." "Want me to help you sell tickets? Sure, I'm free anyway." Uncle Su naturally moved to the door of the haunted house. Looking at the long line of visitors, a rare smile appeared on his face. Chenji waved. "I want to build a rest stop next to the haunted house. It's horrible that we ask the visitors to stand in line all day." "No problem. Director Luo has specifically ordered us to aid you in the next 2 months." "I still feel like it's better if I go talk to Director Luo in person." Chenji was preparing for the future. He had more things in mind than a mere rest stop. "Director Luo will be in his office around noon, so you can go see him then." Uncle Su gave the other workers their assignments through his walkie-talkie. Soon, the park's van arrived, and several workers helped move the benches and shed covers out from the vehicle. They were going to build a simple shed beside the haunted house. These were from when the park still had activities. We'll use them for now. As for the actual rest stop, the size and everything, you will need to discuss it with Director Luo first. Understood. Uncle Su and the park workers helped maintain the line. Most of them were lining up obediently, but a large young man cut through the line, rushing toward Chenji. "Wang Heilong, why is he here?" Chenji walked forward, assuming some accident had happened to Wang Xinglong. Did the child finally lose his patience and speak? Chapter 212, As Kind as the Sun. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. Stopping the worker, Chenji went forward. "Are you looking for me?" Wang Xinglong was covered with sweat, and he gasped for breath as he pushed through the crowd. "My little brother spoke last night. He's just outside the park. He says that he has something important to tell you." "Bring me to him." Things were as Chenji expected. He looked at the long lines and gave Uncle Su some simple commands. He opened the Minghun scenario to the visitors before leaving with Wang Heilong. "I'm sorry to disturb your business." Wang Heilong swiped the sweat from his forehead. "Life has been really difficult for Xinglong, and I couldn't say no to him." "I understand." The two of them reached the entrance of the park. There was a van parked across the street, and the outside of the van was painted with a logo that read Long Hu Fang. In here, Wang Heilong led Chen Ji toward the van. You've seen how my brother looks. He's afraid of scaring others, so he didn't want to show himself in public. Tussling with the thin monster meant that Wang Xinglong's mental age had not grown. He was no different from a child, but his body was seriously twisted. He stayed inside his room for most of the time, and he was so fat that he could not get on a bed, so he had to lie on the floor with a thin layer of mattress. Chen Ji was reminded of the famous Disney movie, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. When Chen Ji first met Wang Xinglong at Hai Ming Apartments, he had drawn a picture. Inside the picture, the monster had been standing on the boy's shoulders, its eyes targeting the people around him like he was ready to jump on other people's shoulders at any moment. Wang Xinglong used that picture to tell Chen Ji of his difficulty. If he did not follow the monster's instructions, it would jump to his other family members, harming them. Thus, he had taken on the suffering all by himself, playing this unfair game. He had not said a word for the past 5 or 6 years. Wang Heilong opened the back of the van to reveal a mountain-like shadow at the deepest recesses of the van. Xinglong, I've invited Boss Chen. If you have something to say, please tell him now. Hearing that, the shadow moved forward slightly, causing the whole wand to shake. Don't move, I'll come in. Chen Ji and Wang Heilong jumped into the van and closed the door. This was the second time he had been in such close contact with Wang Xinglong. It was impossible to tell Wang Xinglong's age from his looks. His face was covered by folds of fat, and his body was impossibly wide. The years of non-speech, meant that Wang Xinglong had forgotten how to speak. He could only formulate the start of the word, but not the complete term. Don't worry, you can write the things that you want to tell me down. Chen Ji had initially maintained a distance from Wang Xinglong. He had stood near the door, and if there had been something amiss, he would have jumped out immediately. However, after some observation, Chen Ji realized that Wang Xinglong was indeed different from before. The most obvious difference being that the stench around him had already disappeared. He grabbed the notebook from the seat next to him. Wang Xinglong held the pen and wrote down 2 words on the paper. I want. It was 2 simple words, but it took Wang Xinglong 5 to 6 years to complete them. It was because of these 2 words that his life had been ruined. The pen almost scratched through the paper. It was obvious how excited Wang Xinglong was feeling. Boss Chen, do you still remember the story I told you? Afraid that Chen Ji did not get the reference, Wang Heilong leaned toward him. My little brother got into this game with a monster when he was young called Who Speaks First. This game lasted for almost 6 years, but from the looks of things, my little brother has won. Then Wang Heilong added in a whisper, Boss Chen, my little brother just recovered, so please go along with everything that he says. Chen Ji turned to glance at Wang Heilong. This large man was gentler than Chen Ji had expected. Your little brother is indeed impressive. I've met many who played this game, and your little brother is the only one who has won it. Chen Ji held Wang Xinglong's large hand. You're amazing. The pen moved, and Wang Xinglong added on the notebook. It had only left temporarily. It said that it would return to find me. It will return. Looking at the words, a question surfaced in Chen Ji's mind. The monster has wasted almost 6 years on you. Why did he suddenly leave? It felt so threatened that it woke up from its slumber. It tried to forcibly take over my body, but it failed. Then it left. Threatened, is it because the appearance of Dr. Gao and myself? Chen Ji pressed. When did the monster awaken? At 3 a.m. 2 days ago, Wang Xinglong answered on the notebook honestly. Looking at the date on the paper, Chen Ji was shocked. 2 nights ago, he had been live-streaming inside 3rd Sick Hall. After I entered the world behind the door and awakened Men Nan's main persona, it also woke up the slumbering monster. Chen Ji thought about it. He was almost certain that the 2 were linked, but that should not be the main reason. That night when the monster left, did you see or hear anything out of place? There was the sound of people walking backwards in the corridor. Walking backwards? Wang Xinglong wrote a lot of stuff on the paper, but Chen Ji still failed to understand him. This caused Wang Xinglong to start sweating profusely. It's all right, that's already a good enough clue. Chen Ji did not understand the difference between people walking forward and walking backwards. Before the Wang brothers, Chen Ji called Captain Yan. Captain Yan, I just received new information about the 3rd Sick Hall. The escaped patient might have appeared at Hai Ming Apartments recently. The monster on Wang Xinglong had come out the door in the 3rd Sick Hall. Instead of sticking around the other monsters, it had left the place's control. To be able to scare the monster, it was probably the appearance of the other monsters from the 3rd Sick Hall. The monsters had to possess living humans if they want to stay outside for a prolonged period of time. Therefore, the backwards footsteps that Wang Xinglong heard that night were probably the result of one of the patients from Third Sick Hall. Watching the conversation between Chen Ji and Wang Xinglong, Wang Heilong thought Chen Ji was just humoring his little brother, but he panicked when Chen Ji called the police. "What's happening? Why did you call the police?" He suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, and he realized that Chen Ji was not kidding. "Boss Chen, what have you been talking about? The police are coming to Hai Ming Apartments." Wang Heilong's face was filled with worry. "Your brother's story is related to another case. That's all I can tell you." Chen Ji chatted some more with Wang Xinglong before leaving the van. Wang Heilong chased after him because he was worried. "Boss Chen, my brother has spent his whole life inside the house. He hasn't done anything illegal." "That I know. To be precise, the case is related to the monster inside your brother's story." "The monster?" Wang Heilong's face shifted. After a long time, he asked, "Will my brother be affected? He has suffered too much, and it took him so much time to be ready to speak." "Don't worry, it won't affect your brother." Chen Ji looked inside the van. Wang Xinglong, who was like a small mountain, sat in the corner. He hid in the shadows where the sun would not hit. He gripped the pen in his hands, and it looked like he was drawing. Chapter 213, Boss Chen. "Boss Chen, tell me the truth. What is going on with my brother? Will he relapse?" The vaguer Chen Ji was, the more unsettled Wang Heilong felt. "I don't think it will repeat because it wasn't a sickness." Chen Ji tried to make Wang Heilong calm down. "Don't think too much of it. The most important thing you need to do now is assimilate Xinglong into a normal life." Wang Heilong still wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Chen Ji. "Your little brother has been cut off from the outside world for a long time. He seems to have gotten used to closing himself up. This is not helpful if he wants to return to a normal life. If possible, you should bring him out some more." Chen Ji pitied Wang Xinglong's condition. He was an innocent boy but ended up like this. Afraid of scaring others with his looks, he felt he had to hide in the corner of the van. "I've discussed that with our father, but how can we bring Xinglong out in his condition? If people start pointing at him, won't that just make things worse?" Wang Heilong also worried about this. Even though the thin monster had left, the trauma it left on the boy would take a long time to undo. "Didn't I introduce you to a psychologist last time? He might be able to help with these problems." Looking at the silent Wang Xinglong hiding in the corner, Chen Ji did not feel that well either. There needs to be a process for him to get reconnected with the world. If you need my help, don't be afraid to ask. He turned to leave. With regards to how to help Wang Xinglong return to a normal life, Chen Ji had an immature idea in his mind. The child looks scary on the surface, but has a gentle heart. If there is nowhere else for him to go, perhaps he can come help me at the haunted house. Suwan is too small to make people think she's a murderer. Wang Xinglong's size is more in line with what the visitors think a murderer look like. When he returned to the haunted house, the shed was a third ready. All the benches had been arranged. To experience the haunted house, many visitors chose to sit on the benches rather than visit other attractions. "Zio Chen, your haunted house is truly popular." Uncle Su was impressed. "I heard a few foreigners talking among themselves about how they rode on a train for several hours just to come visit your haunted house. Now that you have the fame, it's time to focus on the management to bring visitors the best terror experience. If they're impressed, every single one of them will become free promotion for the haunted house." Chen Ji had a plan of his own. Terror was the most intense of all human emotions. After one experienced something scary, 90% of them would share it with someone else, and this would indirectly help promote his haunted house. Sometimes they might conclude their whole experience with one, "It's scary," but that was possibly the highest praise for a haunted house. Chen Ji entered the murder by midnight scenario to act as the murderer, while Suwan stayed in the Minghun scenario to play the bride. About 3 hours later, many visitors survived these two scenarios. Some already got their fill, while others wanted to challenge Mu Yang High School after resting. Afraid that an accident might happen inside Mu Yang High School, he would trail after them from a distance wearing Dr. Skullcracker's outfit. The whole morning passed, and the highest record was a group of 6 locating 14 name tags in 25 minutes. After entering Mu Yang High School, many visitors realized how different this scenario was from the others, and they escaped for their lives. The underground was not locked with a steel door, so they could exit any time they wanted. However, if they regretted that decision and wanted to try again, they would have to line up once more. Is the goal of 20 name tags too difficult? Chen Ji thought about it. Everything he did to bring the visitors a better service. The mannequins consumed the visitors' fear and screams, so they appear to be more alive. With how things are going, I doubt anyone will enter the third sick hall this week. After giving it some consideration, Chenji reduced the clear requirement to 16 name tags, but even so, there were no successes. These visitors are too cowardly. Now I kinda miss those medical students. Chenji pulled the gates shut and helped Su-Wan remove her makeup. You miss them, but they might not miss you. Uncle Su stood outside the door, counting the tickets. Things had been going well these past few days. Keep it up. Don't make the visitors faint or vomit again. You'll just give me more scares by doing that. Don't worry, I'll try to keep that under control. Chenji just said that when his phone rang. He lowered his head and saw that the caller was Isan. The boy is calling at a time like this. Is this a sign from above? Sitting on the steps, Chenji answered it. Boss, the proprietor from Tian Teng Medical Schools wants your phone number. Can I give it to him? Wants my number? Yes, after you left that day, it was chaos outside the Tian Teng Medical School. The visitors were split into two camps. One said that Tian Teng Medical School's name was unfound and demanded a refund because they wanted to go to your haunted house. The other half were Tian Teng Haunted House's loyal fans. They said that it was normal for you not to be afraid because you own a haunted house yourself. Wait, what does all that got to do with the proprietor wanting my phone number? Of course, it has everything to do with it. To not disappoint his own fans, the proprietor was forced to promise that he would come to visit your haunted house to prove that owners of haunted houses would not be scared in other people's haunted houses, Isan said on the phone. Chenji had a feeling that his wicked streak had rubbed off on the young man because he sounded really excited on the phone. They're ready to visit your haunted house tomorrow morning, and they'll be bringing their own fans with them. Apparently, they want to record the whole process to face-slap those visitors who demanded a refund. Chenji was rather speechless. Are these mindless fans? No idea, I'm just calling to warn you. Sure, give him my number. We're both in the same business. More communication is beneficial for both parties. Not long after Isan hung up, Chenji's phone rang again. This time it was an unknown number. Hello? Boss Chen, I'm the proprietor for Tian Teng Medical School. We met some time ago. Yes, how can I help you? We're planning to visit your haunted house tomorrow, and some of our fans will tag along. Hopefully, Boss Chen will be kind to us. Of course, you know I'm not the kind to hold grudges. My haunted house is all for your visitation. Boss Chen sure is nice. Tian Teng Medical School's proprietor added in a hurry. Then we'll pick one that has intermediate difficulty, not too scary but also not too simple. Chapter 214, A 7-Week Miracle. Intermediate difficulty? No problem, Chenji promised readily. He was going to invite them to try out Mu Yang High School. If they survived that, then Chenji would invite them to try the third sick hall. Then I shall thank you in advance. After hanging up, the proprietor was impressed by Chenji's kindness. He thought the man was quite friendly and nice. Chenji was rather happy that the people from Tian Teng Medical School were coming to visit. Ever since the introduction of the third sick hall, no visitors had managed to challenge it, and it pained Chenji that he did not get to share the treasure with others. Since the workers from Tian Teng Medical School were coming, they might be able to challenge the third sick hall because they were people who spent most of their time inside a haunted house, and that meant they should be more courageous than normal visitors. The filler for the mannequins should be dry by now. I'll go get them to decorate the third sick hall tonight. Chenji planned to employ what he had learned from Tian Teng Medical School inside his own haunted house, and then use the workers from Tian Teng Medical School to try it out. During lunch, Chenji took his own design proposal to the office building. Director Luo, I have a proposal that I want you to see. Director Luo was facing the laptop in his room, and his brows were creased deeply. When he saw Chenji, the expression on his face lightened slightly. If you need anything, ask All Su. I've already told him to cooperate with you fully. He can't make the call on this. Chenji placed the document that he had spent the whole night writing on the desk. I wish to build a multi-purpose hall next to the haunted house. I have great plans for the future, so the building will be quite big. Director Luo looked at Chenji's proposal twice before putting it down. The park now is facing financial issues. It's already difficult keeping the place running normally. We do not have the budget to invest in more attractions. Director Luo, this multi-purpose building will serve us well. I have full faith in that. An eatery will be able to provide the visitors a better environment to recover. Limited mementos to commemorate the different scenarios they have cleared will entice visitors to go try out new scenarios. I know you have confidence and I believe in your ability, but certain things need to be inspected from the bigger picture. Director Luo turned the laptop to face Chenji. This is a promo video for the futuristic theme park at Eastern Jiujiang. Take a look at this first before you comment. Director Luo clicked on the button, and a large whale jumped out from the surface of the sea, splashing water everywhere. As the whale submerged back underwater, the video took the viewers to an underwater world following the whale. Many fish and water creatures filled up the screen. There was even a ghost ship traveling underwater. The angle changed, and it felt like the video was taken on the deck of the ghost ship. Under the deep sea, the ship neared an underwater trench, and the ship narrowly escaped the explosion of an underwater volcano. This is one of the attractions provided by the park. It's called 20,000 Miles Underwater. Director Luo probably had his own channel to acquire this video. Tell me, what do you think? Chenji understood why Director Luo was looking so glum earlier. The video had given him plenty of awe and shock, so he could only imagine how exciting it would be if he was on the cruise himself. The competition is strong, but that doesn't mean we have no chance. Chenji sat down on the sofa. He would not give up, not until the last minute. Keep on watching. Hearing his answer, Director Luo did not get mad. In fact, his expression softened even more. The remaining part of the video featured a futuristic city with skyscrapers, flying cars, and various robots keeping the whole city running. Visitors could be seen sitting inside a capsule-like vehicle as they explored the city. This is the other main feature of the park, Virtual City. The visitors will be given 3D glasses to experience life in the future inside this virtual city. Director Luo closed the video and looked at Chenji. Are you amazed? Actually, several years ago, I anticipated this day. A third-generation theme park that depends on actual rides will eventually be replaced by a larger fourth-generation theme park with a futuristic theme. Director Luo, what we saw were promo videos. Current technology is not advanced enough to create the scenes we saw in the video, Chenji countered. Most video games show incredible effects in their promotional videos, but the finished product is often different from advertised. They don't need to replicate it 100%. Even if the actual park is 30% as shown in the video, it will get enough visitors interested to visit it. Director Luo walked to stand before the window. New Century Park was built at the beginning of this century. Over 10 years have passed since then. It has enjoyed its prime, but now it is reaching its end. Probably starting from next week, the whole of Jiujiang, perhaps even our own district, will be filled with advertisements for the futuristic park, and it'll only get more difficult for us. Director Luo, how long do we have until the park's official opening? Less than 2 months, to be precise only 7 weeks. It's a bit rushed, but we still have a fighting chance. Perhaps there might be a miracle at the end. Chenji stood up to leave. The promotional period for the futuristic park had given him plenty of pressure. Don't hurry to leave. I have something to tell you, and I hope you're ready. Director Luo returned to the table and clicked open a report on the laptop. Chenji stopped. What is it? I had also came up with a report about the visitors who came to the park for the recent week. 35% were coming just for your haunted house, and the number is still growing. Director Luo did not hide anything from Chenji. Now, your haunted house is the feature of this park. This kinda reminds me of how it was when your parents first came to New Century Park. It's mainly because everyone is being too kind to me. Don't be too humble. This is the result of your hard work. Director Luo looked at the data and analyzed. Your haunted house is the main reason the park even has visitors. Many people come to the park solely for your haunted house, and I believe the number might be larger if not for the high admission price to come into the park. After all, they're only here for the haunted house and have no interest in the other attractions. Chenji listened quietly. He realized that Director Luo might want to tell him something very important. Compared to the futuristic park, we have zero competition power, so the only thing we can do is lower the admission price to attract more visitors. Initially, we planned to do this in 2 months' time, but considering the rising popularity of your haunted house, we decided to move it forward, Director Luo announced. The admission price to the park will be decreased, but the ticket price to your haunted house has to be raised. How much the number will be moved, we're discussing, and I'm just preparing you for this by telling you now. Chapter 215, The Second Apparel. After exiting Director Luo's office, Chenji had a quick lunch before throwing himself back into work. He worked until 6:30 p.m., and while most of the attractions at the park had already stopped working, the crowd outside of the haunted house was still quite large. Many visitors sat at the tent to communicate with each other. The few who survived Mu Yang High School became celebrities of sorts. The other visitors wanted to know what a 2-star scenario was like, but they did not dare challenge it themselves. Those who survived Muyang High School had pale faces dripping with cold sweat. However, they refused to admit that they were scared, so they exaggerated the fear factor of Muyang High School, making those who had not challenged it even more curious. After a long discussion, the group of visitors joined together to form a massive team, specifically to challenge the haunted house. They jotted down the detailed location of each discovered name tag, and it had a professional flair to it. After closing for the day, Chenji went out and discovered what the visitors were doing. Looking at how excited they were, Chenji was glad. Hopefully they can find all 16 name tags soon. The third sick hall has been vacant for too long. After cleaning the haunted house, Chenji rushed to Boss Kyan's workshop. Inside the underground workshop, Boss Kyan had moved a chair to sit next to the front door. When Chenji arrived, he saw the man looking at the mannequins. "Boss Kyan, I'm here for the mannequins." Chenji patted Boss Kyan on his shoulder, and the latter jumped from shock. "When did you arrive?" "Just now. What's wrong with you? You're so distracted." Chenji walked into the workshop to add the finishing touches to the mannequins. Boss Kyan stood beside him, staring at the mannequins wordlessly. Sensing Boss Kyan's strange behavior, Chenji asked probingly, "Is it because you ran into something strange today?" Boss Kyan's brow raised like someone had exposed the deepest secret inside his heart. "How did you know?" "You were quite obvious about it." "Since you found out, then I have no reason to hide from you anymore." Boss Kyan sidled to Chenji and said mysteriously, "Actually, I have yin-yang vision, and I can see things that others can't." "Yin-yang vision?" Chenji turned to give Boss Kyan a once-over. "Have you been watching too many scary movies?" "It's real. When I was young, a monk once told me that I came from a line of royalty, and I was even named Kyan Gaijin because my father believed the monk," Boss Kyan explained. "If you came from royalty, why are you in such a state?" "Perhaps my opportunity hasn't arrived yet." Boss Kyan shook his head. "Anyway, that's not important. The important thing is that I saw something unbelievable today." "Well, what is it?" Boss Kyan got close to Chenji and said in a whispered tone, "About 4 hours ago, this female mannequin winked at me." He even used his hand to cover half of his lips, like he was afraid the mannequin might overhear him. "That's all, but why is it the female mannequin and not the male one?" "Boss, the mannequin blinked. Can you focus on the main point of the problem?" Boss Kyan gripped Chenji's arm. "I'm not lying to you." "I didn't say you were, did I?" "But you didn't react when I told you I have yin-yang vision and saw the mannequin blink." "I hear yin-yang vision is quite amazing. Does this mean you don't need to wear 3D glasses when you got to watch 3D movies?" Boss Kyan's mouth fell open. He thought long and hard about it before finally squeezing out, "No." "From how I see it, you're probably too tired. Go back home and get a good rest. We still have plenty of chance to work together in the future." Chenji used a white cloth to cover up the few mannequins and moved them out of the underground workshop. Was I really imagining things? Boss Kyan started to doubt himself. "Don't worry, call me if anything happens." Chenji patted his chest to reassure Boss Kyan. Then he called a taxi and prepared to leave. The more Boss Kyan thought about what Chenji had said, the more unsettled he felt. Normally, when one tries to console others, they would say, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." So why did Boss Chen tell me to call him if something happens? After Chenji hauled the mannequins back into the staff break room, his expression turned serious. He placed the white cat around the mannequins. After several seconds, the white cat jumped onto the female mannequin's body. Using its claws, it toyed with the mannequin's hair like it was toying with a mouse. So there is really something. Chenji had not expected this. The mannequin that was created using the madwoman as a basis turned out to be different than others. Chenji placed the cleaver on the female mannequin's neck. "I'm your creator, so you're my responsibility. Hopefully you'll listen to my orders and quietly move into your new home." Chenji's pupils narrowed, and he could sense emotions like fear and anxiety from the mannequin. He thought about it before retracting the cleaver. "I'm just trying to scare you. In reality, I'm a real softie. I'll never harm any of you on purpose." Chenji opened the door to the underground parking lot and deposited the mannequins inside the third sick hall. "Welcome. This will be your new home in the future." He placed the 4 mannequins in different areas, and using his own ideas, he came up with several mechanisms. He only finished working when the clock struck 12. Chenji returned to the staff break room. Lying in bed, fatigue washed over him. Chenji had not rested throughout the day. Chenji pulled out the black phone to glance at the daily missions. When the tent was constructed outside the haunted house, the message alert that he had finished the mission was received. Congratulations, Spectres favored, you have completed a normal mission. Terror requires a corresponding buffer period. Considerate service will leave a good impression on the visitors. You've earned the mission reward, the uniform of the faceless nurse. Uniform of the faceless nurse, prop apparel. Jenny is the wife of Dr. Skullcracker Clark. That night, she saw her husband entering the sick room with the iron mallet. She had no idea what her beloved husband was up to. It was not until the hammer came right at her face that she realized what was happening. A Skullcracker doctor and faceless nurse. This is quite a scary story. Chenji switched off the phone and turned to sleep. When he woke up early the next morning, he entered the dressing room, and inside the wooden box where he found Dr. Skullcracker's outfit last time, there was a blood-drenched nurse's outfit. This is too small for a male mannequin, but it should fit the female mannequin nicely. Chenji took a tour around the third sick hall. After he made sure that there were no hidden security threats, he opened the haunted house's gate to prepare for business. Chapter 216, I Have a Bad Feeling. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. Boss, you're looking swell this morning. When Su-Wan arrived, she saw Chenji arguing with a white cat which was perched at the top of the tree. Instead of being surprised, she found this to be quite normal. Zio-Wan, go and put on your makeup first. Today, the people from Tian Teng Medical School will be visiting us for a cross-study. You're my only presentable worker, so I'll be counting on you today. Okay, Su-Wan pointed at the white cat munching on Chenji's jacket. Do you need my help? It's all right, I can handle a mere cat. Long story short, when Chenji woke up that morning, he had realized that there was still time for laundry, so he had collected the dirty clothes that needed washing. While he was not paying attention, the white cat had dragged the jacket in which the kittens had once been wrapped up into the tree. I'm not going to wash that jacket. Please come down. New Century Park opened at 9 a.m., and it was quite obvious that almost half of them headed directly to the haunted house. Today's visitors are even more numerous than yesterday. Chenji's haunted house was by far the most popular attraction. Boss Chen, there was a small group of familiar faces at the front of the crowd. When Chenji saw them, his face lit up. Seeing Chenji's smile, the proprietor from Tian Teng Medical School shivered involuntarily. He lowered his head and coughed. We came with a few friends from within the circle, and everyone wishes to visit your haunted house. The proprietor winked at Chenji, and the inherent meaning was quite clear. They came with their fans and friends, so hopefully, Chenji could save them some face. Friends from within the circle. Chenji looked behind them and discovered the weird atmosphere. Other than the few actors from Tian Teng Medical School, the rest of them did not seem like they were there to play. Let me make some introductions. This is Han Kyuming, our district's best haunted house designer. He has worked with many international teams and is the brain behind Tian Teng Medical School. When you visited us, Mr. Han was overseas. The proprietor leaned sideways to show a tall, thin man with thick spectacles. The man's attitude was cold. The short-haired girl next to Mr. Han is Yi Zioxin. She's a famous online blogger with more than 600,000 followers. Her focus is reviewing haunted houses, and she has reviewed more than 50 haunted houses throughout the country. The proprietor's face froze. When she heard about you, she reached out to me because she was curious and stated her wish to come along. Nice to meet you. The girl looked like she was only slightly over 20 and had very fair skin. She was about 1.74 meters tall, and her long pair of legs grabbed everyone's attention. Her style was very unisexual. With cropped hair, she looked as handsome as a young man. This kind of girl going into a haunted house alone would be entertaining, so it was no wonder she had a huge following online. Boss Kyan, don't underestimate her. The proprietor seemed to have suffered at the hands of the young woman before. She has a high tolerance for fear. When she first entered Tian Teng Medical School, she played some nasty prank on our workers. Unfortunately, she was very bad with directions and requested us to lead her out after she wandered about the haunted house for a full 40 minutes. That's wonderful. I admire people with big hearts. Many female visitors said that they were not afraid before entering the haunted house, like the initial Gao Ruzu. Chenji smiled kindly on the surface, but internally he wondered if his haunted house had scared this type of female visitor before. Oh well, if you're fine with it, then all right. Tian Teng Medical School's proprietor saw how unfazed Chenji was, so he waved and said, Come over here, we should be preparing to enter the haunted house now. 3 more people departed from the crowd, 2 boys and 1 girl. The girl looked familiar to Chenji. He remembered seeing her in the line when he visited Tian Teng Medical School. She had a cute face, very girl next door. She walked forward to greet Chenji. "Do you still remember me? We met each other in the elevator at Tianteng Medical School. My name is Su Liuliu." Liuliu is a haunted house aficionado, and most of us know her. The main reason she's here is because of a lucky draw. She was chosen to experience your haunted house with us, the proprietor explained awkwardly. He could not bring himself to say the truth. His own workers had refused to come along, and since there were not enough people, he had to come up with this fan service, a lucky draw. "Is that so? Then she sure is lucky." The sun hit on Chenji's face, and his smile was like a spring breeze, calming and soothing. Su Liuliu looked at him before lowering her face embarrassedly. "You've met the other two. They're the workers from my haunted house." The proprietor pointed at the two men who stood at the back. "The large one is Songen, he was the security ghost. The smaller one is Dukeijin, he was the one hiding inside the steel box." And Songen was not attacked by Chenji. He came forth and greeted Chenji politely. However, Dukeijin reacted differently. He had been hiding inside the steel box to scare Chenji, but he had instead been shocked by the wedding dress tune that suddenly appeared behind him. To make matters worse, Boss Chen moved to block the front of the box, so he could not escape even if he wanted to. He had screamed and yelled before being allowed to crawl out of the steel box with half of his soul gone. Meeting his nemesis again, his face turned paler and paler. Chenji walked to Dukeijin and was surprised. The young man was at most 18, and he was incredibly thin and youthful. He was probably working at Tianteng Medical School part-time. "Without the makeup, I barely recognized you. Who would have thought you're the patient who was yelling so desperately to get out from the box?" Before Xiao Du exploded, the proprietor pulled Chenji aside swiftly. "Boss Chen, 6 of us are visiting at the same time, so will depend on your arrangement." The proprietor stood facing away from the other guests and kept winking at Chenji. Chenji understood what he was getting at. "Currently, my haunted house has 4 themed scenarios: Minghun, Murder by Midnight, Muyang High School, and the newly added Third Sick Hall. The difficulty for Minghun and Murder by Midnight is just normal, and Third Sick Hall is the most difficult, so I suggest you take the moderately difficult Muyang High School." "All right, we'll visit that one." The proprietor nodded, but the people behind him had things to say. "Boss Chen sure is being unkind." Han Qiyuming pushed on his thick glasses. "Before we arrived, we asked around, and people told us your haunted house's most difficult scenario. The one that no one has solved to this day is Muyang High School. This is already the most difficult challenge, and you are trying to pass it off as moderately difficult. Isn't that a bit too much?" "I'm being unkind." "Are you afraid that letting us clear the most difficult scenario will make you lose face? That's why you made up this scenario that is supposedly more difficult." Han Qiyuming smirked. "Designing a large themed scenario takes 2 to 3 months. Muyang High School has only been open for less than a week. Where did you find time to design a new set?" His thin lips continued to rise. "But no matter, the result will be the same. The reason we're here today is to clear all of your scenarios." "Qiyuming, don't be silly. Boss Chen is not that kind of person." The proprietor pulled on Han Qiyuming's arm. A bad feeling surfaced in his heart. Chenji listened to the man quietly and did not retort. Uncle Su had once said, as a theme park worker, he should try his best to satisfy the visitor's need. He thought about it, and the smile returned to his face. "In that case, how about we start with the Third Sick Hall? If you can still manage to walk after that, we'll go to Muyang High School." Chapter 217, Putting Visitors First. "Sure," Han Qiyuming patted the proprietor's hand, telling him not to worry. "Follow me." Chenji did not give them the chance to reject. The proprietor stood where he was. "Qiyuming, you've acted too rashly. We're all in the same business. You should be able to tell whether he was lying or not." Han Qiyuming shrugged. "If you are that afraid, I'll walk at the front." "You weren't there that day. You don't know about the situation." The proprietor felt a headache coming. This Boss Chen is not a normal individual. He entered the haunted house alone and managed to maintain his heart rate below 100. "That's not all," Songen added. "That day, Zhenjin's spirit seemed to appear again. All of us actors ran out of the haunted house for our lives, but he remained inside the haunted house alone." "What is so scary about that? You people are just too cowardly." Han Qiyuming pushed the glasses up his nose. "If it was me, I would have stayed inside the haunted house as well." "I'm not done." Songen shared a look with his boss. He continued when he got the latter's permission. "After Boss Chen left, we inspected the haunted house closely. Guess what we found?" "Stop talking in riddles." The female body that hung at the entrance was decimated. The head was rolled to the side, and its eyes looking in a fixed direction. Both of its legs were torn apart and were deposited far away from the body. Just retelling, it made Songen scared. Would a normal visitor do something this crazy? I almost called the police then. The proprietor also walked over. After Boss Chen, I've learned something. Sometimes people are scarier than ghosts. That's right, Song and nodded in agreement. We should leave as soon as possible when the visitation is over. Our 2 haunted houses should stay as apart as possible in the future. Is that necessary? You're all acting like such babies. We're already here and it's too late to be afraid now. Yi Zioxin swiped on her phone and turned back when she realized that the people from Tian Teng Medical School had not moved. You're both in the same business, so how come the difference is so big? The young woman was a straight shooter and she had a unique tone. It sounded quite raspy and sexy. She walked toward the haunted house and updated her status online. Trying out a new local haunted house today. See, we're looked down upon now. Han Qiyuming's gaze swept the pair of long legs and rushed after Yi Zioxin without looking back. He's acting too rashly, the proprietor was worried. Song and stick close to him when we're in there. Qiyuming is talented, but pride might be his biggest downfall. Okay, I'll try my best, Song sighed as they walked into the haunted house. The curtain was like a wall separating the 2 worlds. There was barely any light inside the haunted house, and it was much cooler inside. This place looks quite old, Song looked around. Who would have thought Jiujiang still had a localized haunted house of this scale? The haunted house was built by both my parents and the park 5 or 6 years ago. At the time, it was the park's main feature. Chenji pulled out the disclaimer notices to give his guests. Sign these first before we move forward. Are you serious? Han Qiyuming looked at the long list of claims on the form before tossing it back on the table. Save the paper. We're both operators of haunted houses. We know what you're getting into, so there's no need to make this so official. The rest of Tian Teng Medical School did not move. They thought this was a trick by Chen Ji. The form itself was not useful, so the main purpose was its psychological pressure. On the other hand, Yi Zioxin and Su Liuliu signed the papers readily. I think there might be some misunderstanding. My papers are authorized by the government. They're stamped and sealed. Chen Ji placed the disclaimers beside the group. There's no entry if you don't sign the form. That's the rule. Understood, understood. The proprietor signed his name, Gu Miao. The rest of them followed suit. Since everyone was doing it, Han Qiyuming had to follow, but that did not stop him from grumbling. Tisk, so much trouble to visit a haunted house. Fine, let me see whether it's worth it or not. Chenji ignored Han Qiyuming as he put their forms aside. The 3rd sick hall is a newly built scenario. So many places are not yet completed. If you come across things that you cannot handle, remember to find the security spots to call for help. Don't waste your breath. We're more familiar with the rules of a haunted house than you are. We've tried more than 20 ways of introducing changes to the game for the past few years, so if anything, we're more professional than you are. Han Qiyuming had never stopped harassing Chen Ji. In that case, I'll keep the explanation brief. Chen Ji did not get angry and maintained a good attitude. The scenario that you're visiting is called the 3rd sick hall. This is a story where the patients took up the role of the doctors and logic is twisted. The whole scenario is not entirely fake, and I have to warn you that some of the patients are still at large. Based on a real story, isn't that a direct copy of our idea? Han Qiyuming continued to lambaste Chen Ji as if he could not see the warning in the eyes of the proprietor. I've visited more than 100 haunted houses of various sizes both locally and overseas. There are haunted houses in Western countries that are built directly on top of abandoned prisons. Compared to those, yours is still too green. The proprietor finally rushed forward to say something. Boss Chen, Qiyuming is a bit direct with his words. He didn't mean anything by them. It's all right. In this business, I always put the customers first, and I will listen to all suggestions and ideas seriously. Yi Zioxin took out a notebook from her pocket and wrote, Great staff plus 5 points. You are, Chenji turned toward the young lady. I'm marking your haunted house. Full score is 100. If you score above 80, I'll help you promote it on my blog. Yi Zioxin pocketed her notebook. I know haunted houses don't allow phones, so I use this notebook to record everything I see. Very professional. Chenji swiped the sweat in his palm. The 3rd sick hall is an open scenario, so feel free to explore the place. As long as you can bring out the tape recorder that I took from your haunted house in 20 minutes, you will have cleared the scenario. With kindness and sincerity, Chenji repeated, Don't let your guard down. You have to retrieve the tape recorder from the 3rd sick hall in 20 minutes to win. Chapter 218, Different from What I Thought. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. So simple. Han Qiyuming and the few workers from Tian Teng Medical School were in disbelief. The tape recorder was quite huge, and it should not have been too hard to find. "Boss Chen, you're not kidding, right?" Yi Zioxin pulled out her notes. She had reviewed many haunted houses, and this was the first time she had come across such an interesting challenge. "The tape recorder is from Tian Teng Medical School anyway, so I shall make use of this chance to return it to you." Chen Ji locked the forms inside the cupboard. He had a feeling that he might need them soon. "You've given up so early." Han Qiyuming seemed to be rather disappointed. "This way, please." Chen Ji ignored him and led the group to the entrance of Night of the Living Dead. "These props are from the beginning of the century, and it looks like they haven't been maintained in the past month. The mannequins look like they were made by a child's hand, and the props are allowed to stack over themselves in a giant mess. There's no semblance of a plot. You want us to experience this kind of scenario? Are you trying to humiliate us?" Han Qiyuming said wickedly. But at least the man was talented. He managed to pinpoint the issue with Night of the Living Dead with one glance. Even Yi Zioxin and Su Liuliu felt the scenario was quite underwhelming. Listing the weaknesses of the scenario, Han Qiyuming made to enter the scenario, but he was stopped by the proprietor, Gu Miao. "All Gao, why are you stopping me?" The man shook his head. His heart was racing and he had a bad feeling. "The atmosphere inside this place is very weird." "What is so weird about it?" "I can't really tell, but it is different from a normal room." Gao Miao sucked in a cold breath. "When I went to inspect the hospital where Su Zhenjin had her incident, this was the feeling that I felt. My heart was all flustered even though it was broad daylight, and I ran out after a 5-minute tour." "Don't scare yourself for no reason." Han Qiyuming flung the man's arm away and walked into Night of the Living Dead. "I abandoned this scenario quite some time ago. Due to certain reasons, I had not had the time to remove it." Chen Ji looked at Han Qiyuming, and he was reminded of Fei Yuliang. He had a feeling that Fei Yuliang would not be so alone at the hospital after Mr. Han finished his tour. Pulling up the wooden board, a draft of cold air surged forward. Chen Ji's gaze scanned the group of visitors and pointed down the darkened stairs. "The third sick hall you're visiting is down there." "Underground." The group of visitors crowded around the entrance. Looking at the staircase that seemed to lead into endless darkness, a curious feeling formed in their hearts. Unfinished test papers settled on the charred steps, and a faded stench filled the air. It was not obvious, but it was enough to implant some horrible ideas in the visitors' minds. "The left side leads to Mu Yang High School, and the right side leads to Third Sick Hall. The two scenarios are connected, so make sure you go in the right direction." Chen Ji gave a few final warnings. "The two scenarios are incredibly big, so I advise you all stick together." After explaining everything, Chen Ji took out his phone. "Find the recorder in 20 minutes and bring it out. The game will be over." The group of visitors did not move. It was unknown who pushed Han Qiyuming from the back, but he staggered forward. "You don't have the time to waste." With Chen Ji's urging, the visitors took the stairs down into the basement. When the last of them disappeared into the darkness, Chen Ji picked up the wooden boards and waved at them. "Have fun." After closing the boards, Chen Ji went back to the main control room, but he faced a difficulty when choosing the background music. He rarely used Wedding Dress and Black Friday for his normal visitors. At most, he mixed them in between normal music as a hidden surprise of sort. Han Qiyuming is a haunted house designer. He managed to pinpoint the various weaknesses with Night of the Living Dead with just one glance, so he is more than just a mouth. The workers from Tian Teng Medical School are used to the atmosphere inside the haunted house, so normal scares won't work on them. Yi Zioxin is a professional haunted house reviewer, so she naturally has a strong heart. Only Su Liuliu is the innocent victim who has been dragged into the mud by the proprietor. Since the visitors were all professionals, being too nice would be a sign of disrespect. His hand on the mouse, Chen Ji teetered between the two music tracks. Which is more suitable? Oh well, only a child will pick one. Since we're all adults, there's no need to hesitate. He entered both songs into queue before going to the dressing room to put on Dr. Skullcracker's outfit and some makeup. They won't be able to tell that the face under the skin mask is scarier, right? Chen Ji packed everything and entered the third sick hall with the faceless nurse's uniform. Wick! The wooden boards closed as if sealing the hope and warmth of the outside world. The youngest, Dukaijin, shuddered. He had only been in the place for 10 seconds, but he had already started to regret. He should not have agreed so easily that day. I should have followed the examples of Sister Rui and Brother Lin. I'm still too young for this. A cold draft of mysterious origin blew past them, causing the empty test papers on the left corridor to flutter. Shadows seemed to move in the classrooms on both sides like something was watching them. The place was dark, and the group stood where they were for a full minute. In the end, it was Gao Miao who stepped forward. Mr. Han, you're the most experienced among us, so we'll be relying on you today. Han Kyuming pushed on his glasses. He had not stopped observing since entering the haunted house. Based on atmosphere and recreation of the scene alone, Western Jiujiang's House of Horrors was already better than most of the haunted houses that he had visited. No wonder he dares call this the scariest haunted house in Jiujiang. Interesting. They stood in the corridor and looked down it. At the end of the left corridor were plenty of mannequins. They were either lying on the ground or standing up. Looking at the mannequins, fear gripped the visitors' hearts. It was as if the mannequins were also looking at them. Boss, didn't that mannequin's head move? Songen grabbed Gu Miao's arm. It didn't. Gu Miao's face was quite pale as well. But I have a feeling that female student in the middle just smiled at me. I saw that too. Wait, did she just move? Why is she suddenly closer to us? Should be some illusion. Are you two done? Han Kyuming walked ahead. The scarier the scenario on the left side, the better it is for us. You all should be thanking me. Why is that? Xiao Du hid at the back, considering just calling it quit. That Boss Chen was definitely trying to trick us. The scenario on the left side is his haunted house's main feature, so it must be scariest. Thankfully, I saw through his ploy. Han Kyuming walked down the right corridor. It was the door to a hospital building. His hands gripped the handle. If not for me, we would be experiencing the left scenario now. He has a point, Xiao Du concurred meekly. Songen also nodded. The left scenario looks creepy. Thankfully, we selected the right one. Mr. Han, nice job. All of them moved to the right corridor. Only Gao Miao did not feel so good. Boss Chen didn't give me the impression that he was a liar. We'll know when we see what is behind this door. The group stood in the middle of the corridor, and Han Kyuming pulled the door to the third sick hall open. The door creaked on its rusted hinges, and the first thing that hit them was the pungent smell of antibiotics. The old walls were left with scratch marks and blood notes. There were barely discernible screams that came from the depths of the hospital. The most shocking thing was, along this dark corridor, innumerable mannequins wrapped in mattresses were left on the path. It looked like an open grave. Their limbs went numb, and a chill rose from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Chapter 219, Like the Real Thing. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. Teacher Han, are you sure the right scenario is less scary than the left one? Xiao Du held onto the door handle. He found himself missing Tian Teng Medical School and the steel box that he could hide himself in. Why are you acting all panicked like this? The Chen person has said that the third sick hall isn't fully complete yet, so what is so scary about an unfinished scenario? Han Kyuming was the first to recover from the initial shock. He grabbed Gu Miao's arm. I'll Gu, both of us will go first. What has it got to do with me? Gu Miao shook him off. Didn't you say you're going to go alone? I'm afraid you might run in the middle of the experience. Han Kyuming's face was as dark as the abyss, but due to the lack of light, no one could see it. Fine, I'll take the front line. The rest of you follow closely, don't get left behind. Han Kyuming pushed the door completely open, and pieces of rust fell to the ground. The group of them walked into the third sick hall. There was an indescribable stench in the air, and abandoned pills as well as patients' records littered the ground. Han Kyuming walked forward alone, and the sights gradually unraveled his confidence. Words of madness filled the wall, and combined with words of desperation, it made the skin of those who read them crawl. These were not things that a person with a sane mind could come up with. To make matters worse, as he walked deeper into the hospital, the bloody letters on the walls did not decrease but only became more frequent. They overlapped with each other, and none of them were repeated. How did the man come up with these sentences? Is he really a madman? He squatted down and yanked off a corner of the mattress. It revealed a doll that was made from pillows and bed covers. It was a roughly made doll, but Han Kyuming found it hard to pull his gaze away. You can even use this method to create the props inside the haunted house. I've indeed learned something new today. Looking at the painted face on the doll, Han Kyuming knew that it was probably scrawled on by Chen Ji, but he was still greatly unsettled by it. Look here, Su Liuliu stood at the door that led into the first sick room. The group followed the direction of her finger. The doorknob was covered in blood streaks and scratch marks made from fingers. She compared them to her own fingers. They look real, unlike those that were gauged from tools. You're telling me the designer used his hands to leave those marks on the door? Han Kyuming closed the mattress to cover the doll. Be careful not to touch anything in here. You might trigger the trap. Especially these mattresses, I believe the actors are probably hiding in one of them. He continued to move forward. The rest of them did not follow except the short-haired woman who entered the first sick room alone. The windows were sealed, and a thick cement wall could be seen through the wooden slits. It created a sense of despair, like they were being trapped inside a prison cell. Yi Zioxin dragged her finger carefully over the bed frame and discovered digging marks on the sides of the frame. "Come help me pull the bed up. We only have 20 minutes to clear this scenario. Can you guys pick up your speed? Just ignore those insignificant details." Han Kyuming stood outside the room alone. Zio Du and Song entered the room to help Yi Zioxin. What they saw when they lifted the bed was out of their expectation. There was a long, dark red scratch mark down the side of the bed. There were even broken fingernails mixed into the grooves. It went to show the amount of pain the patient was in. Fake blood should have a faded red color when it dries up. This kind of dark red stain. Song pulled his neck back and whispered to Yi Zioxin beside him, "Looks like human blood." "You sure this is human blood and not fake blood?" Yi Zioxin looked at the wooden frame and bent close to sniff at the groove. "There's no smell." Song was shocked by the girl's courageous move. He laughed awkwardly. "It could be pig's or cow's blood. To achieve authenticity, sometimes haunted houses use animal blood in place of fake blood. It's normal for haunted houses to have props with blood marks, especially a local haunted house like Boss Chen's. Most of his props should be directly purchased from abandoned hospitals. Gu Miao had probably done something like that before. Either way, we shouldn't let our guard down. There is blood on the bed frame, so that means that something very bad happened at this mental hospital before." Yi Zioxin nodded before asking, "How do you explain the bloody scratch marks on the doorknob? You're telling me the doorknob was also taken from the mental hospital?" Gu Miao was stumped. "You also can't answer that, right?" Yi Zioxin took out her notebook. "I've visited many haunted houses before, and most of them only paid attention to the details around the scare points, but this haunted house has an authenticity to every single detail. It is as if the boss has some kind of OCD. I also discovered something very scary." Su Liuliu turned to look at the ceiling. The sentences written with blood seemed to move before her eyes. The handwriting for each sentence is completely different. They don't look like they're written by the same person. "Different handwriting?" Gu Miao looked around closely and his face turned paler. "You're right. How did Boss Chen manage to do this?" Han Kyuming had moved forward, but he had turned back when he realized that the rest of his group was not following. He leaned against the doorknob and boasted, "Didn't he say his haunted house has been in operation for several years already? Give me 5 years, and I'll definitely be able to come up with something better than this." "Will you spend a whole 5 years on a single scenario?" Gu Miao felt rather annoyed. He had already arranged everything, but it was ruined by Han Kyuming. Boss Chen probably wasn't lying. This scenario is the scariest one he has at his haunted house. We had better locate that tape recorder as soon as possible. I don't think we should stay here any longer. Ever since entering the third sick hall, he had felt uncomfortable. When he saw the interior decoration, that feeling had only intensified. The red marks on the doorknob, the grooves on the side of the bed frame, the bloody sentences on the walls and ceiling, everything unsettled him. The memories buried within him were awakened, and it brought him back to the hospital where Su Zhenjin committed suicide. "Oh, Gu, I didn't know you're such a scaredy cat. Yes, I admit that his haunted house is amazing with his attention to detail, but this only proves that he is good at mimicking." Han Kyuming's eyes surreptitiously swept Yi Zioxin before he pushed on his glasses. "When I visited a large haunted house overseas, the worker there told me that their props were all taken from an actual prison. Compared to that, this haunted house is barely passable. You'll regret that overconfidence soon enough." "I'm just telling the truth," Han Kyuming waved at them. "We only have 16 minutes left, so let's get moving." The few of them moved down the corridor, and only Zio Du was left at the entrance to the third sick hall. Looking at the letters on the wall, his heart rate started to rise. As he stared at them, the random letters seemed to move together to form a word. "Death. This place is too cursed. I'll just stay by the door." He walked out of the third sick hall and turned to look down the corridor that led to Muyang High School. He realized with a shock that the mannequins that were supposed to be at the end of the corridor had moved to a spot that was very close to them. "What's going on?" Zio Du staggered back. He did not dare stay there alone, so he hurried to catch up to the others. After he left, a mannequin with a name tag pinned to its lapel silently adjusted its head. Chapter 220, Shadowing. "Boss, Mr. Han, look behind us." Zio Du ran to the rest of the group. He gasped for air and his face was white. "Behind us?" Gu Miao looked behind them, and the long corridor did not have anything weird in it. The mannequins are chasing after us. The scream from Xiao Du caused the group, which had walked several meters into the third sick hall, to stop moving again. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Songan asked Xiao Du softly as his body moved closer to Gu Miao. I'm sure they really did move, Xiao Du gasped for air. Come talk a look for yourself. Those mannequins were at the end of the left corridor earlier, right? But now they've reached the point between the two scenarios. Don't fret, Han Chu said calmly. I saw something like this in a Japanese haunted house 3 years ago. It was a doll-themed haunted house. The smaller dolls were equipped internally with machines, so they could move and change facial expression. Only 4/5 of the larger dolls were props. The rest were played by actual actors. So these mannequins are real people. Mr. Han's explanation confused Xiao Du, and he felt even more unsettled. I noticed the mannequins when we first came in. Han Chu crossed his arms before his chest. The mannequins are life-size, as if they were meant to model actual humans. You have to understand something. Even for Tian Teng Medical School, there are natural deficiencies to the mannequins that are used at normal props. This is because manufacturing a custom-made mannequin requires too much money. One of them costs about 30,000 and requires a master dollmaker. This is not something a normal haunted house can afford. Then why would this haunted house invest so much money into making these mannequins? Yi Zioxin kept writing on her notebook, but no one knew what she was writing. Very simple. This goes to show that these mannequins are an important scare point for his haunted house. Han Qiyuming held his chin as his gaze fell on Yi Zioxin. Mixing real actors among mannequins could have startling effects. Just look at what happened to Xiao Du. It looked like the mannequins had moved on their own, but it was actually the live actors who moved. If we hide in the dark to observe, perhaps we might even see them in motion. Songan nodded. Mr. Han has a point. We've used similar tactic in Tian Teng Medical School last year, but the mannequins were too fake. The visitors identified the real actors immediately. That has to be it. Color returned to Xiao Du's face. I was really spooked just now. Those mannequins look so real that though they knew how to move on their own. You know that's impossible, Mr. Han said confidently. He had logic on his side. If not for the time limit, I would hide in this room to record the whole scene of the haunted house's actors moving the mannequins for you to see. All right, let's move on. We still need to find the tape recorder. Gu Miao had a feeling that things were not as simple as that, but he had no basis to counter Mr. Han. Gu, we have to pay attention to 2 things with regard to that tape recorder. Mr. Han might have said that he was not afraid, but it was clear that he was extremely cautious. That Chen fella told us that our tape recorder is hidden inside this place, so he must have put down some traps around the tape recorder. I know that. Gu Miao moved forward. The mattresses made a mess of the place. Stepping on them had a curious feeling like he was stepping on bundled-up hair. That is only the first point. I have to tell you another thing. Don't you think that the game rules that he laid down are also very weird? How so? Finding the tape recorder won't clear the scenario. We have to bring it out of the third sick hall to end the game. But that recorder belongs to us. Isn't it normal for us to take it out with us? Xiao Du chimed in. You have underestimated this boss cunning. Han Qiyuming took out a cloth to wipe his glasses. The glasses were very thick. The recorder itself is probably tied to some mechanism inside this place. In other words, when we find the recorder, the scary stuff will start to appear inside this scenario. Until then, we should be safe. That sounds logical, but no one can guarantee that. Songan was the largest of them all, but he was quite a coward. In any case, I personally don't think we have any reason to be scared. Familiarizing ourselves with the environment and memorizing the route should be the most important. After all, this scenario is open-ended. The environment will be complicated. Only by retracing our steps will we be able to leave as quickly as possible when the recorder is found and the actors start to move in earnest. Han Qiyuming finished his analysis. It was unclear whether the others bought his words or not, but he believed himself. You have a point. Haunted houses still need to rely on actual actors to scare us. As long as we're collected and don't scare ourselves, we should be fine. Yi Zioxin shoved the notebook into her pocket. Han Qiyuming was validated after getting the approval from Yi Zioxin. The fear in his heart slowly dissipated. He was about to increase his pace to walk beside Yi Zioxin when someone pulled on his shirt. He turned to look, and this Momentrekker was none other than the witless and youngest Dukaijin. Mr. Han, look. They turned to look outside the third sick hall. In the middle of the entrance that led to the third sick hall stood a female mannequin in a school uniform. Her head was lowered and her limbs were slightly twisted. While they were busy with their analysis, the mannequins had moved closer to them. This is nothing out of the ordinary, the most basic of psychological tricks. The Chen fella is probably hiding inside the control room to give the actors their commands. He wanted to use this group of advancing mannequins to pressure us, to make us lose our footing. And Kyuming tried to rationalize everything. At the end of the day, this is all fake. A few years ago, I used something similar. Don't worry, these mannequins won't dare to come to within 5 meters of us. 5 meters is a safe distance. Once the mannequins got too close, the actors will have a hard time controlling them. I can use my decade of experience to promise you that. Then he ignored Xiao Du and ran to walk beside Yi Xiaoxin. He started to judge the various decorations inside the haunted house. This guy, Gu Miao sighed. He told his group, "All of you stick close to me, don't touch anything in the corridor and don't enter a sick room alone." Okay, Xiao Du walked at the back of the group, but he did not realize that when he moved, the mannequins outside the door also started to move. Chapter 221, The Wrong Scenario. I think we're almost near the end. No wonder Boss Chen calls this place a third sick hall. Stay here long enough, and those without sickness will also go crazy. I wonder how the workers manage to survive. Working at such realistic location every day, looking at this insane writing on the wall, Boss Chen must have provided them with some counseling. Now that you mention it, we've been here for about 10 minutes already, but we have not seen one haunted house worker. Stop chattering. We're rounding the corner. Be careful of things jumping out at you. The few visitors took 7 minutes to reach the end of the corridor. They kept their backs against the wall, and when they looked down the corner, they were stunned. More corridor. The setting was almost the same. Old walls, cracked floor, endless blood writings, and the dolls wrapped up in mattresses. The only difference was that the colors on the wall had deepened, and looking through the cracks, things like blood vessels could be seen. A background loop. Standing at the corner, Han Kyuming frowned and uttered a term that was unfamiliar to outsiders. Isn't this a repetition of the earlier set? Liu Liu and Xiao Du heard the term for the first time. It looks the same, but every repetition, there are some changes that have escaped your attention. When you're at your most vulnerable, the scary stuff will appear all at once. Han Kyuming confidently said, I've seen this before at an overseas haunted house called Recurring Nightmare. The whole scenario was made up of 9 rooms, and each room was scarier than the one before it. Most importantly, the 9 rooms could be freely moved, so you had no idea what kind of stuff had been added to the rooms after you opened the door. You're talking about individual rooms that are easier to manipulate, but here, the whole corridor is decorated the same way. Gu Miao touched the wall and said softly, Everything here has an authentic touch to it. It's like Boss Chen has moved a real mental hospital into the haunted house. I don't know why I think that, but I have a feeling I'm right. Gu, you're being too sensitive, Han Kyuming chuckled. Ever since you came back from the hospital where Su Zhenjin committed suicide, you have turned into a coward. As the operators of haunted houses, we live on fear and terror. If you're so afraid, how do you expect to scare others? Kyuming, it's something I also did not believe in initially, but after some more interactions, you'll see what I mean. From how I see it, you're regressing. Han Kyuming and Gu Miao faced each other. For real, though, you managed to take it even though your place was taken down on the first day of work. Do you know how much effort and time we have spent to prepare for our opening day? Yet it was all ruined by that Chen fella. Even then, you still think he is a good man? You plan to have a truce with him. Have you lost your mind, or have you gone senile? Kyuming, this is not boss' fault. Song En's voice was low. If anything, it is your fault for suddenly changing the advertisement. You had to add that we're the scariest haunted house in Jiujiang, slandering other people's names. So you mean the fault lies with me? Han Kyuming's face dropped. Tianteng Medical School is the latest enclosed haunted house that I personally designed, combining my years of experience. It even has a hidden plot. I admit that his haunted house has some points that we can learn from, but compared to my design, his is still too juvenile. I'm not going to argue with you. You were not there that day, so you don't understand what happened. If I was there, things would have gone differently. As haunted house workers, you were scared out of the haunted house by a visitor. You've been made the laughingstock within the industry. Han Kyuming's single sentence had insulted all the workers there, but he did not seem to mind it. Looks like we'll need to increase your training after we return. Kyuming, we can talk about this later. There are other visitors with us. Gu Miao brushed Han Kyuming's needling words off. Yes, when we return, I'll need to have a chat with our sponsor. I feel like you've become too old to be the proprietor of this business anymore. In his anger, Songen roared at Han Kyuming. Han Kyuming, boss has been nothing but kind to you. Don't cross the line. I've crossed the line. Every single decision I've made is for the benefit of the haunted house. Tian Teng Medical School has been redesigned 4 times already, and I'm the one responsible for 3 of them. Han Kyuming chuckled. You all know how good they were. Incorporating a real case into the haunted house, and using a dead victim's name as a prop to send us to court. That's the good effect you're talking about. Sorry, but I'm only interested in the result. Based on the data, after including the dead Su Zhenjin, the ticket sales increased by 5 times. Han Kyuming shrugged. After all, he had the right to be proud. It was me who saved your career. Plus, please remember that I'm the designer that your sponsor begged to come help you, and you're just a worker hired by the haunted house. Using actual cases as material, and using a dead person's name to attract attention. When you were designing it, did you consider the feelings of the victims' families? Now you're turning on me. Why didn't any of you say anything in the beginning? Stop arguing. Yu Miao pulled Han Kyuming and Songen away from each other. We can resolve this when we return. Boss Chen cleared our haunted house alone, and if we fail to clear his with so many of us, that will be a real source of shame. Han Kyuming and Songen both harbored a stomach full of fire, and it helped to overwhelm the fear in their hearts. Who has the time to argue with person like this? Songen strode forward alone. All Song, don't walk away on yourself. Afraid that something bad might happen to Song, and Yu Miao chased after the man, moving a distance away from the rest of the group. There are indeed all sorts of people in the world. Han Kyuming walked easily at the back. When he first entered the 3rd sick hall, he had been shocked by what he saw, but now he felt much better. He turned back to look. The 3 of you stick close to me. We have 10 minutes left, but don't worry, I'll clear this scenario. Honestly, this haunted house might be something within the country, but compared to those foreign haunted houses, it's nothing. Mr. Han, I understand what you're trying to say, but there's something that I want to confirm with you. Xiao Du was at the back of the group. His face was blanched. He had not paid attention to the argument between Han Kyuming and Songen because his attention had been occupied elsewhere. What is it? Didn't you say the mannequins wouldn't get within 5 meters of us? Xiao Du pointed behind them, and those incredibly real mannequins had all entered the 3rd sick hall. The leading mannequin was the female student with a name tag. Her head was lowered, and she stood only 3 to 4 meters away from Xiao Du. Chapter 222, Don't Be Afraid. Why are they following us? Xiao Du's voice was shaking. He was closest to the group of mannequins. Did you hear any footsteps? Han Kyuming moved his eyes away to look at Xiao Du. There should be more than one worker mixed in the mannequins since they need to move so many mannequins. There was no sound. It was as if they suddenly appeared behind us, I swear. Xiao Du was afraid that Han Kyuming would not believe him. No sound. Han Kyuming's brows were creased together. He stared at the mannequins for a while before suddenly laughing. I know the reason. He strode toward the mannequins like he had really discovered their secret. The 3rd sick hall is filled with mattresses. The workers will not create any footsteps if they step on them. The designer of this haunted house has an impressive mind. He purposely hid the dolls underneath these mattresses to distract our attention, making us forget their actual purpose. Han Kyuming stopped beside the female mannequin with his lips turned up. Using the mattresses to hide the sound of footsteps, that is a great idea, but your lousy performance gave it away. You have to maintain a safe distance if you aim to psychologically pressure the visitors. Making the visitors aware of your presence but not close enough for them to touch you is the best method. Xiao Du did not quite get what Han Kyuming was saying. Why is that the best? For me, this kind of encroaching assault is scarier. Pushing it too far will cause the opposite reaction in the visitors, and they might do something like this. Han Kyuming pulled the mannequin's head off and shoved her to the ground. Facing the group of mannequins in the darkened corridor, he shouted, Come out on your own. Don't make me go in to catch you. That will just be awkward for everyone. Who are you talking to? Xiao Du found him unable to catch up. The workers inside this 3rd sick hall. They are hiding among the mannequins with special makeup. Han Kyuming pushed on his glasses. His face stated that he had everything under his control. However, 10 seconds later, the mannequins in the corridor still had not moved. The shadows stood unmoving in the dark corridor, and it was weirdly scary with how still they were. Mr. Han, should we just move on? It's fine if their workers don't want to come out, Xiao Du advised, but Han Kyuming felt like this was an affront to his face. If they're exposed, then this is no longer their choice. It's their bad luck that I'm in such a foul mood today. That Chen fella has ruined our haunted house, hasn't he? Today I'll repay his kindness and wreak havoc inside his. Han Kyuming strode inside the group of mannequins. He pulled off the heads of the mannequins one after another and kicked them to the ground. Fine, continue to hide. Let me see how long you can hold on. The rolling heads made the situation worse. Please come back, Mr. Han. Looking at the mannequin heads that rolled across the floor, Xiaodu's heart raced. What are you in such a hurry for? Han Kyuming yanked out 5 heads. This worker sure is loyal. He'd rather watch the props get destroyed than come out to surrender. Boss and Brother Song have wandered far away. We need to catch up, Xiaodu urged. More heads rolled on the floor and his scalp went numb because their facial expressions seemed to be changing. They were smiling. Don't fret. When Han Kyuming pulled off the 8th mannequin head, he also realized that something was wrong. The mannequins are installed with metallic joints and support. Even an adult would have a hard time moving 4 of them at the same time. Could the workers be hiding at the back of the group? That has to be it. Even with special makeup, the workers will be exposed if they wander too close, so they have to be hiding at the back. Han Kyuming convinced himself. He charged forward, knocking the mannequins all over the place. Mr. Han, watching as Han Kyuming rushed into the group of mannequins alone, Xiaodu was worried. With a grit of his teeth, he ran after the man. Let's go. It's not nice for us to ruin so many expensive props. He dares wreck our haunted house, so he should be prepared to face such consequences. Han Kyuming strode toward the last 4 mannequins, which were lying on the ground. You are making me do this to you. His hands tightened around the 4th mannequin. With a light yank, the mannequin's head came off easily. It's also a mannequin. Xiaodu's voice was shaking. Mr. Han, are you sure the mannequins weren't moving on their own? When I came over, I swear the expressions on the mannequins' faces changed. What do you know? Stop talking. Han Kyuming pulled off another 2 mannequins' heads. His hands started to tremble when they tightened around the last mannequin's head. With a strong pull, a face that was crying got separated from its body. What the F asterisk CK? Holding the head, Han Kyuming stared at Xiaodu. They're all mannequins. Xiaodu's voice was shaking. Standing in the grave of the mannequins, he did not even dare move. Don't be afraid. The workers probably ran to hide inside the sick rooms on both sides when they saw me coming. Han Kyuming dropped the head to the ground and rushed to inspect the sick rooms. Come out now. I've seen you. He searched several rooms, but there was no reward. Han Kyuming returned with a stern face. Mr. Han, do you think this place is really haunted? That Boss Chen is a madman. He is someone who will do anything. I was trapped inside a steel box by the man before. Xiaodu was covered in chills and started to relay his nightmarish experience. Enough, that's not something to boast about. Han Kyuming waved to interrupt Xiaodu. He was calculating the distance between the corridor and the entrance to 3rd Sick Hall. The workers wouldn't have time to run out the entrance after they moved the mannequins. Yes, I know it now. They should have left through a worker's pathway. There is probably some hidden passageway underneath one of these mattresses. No matter what he said, Xiaodu would not believe him anymore. Now he just wanted to get as far away from Mr. Han as possible. Xiaodu had a feeling that staying close to the man would not lead to anything good. If you want to go look for that, you have fun. I'm leaving. Xiaodu turned and ran. With such cowardice, no wonder he was spooked by the visitor. However, the confidence in Han Kyuming's voice had disappeared. He walked back to the 3rd Sick Hall, and a headless mannequin's finger pulled on his pants. He promptly kicked the mannequin away. Who are you trying to scare? After turning the corner, Han Kyuming heard the sound of stuff rolling on the floor coming from behind him. That is so fake. However, he did not turn back around the corner to look, but increased his speed to catch up to the rest. Chapter 223, He Has to Be a Patient. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. What's wrong with you? Looking at Xiaodu, who was covered in cold sweat, Su Liuliu also started to get nervous. I'll tell you the truth, but don't be scared. Xiaodu huddled with Su Liuliu. I suspect that this place is really haunted. Don't try to scare me. Su Liuliu had visited many haunted houses before, but she had never seen one like Boss Chen's before. The place was like a maze, and it was completely open for visitors to explore. Mr. Han's earlier speculation was all wrong. There was not one worker hiding among the mannequins. They were moving on their own. Xiaodu gripped his hands tightly, causing his knuckles to crack. We cannot depend on Mr. Han. I have to report this to Boss and Brother Song. They left a long time ago. Wait, don't run so fast. Xiaodu rushed forward in a hurry, leaving Su Liuliu behind. The girl did not know whether she should run after Xiaodu or stayed behind with Yi Xiaoxin to wait for Mr. Han. A haunted house? Mannequins moving on their own. Yi Zioxin added these two comments into her notebook. Even professional actors from other haunted house can be scared. This haunted house sure is something else. She gave a very high review. I've not come across such a high-quality haunted house in a long time, so today should be fun. The boy did not look like he was lying, Su Liuliu reminded Yi Zioxin. Let us move as well, it's better if we're together. It's my opinion that haunted houses are no different from magic. They depend on illusions and psychological tricks to surprise visitors. The realer the illusion, the more successful it'll be. Yi Zioxin removed her jacket and tied it around her waist. She stretched lazily, and her voluptuously figure annoyed the only audience somewhat. In this respect, Western Jiujiang's House of Horrors is undeniably successful. Then you stay here, I'll go join them. The few visitors were thus separated. None of them realized that the bloody letters on the wall continued to deepen, as if the blood was trying to seep out of the wall. What? Boss, stop defending him. Han Qiyuming is talented, yes, but that doesn't mean we should allow him to insult us like this. Songan was angry on Guo Miao's behalf. Yes, he came up with the design, but all of us contributed to building the set. In fact, he barely contributed in the construction, so what is he so proud about? Calm down, I understand everything you said, but patience goes a long way. After all, he was the designer invited by our sponsor. Guo Miao was old enough to see many things lightly. Haunted houses are a dying trade, and we're all trying to find work. There's no reason to fight among ourselves. But did you not see how arrogant he was? He even wanted to replace you. Honestly, if the sponsor listens to him and replaces boss, I'll hand in my resignation immediately. Songan was a straightforward person. Don't worry, the sponsor wouldn't agree, Guo Miao sighed. Actually, he was not that confident. After being forced to leave Xinghai, their numbers had been dropping. Let's find that tape recorder first. There are fans of Tian Teng Medical School out there, so we cannot disappoint them. Okay, the two of them continued to move forward. After turning a corner, they found themselves in another corridor. What is the meaning of this? They want us to keep on walking until the end. The place was dim, and the color of the walls deepened as if they were bruised. Stepping on the uneven mattresses, smelling the mixture of antibiotics and some weird stench that perforated the air, it felt like they were inside the intestine of some weird creature. There has to be a reason for Boss Chen to design the place like this. It's probably to increase the authenticity. Guo Miao peeled off a piece of the wall, and it crumbled in his fingers. Along the way, I realized some of the numbers outside the rooms weren't removed. The rooms in the first corridor all started with 4, those in the second corridor started with 3, and this corridor uses the number 2. The numbers are decreasing. I suspect that this whole scenario is based on a building that has 4 floors in total, and Boss Chen has replicated it perfectly. Each corridor represents a floor of the building. Looking at the walls, Guo Miao continued. Even the numbers are preserved in their well-worn state. Not one detail has been missed. This is more than a mere OCD. Yes, I have that impression as well. We create haunted houses mainly to scare the visitors, but this Boss Chen's creations feel like it is more of a reduplication. So many details, including the bloody letters on the walls, this is already a kind of illness. Song An's anger started to dwindle as it was replaced by fear. The bloody sentences have not stopped since we entered this place. It is hard to imagine how the man managed to write all these letters. Some of the bloody letters look fresher than others. Guo Miao also felt unsettled as an image appeared in his mind. In the middle of the night, the haunted house's boss carried a bucket of red paint alone in the dark and started to write down all these letters like he was possessed. Before entering this haunted house, Boss Chen told us that the place has been in operation for 5 to 6 years already. Could it be that he planned this scenario with the help of his parents? To use 5 years to build a single scenario? What is the point of that? Since they were in the same business, Guo Miao knew how much time and effort were needed to build a scenario as complicated as this. When we were at the entrance, a few of us peeled off the flooring. Boss Chen even paid attention to places that normal visitors wouldn't pay attention to. That was incredibly out of place. Wait a minute, the name, Third Sick Hall, sounds quite familiar to me now. Songan took out his phone, and the result made his face fall. Boss, the Third Sick Hall is a real place in Jiujiang. Its patients were involved in many crimes like murders. In fact, a few days ago, the police sent out a warrant to capture the escaped patients. So Boss Chen wasn't lying? Guo Miao's pupils danced. He brushed over such an important fact. The internet says that the Third Sick Hall was abandoned 5 years ago, and his haunted house began operation 5 years ago. Songan compared the timelines, and they were a match. This is bad. Guo Miao suddenly remembered something. Examine the articles closely, look at the warrant, see whether there is anyone that matches Boss Chen, like similar weight, height, and so on. Boss, you suspect that Boss Chen was once a patient of the 3rd Sick Hall. Do you think a normal person would spend 5 years to reconstruct a mental hospital? Every detail here is so authentic. Only someone who spent a long time inside a mental hospital could replicate them so perfectly. The more he thought about it, the more afraid Yu Miao became. This Boss Chen cleared Tian Teng Medical School with his heart rate not going over 100 once. How can someone like that be a normal person? How about we just stop this tour and leave immediately? Leaving now might cause us to get targeted. Why? The 3rd Sick Hall is not normally open to the public, and Boss Chen said that the scenario is not yet completed. Thinking about it now, those were probably all excuses. Yu Miao felt like killing Han Qiyuming. This place is probably hiding a huge secret. Songen realized how severe Yu Miao's expression had gotten. He whispered, "What kind of secret?" Before I arrived, I spoke with the manager of New Century Park. The man mentioned in passing that Boss Chen's parents disappeared mysteriously half a year ago without leaving behind any clues. Looking at the crazed sentences written in blood, Yu Miao's heart was frozen in fear. Mysterious disappearance? Song An's shock turned into terror. His eyes bulged as if he was suddenly reminded of something. Chapter 224, Limitation. Could Boss Chen's parents? Song An felt like his throat was filled with ice. When he said that, his lips were shaking uncontrollably. You saw the blood streak on the side of the bed in that room earlier. I didn't want to say anything then because we had outsiders with us. Yu Miao reached into his pocket to pull out a cigarette to dangle on his lips. Fake blood is definitely not that color. The scratch marks and blood stains that we saw probably came from an actual human. There are many more similar scratch marks and blood stains inside this scenario. If all those are real, Song An shivered as he looked around. This is not a haunted house, it's a slaughterhouse. Boss, shall we call the cops? I had the same idea, but we're in here for only 10 minutes. If this is a misunderstanding, we'll be shamed for the rest of our lives. Yu Miao bit on the cigarette. Let's meet up with the others first. Boss, Brother Song. When Song An was conversing with Yu Miao, Xiao Du ran over, gasping for air. The mannequins are alive. The mannequins are following behind us even though no one is carrying them. The mannequins are alive. The bad news just kept coming. Yes, Mr. Han said that it was because of the workers hidden among the mannequins. To expose them, he dashed into the group of mannequins to drag them out. Xiao Du's breathing became calmer. He did feel safer around Yu Miao and Song An. Did he find any workers? Yu Miao and Song An's faces shifted. This haunted house had many nasty surprises. There was not one worker among the mannequins. If they were not manually moved, why are the mannequins following us? Han Qiyuming might be an annoying person, but he is indeed a professional in this business. No idea, but Mr. Han failed to discover any secrets after destroying all the mannequins. They're just normal mannequins. Wait, Mr. Han destroyed the mannequins. The bad feeling within Yu Miao was slowly materializing. I warned him about it, but he still went ahead and pulled off all the heads. Xiao Du pouted. You don't know what happened then. Mr. Han was standing amid the broken mannequins, saying that since Boss Chen has ruined Tian Teng Medical School, he was going to create chaos within his haunted house as well. Listening to Xiao Du, both Yu Miao and Song An froze. What the F*** CK? Does he not know the limits? Why do you have to go and provoke a crazed murderer? What's wrong with the both of you? Xiao Du realized that both Yu Miao and Song An were not speaking, and the atmosphere was rather heavy. Are you both scared as well? I was walking at the back of group, and it felt like people were following us. Every time I turned back to look, the mannequins moved closer, and I swore one of them even smiled at me. Xiao Du, the mannequins aren't that important. The cigarette in Yu Miao's mouth had been chewed in half. He removed it and shoved the broken halves into his pocket. How is that not important? Boss, there are at least 20 of those mannequins. If they all come alive, how are we going to survive? Xiao Du was surprised by his boss' reaction. This was different from what he had expected. Boss is right. There is a bigger problem that we need to deal with. Song An's expression darkened. Let's go find that Han Qiyuming first. Song An's sudden change in attitude confused Xiao Du. Brother Song, didn't you just have an argument with Mr. Han? You're still going to look for him. There's no choice, Song An said with a serious expression. I cannot just let him die, can I? Let him die? Xiao Du's lips fell open. When did things become so serious? Aren't we only visiting a haunted house? What? After Xiao Du and Su Liuliu left, Yi Xiaoxin stood where she was. She was brave and enjoyed the visit. Occasionally, she would take out her notepad to jot things down. "You're waiting for me?" Han Kyuming's heart soared when he saw Yi Zioxin was alone. "I prefer to do things slow and alone. Your friends are all ahead." Yi Zioxin pointed forward with her pen. Due to the corner, they had no idea what had happened ahead. Han Kyuming glanced at Yi Zioxin and did not move his gaze away anymore. He increased his pace to walk beside her. "I can help with your review. After all, I'm a professional. I've visited many haunted houses and worked with many foreign teams." "Is that so?" Yi Zioxin pushed open a random door and looked through everything with patience. "Haunted houses with a mental hospital theme alone. I've been to 3. One of them was built directly on an abandoned mental hospital. That is true authenticity." Han Kyuming saw that Yi Zioxin wanted to move the bed, so he quickly hurried in to help. As he attempted to flirt, Guo Miao and Ziodu's call came from the corner. "Where is he?" "Kyuming, Han Kyuming." "He was just behind me earlier. Where has he gone?" "This place is too dangerous. We need to find him." "Han Kyuming." There were rushing footsteps in the corridor, and Han Kyuming pretended to not hear them. He helped Yi Zioxin move the bed and placed it on the floor. "They're calling you. Aren't you going to respond?" "Why should I when they only want me when they come into danger?" Han Kyuming chuckled. "There's probably something very scary later. These guys might look large, but they're all useless. They all need to depend on me." Yi Zioxin did not comment, and they replaced the bed. "Actually, you can go with them. I would prefer to explore the place alone." "It's fine. This way we can be on the lookout for each other." Since she could not chase Han Kyuming away, Yi Zioxin did not say anything else. She exited the room and entered the corridor. Guo Miao's group had just run past. "Did you notice the numbers left on the door? All of the rooms here start with the number 2. Han Kyuming tried his best to show off, but Yi Zioxin was not interested. They walked for a short distance when Yi Zioxin stopped. "What's wrong?" "This door is different from other rooms." Yi Zioxin pointed at the plaque. It was smudged, but roughly they could make out the words Director's Office. "Maybe the recorder is inside. Come on, let's take a look." "What?" Guo Miao and Songen ran all the way. They screamed until their throats were raw, but there was no reply from Han Kyuming. "This shouldn't be. He was just behind me." Ziodu had a full head of sweat as various scary thoughts filled his mind. "Do you think Mr. Han was kidnapped by the mannequins?" "Probably not. He would have screamed if something happened to him, but we didn't hear anything." Guo Miao frowned, looking at the collapsed mess of mannequins and the rolling heads. He gritted his teeth. "Don't panic. He's probably in one of the sick rooms. We'll turn back and look." Chapter 225, Tape Recorder. "Boss, you still want us to find him?" Ziodu grumbled. The young man did not have a good impression of Han Kyuming because of his sharp tongue. "Something might really happen to him if we don't find him." Guo Miao's expression was serious. "Perhaps something has already happened to him. No, we can't leave him behind. We're retracing our steps now." "I agree with you, boss." To everyone's surprise, Songen did not hold on to his grudges and was willing to help. "It's a mistake to get separated inside a haunted house. We'd better stick together." Ziodu nodded after a long pause. "Okay, I'll follow you." The most innocent was Su Liuliu. The girl did not know anything and had no idea what the workers from Tian Teng Medical School were talking about. She just followed them and ran all over the place. "We should be more detailed with our examination. We need to look inside every room." With Guo Miao leading the way, the group returned into the third sick hall. With Han Kyuming and Yi Zioxin entered the director's office. The room was separated into 2 smaller rooms, equipped with simple desks and chairs. The drawers are empty and there are no books on the shelves. It's impossible to know the boss' personality from his reading preferences, but this is a good thing as well because it saves our time. Many haunted houses like to hide passwords or clues inside books, Han Kyuming explained to Yi Zioxin, but it felt like he was talking to himself. Yi Zioxin moved away from the man and walked deeper into the room. She looked at the large dresser. "Let me, this dresser is obviously custom-made. 90% chance there's a worker or trap hiding inside." Han Kyuming walked forward to pull the door open. The dresser was empty. He laughed awkwardly. "Looks like this is the 10%. The worker probably didn't have the time to return after scaring all Guo." Yi Zioxin was completely uninterested in the man. She knocked on the walls of the dresser light. Placing a special dresser inside a special room, there has to be a reason. When Yi Zioxin knocked on the back wall of the dresser, the sound changed. It was obvious that the back was hollow. The two worked together to remove the wall, and a hidden passage was revealed. The workers' passageway. It shouldn't be. There was no light inside the passageway, so Yi Xioxin took out her phone to use its flashlight. When both her and Han Qiyuming entered the path, an invisible force pushed the wall of the dresser, and it slowly closed. The passageway was so cramped that it was difficult to even turn. Thankfully, it was only several meters long. At the end of the oppressive tunnel was a steel door. Yi Xioxin pushed it open, and before her was a wooden board. She shoved it open, and the scenery changed. This was a sick room that she had not been in before. The director's office is connected to a sick room. What is the meaning of this design? Yi Xioxin was completely drawn into the authentic recreation of the third sick hall. Do you think it's because the director kept the patient in his room as his possession? Han Qiyuming suggested. I hear this is something common when the private hospitals weren't professionally managed like nowadays. Possibly. They entered the room and started inspecting it. Their sick bed, tables, and chairs had their corners ground down. The decoration was simple, there was nothing special. Let's go out to take a look. Han Qiyuming opened the door, and a weird stench entered his nostrils. It smelt like the mixture of medicine and blood. He staggered one step back and extended his neck to look down the corridor. The walls were cracked, and the blood vessels behind them seemed to be pulsing. It gave a very creepy feeling like the building was alive, and the walls were hiding its blood vessels. Doesn't seem like we've been to this corridor before. The set design was almost the same, but the feeling it gave was completely different. The third sick hall had made use of the looping design to its maximum potential. The visitors did not know what was at the end, and they had no idea how many corridors awaited them. The mattresses on the floor were well worn, and the dolls poked their pillow heads out. Weird expressions were drawn on their faces. It felt like their eyes were following the duo. Han Qiyuming wanted to retreat. They came from the secret passageway, so they did not know how far this corridor was from the rest, and they had no idea how many scary things it was hiding. He used his phone to shine the light down a corridor. The end of the dark corridor was not an exit, but yet another corner. Don't block the way. Yi Xioxin exited the sick room. Her legs that stepped out felt like they were touched by chills. This corridor was obviously different from those before it. Let's look around. The tape recorder should be one of these rooms. Yi Xioxin entered the sick room next door to investigate, but Han Qiyuming stood where he was. His hand that gripped the door was covered in sweat, and he peeked over his shoulder to look at the room door. The upper half of the door was normal. It had the sign 3, but the lower part of the door was quite scary. It was completely covered in red paint, but the paint was bright and sticky. The red seemed to be alive, and it grew on the door. Room 3? Why are the number of the rooms in this corridor different from others? Han Qiyuming and Yi Xioxin examined the first 3 sick rooms. When they reached the end, they discovered a room without a number or a sign. Let's go in and see. The room was small and completely enclosed. There was sound insulation on the walls, and there was a bed with straps installed in the room. There was some broken equipment left by the bed. This looks like an electroshock therapy room. I've seen something similar in many other mental hospitals and movies. Han Qiyuming looked around the bed before examining the cluster of broken equipment. Then he started to chuckle. Found it. Han Qiyuming moved the equipment aside to retrieve a tape recorder that was hidden among it. And here I thought the haunted house would be difficult. He tried his best to pretend like this was nothing, but the excited expression on his face betrayed his true feelings. In comparison, Yi Xioxin was much calmer. She looked at the recorder and frowned for the first time since she entered the haunted house. Do you hear that? Hear what? Han Qiyuming did not know what Yi Xioxin was talking about. Let's ignore it. We need to leave now. There's a time limit to this game. I'm going to make a perfect game clear and shut that Chen fella up. You really don't hear that? Yi Xioxin pointed at the tape recorder in Han Qiyuming's arms. The tape inside is turning and the play button is lit up. The recorder has been running. Chapter 226, Believe Me. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Wearing the bloody doctor's outfit, Chenji opened the wooden boards wearing the skin mask. 10 minutes have passed, and there haven't been any screams. Looks like they have gotten used to the third sick hall. Chenji felt like he had become too soft. Afraid that the visitors might get too spooked by initial scares, he gave them a 10-minute buffer. They should have found the tape recorder. Things will be a little more difficult from now on. Chenji moved down the darkened steps. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he turned to look down the left corridor. There was not one mannequin outside the sealed classroom. They sure are obedient today. Normally, a few of them would be out loitering. Holding the faceless nurse's uniform and the hammer, Chenji pushed the third sick hall's steel door open. The third sick hall hasn't been completed yet, and the hidden mission has not been triggered. The scenario is only 50% complete at most, so it can't be treated as a real 3-star scenario. The group is also accompanied by many professionals, so they might really succeed. Chenji walked slowly. He was not in a rush. Gotta go find that madwoman's mannequin and test the effects of this nurse's outfit first. After turning the first corner, Chenji suddenly stopped moving. In the middle of the corridor, over 20 mannequins blocked the road with their bodies, their heads rolling left and right. They seemed to be having quite a good time. "Why are you all here?" Chenji stood in the middle of the road, and the rolling heads stopped immediately. All of them started to play dead. "Is this your scenario? Why are you coming to the mental hospital with your school uniforms?" Naturally, the mannequins were silent. They stopped moving like primary school students who had been caught by their teacher at the arcade. "It's one thing to come here, but you're disposed of as well." Chenji sounded angry, but he felt sorry for them. He carried the heads up from the floor and returned them to their owners. This group of visitors wouldn't even leave the harmless mannequins be. Such cruelty. His progress was slow because there was no light. After patching up the 6th mannequin, he stood up and announced, "When I send them out, I'll return to help the rest of you." There was anger lacing his voice as Chenji gripped the hammer and ran down the corridor. "What?" Inside the electrotherapy room, Han Kyuming leaned toward the recorder. He listened for a long time, but there was no sound. Could it be an empty tape? This was the only conclusion that he could come up with. Would the boss do something that pointless? Yi Zioxin had a feeling there was something more to this tape, but it was true. There was only faint white noise. She reached out to press the buttons on it, but no matter which button she pressed, the play button did not change and the tape kept playing. The boss has probably modified this recorder. The buttons are only for appearance. The real power switch is hidden somewhere else. Han Kyuming looked for a long time but could not find the real switch. His face was dark. Even since entering the third sick hall, he had tried to make himself look useful, but the props inside this place kept going against him. "We should leave first." Han Kyuming looked at his phone. "We have 3 minutes left. If we hurry, we should be able to make it." He exited the room with Yi Zioxin. They planned to use the secret passageway in room 3 to exit. At the same time, at the other end of the corridor, Guo Miao's group rushed back into the deep ends of third sick hall. They looked cursorily inside the rooms along the second and third corridors, including the director's office, but they could not find Han Kyuming. "Boss, we've looked through all the rooms, but there's still no sign of Han Kyuming," Songen exclaimed between hurried breaths. "The corridors only leads one way, so we should have run into each other. Where is the guy?" Guo Miao patted himself on his face lightly. He had not been so worried in the past 10 years. "Let me think about this. There are 3 possibilities to Han Kyuming's disappearance. 1, he has found a secret passageway and run into it. 2, he was hiding in one of the rooms earlier when we were looking for him, and now he is deeper inside the haunted house. And 3. At this point, the bloody scenes that one associated with mental hospitals appeared in his mind. He did not have the courage to continue. He looked at Songen and saw fear reflected in his eyes. "This is bad." The 2 guys communicated with their eyes, and it caused Su Liuliu's scalp to go numb. "Do you guys want to continue this tour? Because I'm leaving." She was getting more scared. Even her own teammates were more professional than these haunted house workers who kept saying things to make her scared. "No, you can't go alone. It's too dangerous. We mustn't separate from each other." Songen commanded like something bad would happen to Su Liuliu if she left them. All Song is right. Being separated will give them the chance to take us down one by one. Only by staying together will the enemy not dare do anything rash. Guo Miao forced a smile at Su Liuliu. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess, but don't worry, we'll definitely bring you out safely." Su Liuliu felt like crying when she heard Guo Miao's apology. "Why are you suddenly apologizing? What is happening? You told me I was lucky to have been selected to join you on this visit, but I've done nothing except run all over the place. Why are you doing this to me?" Su Liuliu suspected that she had been tricked and that she was the only real visitor. The rest of them were actors. The 2 haunted houses had worked together to scare her. "We don't have time to waste. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it is for Han Kyuming. We need to find him now," Guo Miao decided. "Come on, let's move down the other corridor." He and Songen walked in front while Xiao Du followed at the back. Before they moved on, he turned to tell Su Liuliu, "Brother Song and Boss are reliable people. With them around, nothing dangerous will happen to you." What kind of danger will happen to me inside a haunted house? Is that how you console someone? Standing alone in the corridor that was covered with bloody letters, Su Liuliu followed Gu Miao's group unwillingly. She did not dare go back to the exit alone. The group walked to the fourth corridor. They looked through all 10 rooms, but they still had not found Han Qiyuming. We've reached the end. Where's this Han Qiyuming? Song leaned against the wall, physically drained. A live person disappeared just like that? Gu Miao's heart was racing. He looked around and realized that the blood letters on the wall had deepened in color. We must have missed something? Gu Miao gripped Song's shoulder. All haunted houses have pathways specialized for workers. It should be the same for the third sick hall. In the few sick rooms that we checked earlier, a few of them had unique structures. I believe that the pathway is hidden in one of them. Okay, we'll go back to look together. Su Liuliu, who had been following them, was tried. This was the first time she had visited a haunted house like this. I just ran here, and you guys are running away again. The workers' pathway and Han Qiyuming should be in one of those rooms. Gu Miao looked at Su Liuliu. He had not been so serious for a long time. Trust me, I won't be mistaken. What? Holding the tape recorder, Han Qiyuming and Yi Zioxin exited the director's office. The white noise from the tape had gotten more pronounced. Where are your teammates? I seem to hear running. Yi Zioxin kept her distance from Han Qiyuming. Ignore them, let's get out first. Holding the tape recorder, Han Qiyuming felt like something was observing him. It made the skin on his back crawl. Chapter 227, Help, Help. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. You go first. I hear this haunted house delineates its scenarios into different stages of difficulty. Since it is not often that we get to visit the hardest scenario, I wish to look around some more. Yi Zioxin stood inside the director's office. The noise that came out from the tape recorder grew louder, and some other sounds could be heard within the white noise. It sounded like gasps of air and also crying. Han Qiyuming looked at the time. They still had 2 minutes left. He did not have time to dawdle. Okay, you take care of yourself. Then he turned toward the exit with the recorder. Watching as Han Qiyuming's back merged into the darkness, the eyes of Yi Zioxin, who had kept her cool throughout, bulged wide. Why is there someone lying on his back? She was someone who did not believe in the supernatural, which was why she could so bravely review so many haunted houses. However, just now she saw something that her experience could not explain. Who was that lying on his back? Is it one of the workers? What? Han Qiyuming ran at the top of his speed with the recorder. 2 minutes left. His body temperature fell. Han Qiyuming did not know why, but there was a chill that radiated from his back and suffused through his body before finding its way into his heart. Pain. A voice appeared beside his ear. It was fleeting. Who was that? Han Qiyuming turned his head around to look behind him. It was like a girl was lying on his back, but when he looked, there was nothing there. Was I mistaken? He ran faster with a simple goal in mind, to leave as soon as possible. I already have the item, and I'll win the moment I escape. I'll gain back the face that Tian Teng Medical School has lost. Han Qiyuming ignored everything and dashed madly ahead. So painful. The voice came closer, moving from his back to the side of his ears like it was trying to find its way into his earlobes. So painful. Allah! Han Qiyuming waved his arms at the air around him angrily. Come out, who is it? There was no response other than silence. There were only the echoes of his voice and the tape's white noise in the long corridor. Is it this recorder? Other than himself, only this recorder could produce sound. Han Qiyuming placed it before his eyes. The tape was still turning, and the play button's light had changed from the earlier green to red. This has to be it. Han Qiyuming could not figure out what was wrong. Time was ticking. With a grit of his teeth, Han Qiyuming grabbed the recorder and continued his mad sprint. There has to be something wrong with the recorder, but it is also the key to clearing this scenario. It took us so much time to find this. I'm not going to throw it away. It'll be a waste of all my previous effort. Han Qiyuming cursed Chenji within his heart. Such dispossessability. He needed to exit with the tape recorder to win, and this was the hardest decision. Ditching the recorder meant losing, but keeping the recorder meant having to suffer the torment that it brought. This was a scenario that normal people would not be able to solve. Arg! Han Qiyuming gritted his teeth. He was going to give up his life to clear Chenji's haunted house. He continued to run, but the weight on his shoulders gradually increased. It was as if something was pressing on his shoulders, and the chill seeped into his bones. So painful. The voice from behind him became clearer and clearer. From the initial fuzzy male voice, it had now turned into a female voice. It sounded familiar. It was a voice that was filled with helplessness and despair. Wait a minute. When this voice appeared, the hairs on Han Kyuming's body stood up. I've heard this voice somewhere before. His sanity was almost shattered. In a haunted house that he had not visited before, he had managed to hear a voice that he was familiar with. Where did I hear this before? Cold sweat slid down his forehead. He did not have many female friends, practically none from his age group. No, I must have heard this somewhere before. A memory from about half a year ago floated up in his mind. When editing the design to Tian Tang Medical School to increase the attraction of the haunted house, ignoring the objections from others, he had insisted on adding the death of Su Zhenjin and her father into the plot. To add to the authenticity, he had thoroughly researched Su Zhenjin. The girl had once worked at her father's hospital. Later, she had been fired due to medical mistake. At the time, the patient's family had made a huge deal out of it, and there was even a video online. The family had gone to the hospital to demand an explanation from Su Zhenjin. In a nurse's uniform, Su Zhenjin had been surrounded by other doctors and nurses. She had explained herself with her soft voice, but no one had paid her any attention. Later, the situation had spiraled out of control, and she had been shoved to the ground. Someone had even stepped on her fingers. So painful. Yes, this is the voice. Han Kyuming's head was exploding. He was listening to a dead victim's voice inside a haunted house. He threw the tape recorder away instantly. Even if he had 10 more hearts, and he would not go near that tape recorder again. Why would Su Zhenjin's voice be caught inside the recorder? Is it the work of that Chen fella? Impossible. He wouldn't have known we were going to visit the third sick hall. It was my suggestion that the plan was changed. Han Kyuming wanted to give himself a huge slap on his lips. I shouldn't have said that. The tape recorder originally came from Tian Tang Medical School. Could it be that the Su Zhenjin that I took inspiration from returned as an actual ghost? His body temperature was dropping and his skin was cold. The pressure on his shoulders continued to increase. I'll need to leave this place first. This house is too haunted. Han Kyuming continued to run, but he only took several steps before he started to gasp desperately for air. The soft mattresses did not provide his feet with any purchase, and every step he took made his body feel heavier. What's going on? It feels like I'm carrying something. Han Kyuming looked behind him. The tape recorder that he had dropped in the corner was unharmed because the fall had been cushioned by the mattresses, and it was still rolling. The tape that kept on turning was like a curious smile or a whirlpool that was designed to draw him in. I need to escape. The tape recorder was far away from him, but the white noise felt like it was just beside his ears. So painful, so painful. The woman's voice filled Han Kyuming's mind, and there was a crazed look in his eyes. Stop talking. I told you to stop talking. He punched the air and turned wildly about. He wanted to search for the source. In a flash, he saw a woman's face placed on his shoulder, whispering into his ear. I've got you now. He turned on his phone's flashlight and used the camera to point behind him. As the camera turned, the familiar face that he had seen many times on newspapers and medical reports appeared in his phone. Su Zhenjin. The phone slipped from his grasp, and Han Kyuming dashed down the corridor, running for his life. His body turned colder and the voice refused to leave him be. So painful, so painful, so painful. After turning the corner, Han Kyuming returned to the mess of mannequins. He did not notice the changes to the mannequins and charged forward blindly. He knew that he had paid attention to where he was stepping, but for some reason, something tripped him up, and he collapsed amid the mess of mannequins. During his fall, his thick glasses were sent flying as well. My glasses. Han Kyuming crawled on all fours. His surroundings were completely blurred, but he could still make out the shapes of hands, legs, and heads. He crawled toward his glasses, but the glasses kept on moving away from him like they were being moved by the mannequins. In the dark, he could sense the many heads and body parts moving toward him. What are you? Don't come any closer. Help, help. Chapter 228, The Devil's Story. Han Kyuming only managed to shout once before something clamped on his lips. Endless terror swallowed him whole. Unable to see anything clearly, the icy feeling shot through his body and was carried in a certain direction. The door closed, and the corridor returned to its original state. The third sick hall was huge, and all of the corridors were quite a distance from each other, but Yi Zioxin still heard some commotion. She hesitated before leaving the director's office. This courageous girl was very careful with her every step. She turned the corner, but there was still nothing. Where has that man disappeared to? Did he trigger some trap? Yi Zioxin continued to move through the dark corridor. Suddenly she heard footsteps. Han Kyuming's footsteps are weak and light. This person's are stable and powerful, like someone who has a purpose and knows what he's doing. Yi Zioxin hid in the nearby sick room and snuck a look through the slit. Not long after that, an incredibly scary monster emerged. He was wearing a bloody doctor's outfit, and his face was sewn together. He was covered in a murderous aura and holding a horrific-looking hammer. The hammer was covered in blood splatters, and it dragged across the floor. It did not look like a prop, but like an actual murder weapon. The actor inside the third sick hall. The actor only appears after 20 minutes. The first time Yi Zioxin lost her cool was when she saw the person on Han Kyuming's back, and the second time was now. The monster was slowly advancing, and Yi Zioxin's fair fingers gripped the door tightly. This was something she had not experienced in other haunted houses, and she could not understand why. Why am I so afraid? Looking at the monster wave the hammer about expertly, Yi Zioxin's instincts told her to hide. Actors in other haunted houses are just putting on a show, but looking at this doctor, it feels like he has really done something sick with that hammer before. It was not until the doctor left that Yi Zioxin silently exited the sick room. She jotted down a brief few words on her notebook before starting to follow behind the doctor. In the deepest part of third sick hall, Guo Miao and Song and stood before the door to room 10. The numbering on this corridor is different from others, and rooms 8, 9, and 10 are the most unique because their doors are made from steel. Guo Miao shared his findings with others. We should focus on investigating these 3 rooms. Take care to not lose sight of one another. If you discover anything, call for help and do not touch anything on your own. The group went into room 8 first. The window was installed with anti-theft gauze, and there were detaining straps attached to the steel bed on both sides. The whole room gave a weird feeling, but it was not noticeable at first glance. This room, Guo Miao stared at the bed for a long time and said uncertainly, looks like everything here is uneven. With that reminder, the other visitors saw that as well. Half of the dresser had been destroyed, but the other half was perfectly preserved. The left side of the bed was fine, but the right side was heavily twisted. Even the floor was half dirty and half clean. What is the meaning of this room? The clue to clearing the scenario is unevenness. The patient room 8 housed was Cheng Qing, a patient with hemanglecht. Harmony in the eyes of normal people would be twisted in his perspective, so the world in his eyes was sick and twisted, and thus required correction. The group searched for a long time inside room 8 but came up with nothing. They left room 8 and entered room 9. Room 9 was the cleanest room in the third sick hall. There was no trash or rubbish, and there was no weird drawing on the wall. However, inside the third sick hall, this only made things seem weirder. The group searched the room and still came up with nothing. What is Boss Chen trying to say? This design is difficult to understand. The patient in room 9 was Wu Fei. This was someone even Men Nan's main persona had thought was dangerous. Pushing open the last steel door, the group who stood outside the door were assaulted by a pungent stench. Everyone had their hairs stand upright, and they prepared to run. When Chen Ji was doing his trial mission, room 10 had been locked, so he had not been inside this room in reality. Should we leave? Su Liuliu asked outside the door with her hand over her nose. The smell is not as strong inside the room, but you and Zio Du can stay outside. Guo and Nsongan entered room 10, and the decoration inside this room could only be described as madness. There were no windows. It was a completely enclosed area. There was no bed or furniture like tables or chairs. Only several dilapidated and smelly mattresses were left on the floor. When Guo Miao and Song An's gaze moved to the wall, even they were spooked. All the surfaces in the room were covered in blood letters of various sizes. They were so overlapped with each other that it created an illusion that they were moving. The scariest thing was, opposite from the room door was a man's face embedded in the wall. It was just a thin layer, and he looked like he was smiling and was not at the same time. Boss, that face doesn't look like a prop. Man-made rubber wouldn't be able to create this kind of feeling. I know. Guo Miao took several steps toward the human face. He raised his hands to touch it to confirm, but his hand hung several meters away from the face, and he could not move forward anymore. So be it. I feel like the clue won't be related to this face. It's probably hiding among the blood letters. Guo Miao looked at the letters around the human face and realized with a shock that unlike the words out in the corridor, the sentences had basic logic to them, as if they were telling a story. Using his phone as light, he read them aloud. My wife accused me of being a killer. My parents refused to talk to me. The neighbors pointed at me, and everyone abandoned me. I shouldn't be alive, but I found no reason to die. I am the killer of my own children. Yes, I have never denied that fact. I shouldn't have left him alone at home. I shouldn't have left the fire on and rushed to work. 3 lives, 3 children. What can I do to seek salvation? I wish to tear out my heart for you to see. Please stop blaming me. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have argued. I should accept my mistake silently. If I didn't argue with my wife that night, perhaps she wouldn't have left late at night to find her parents, and she wouldn't have been harmed by those people. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I wish to atone for my sins, but who would accept my atonement? There's a needle inside my body, standing over my heart. Every breath I take, it pierces through my heart. What should I do? Try my best to live. I've moved to a completely new place, but the situation hasn't changed. Guilt torments me. I am a killer, an unforgivable killer. Chapter 229, The Flyer for Ghost Stories Society. No matter where I was, when the sun rose up and I woke up from my dream, I would tell myself it's a new day. Yet, whenever I opened my eyes, the monster within me awakened. It would tear open my wounds relentlessly, and that bone-piercing pain reminded me. I'm my children's killer, the source of all tragedy. I sought help from doctors, and they told me the monster was a manifestation of my conscience and guilt. It was me torturing myself. They suggested that I put my focus elsewhere, find a place where my heart could rest. I'm afraid of interacting with people, so I relied on medication and books as well as religion to seek escape. I have a small wish in my heart. Perhaps God will be able to forgive my sin to give me my salvation. In everyone's eyes, I'm my children's killer, but my God wouldn't. I will give my everything to God. 3 years ago, the pain finally stopped. Perhaps the medicine was working. In fact, I could feel myself improving. I was more at peace with myself. The fall of the 4th year, the police came to me with a stranger. They said that this was one of the culprits who harmed my wife. The man came to me because he wanted to seek forgiveness. But why should I forgive him? My wife lost 3 of her children, and she was taken away from me forever not long after. I will never forgive him, never. The stranger opened his heart to me, but I didn't feel a shred of pity for the man. If anything, I felt like he had not suffered enough punishment. Those kinds of people do not deserve forgiveness. After he was done, he seemed to feel better. Looking at how relieved he was, I was angry. I charged at him, and during our tussle, the locket on his neck snapped, and the necklace that had the carving of God fell to the ground. As if afraid that his most precious treasure would be stepped on, he used his body to shield the locket, to beg the God for forgiveness. I saw myself in the man. He was very similar, including the God in the locket. I had the very same locket. We believed in the same God. Why would my God forgive the murderer who harmed my wife? After the stranger left, I smashed the locket around my neck and burned everything religious I had in my house. The monster that had been silent for the past 4 years awakened once more. I thought I was healed, but I was merely lying to myself. However, this was perfect. I no longer needed to suppress the monster that was now a part of me. I found a knife inside the kitchen and chased after the stranger. God might have forgiven him, but I had not. The blood letters filled the wall. There were plenty more, but they became more and more incomprehensible, although they all had a feeling of confession to them. The more he looked at them, the more afraid Guo Miao became. Could this be Boss Chen's past? The patient in this room was once Boss Chen. This mask is one he has used before. His mind went to impossible places to scare himself. Could this be actual human skin? With a grit of his teeth, he held his breath and reached out to touch that face. When his fingertip was about to touch the face, there was a sudden scream coming from the corridor. Who is that? I saw it. A face. There was a face inside room 3. The shrill female scream made Guo Miao's legs turn to mush, and he collapsed to the floor. His heart was racing, and Guo Miao had his hand over his heart. He turned to yell outside the room when something caught his attention. He was kneeling before the human face, and from his vantage point, a yellowed piece of paper was poking out between the wall and the human face. What is this? With shaking hands, he reached into the human face to pull the piece of paper out. Careful not to ruin the human face, Guo Miao finally pulled out the piece of paper that was about the size of his palm. Ghost Stories Society. The paper looked like a flyer. The back was a picture of a half-opened red door, and on the top half was written Ghost Stories Society. The lower half of the flyer introduced the way to get into this society. Look for a building with 24 floors, and take the elevator at midnight. Holding the paper in his grasp, Guo Miao's heart kept skipping. He could no longer tell what was real and what was fake. At the same time he found the flyer, Chen-ji exited the secret tunnel into room 3, and the black phone in his pocket vibrated. A message at a time like this? Chen-ji retreated into the secret tunnel and closed the steel door. He checked his message. You've triggered the only hidden mission inside 3rd Sick Hall, Ghost Story Society. This will your first opponent before you master nightmares. Find them. Mission Hint 1. The Ghost Story Society congregates in one of the rooms on the 24th floor. Mission Hint 2. A building with 23 floors, but it has 24 numbers. Why? Mission Hint 3. Only by taking the elevator at midnight will you be able to enter the 24th floor. When he was waiting for his elevator at Fang HWA Apartments, he had accidentally discovered that the building only had 23 floors, but the elevator had 24 numbers. The Ghost Story Society is inside that building. Inside room 10, Guo Miao put his phone close to the flyer. Only by taking the elevator at midnight will you be able to find the Ghost Story Society. After entering the elevator, press to go to the 23rd floor. When you've reached the 23rd floor, press to go down to the 2nd floor. When you reach the 2nd floor, go up to the 22nd floor. Repeat this many times before pressing the button for the 24th floor. Just looking at the flyer, Guo Miao was scared. He folded the flyer back up and shoved it back under the human face. This has to be some kind of prank, right? Taking the elevator alone at midnight, going up and down endlessly. The elevator opens to the corridor. What if those spooky things join you in the elevator? This place is too weird, we cannot stay here any longer. All song, help me up, we're leaving. Chen-ji pocketed his black phone and swung the hammer before him. The visitors have triggered the hidden mission. How did they manage to do that? Before the 3rd Sick Hall was open to the public, Chen-ji had inspected every single corner of the scenario. He had examined room 10 as well. However, the flyer was hidden masterfully. Only by looking at the mask from the floor would one be able to spot it. This meant that one had to be afraid of the mask until one fell on the floor to discover it. It was a pure coincidence that Guo Miao had found it. In comparison, when Chen-ji saw the face, he had gone over to squeeze the nose and cheeks to try it out. He was not afraid at all. If anything, he was happy because he suspected that this was Patient 10's face, which meant that he was closer to solving the puzzle. The hidden mission was discovered the visitors. I need to thank them nicely. Listening to the footsteps coming from outside the tunnel, he touched the skin mask on his face and lay in wait for the perfect moment. Chapter 230, Surprise. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Was it this room? The few visitors entered room 3, but the place was empty. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Songen held Guo Miao to look around the room. There was no hiding place in sight. There was a face. He was wearing a doctor's outfit and his face was sewn together. He shook and then disappeared back into the room. Su Liuliu was very sure of herself. Everyone else had their attention turned to room 10, but she had been paying attention to things behind them. Never mind, stop looking, Guo Miao said weakly, his legs still weak. Let's go out now. Impossible, I was staring at room 3 and the face hasn't appeared again. He should still be inside this room. Su Liuliu grabbed Xiao Du's arm. You were also in the corridor earlier, did you see anything? Maybe, I'm not sure. Xiao Du's answer was too vague. The few of them stayed in the room for a while before retracing their steps and preparing to leave. Leaving just like that, Chen-ji exited the secret tunnel and followed behind the group of visitors. So be it. Their fans are waiting for them outside. I'll save them some face. He entered room 10. When the hidden mission was triggered, they were inside this room. Everything in the room was normal. Only a few footprints were left on the mattresses. Chen-ji walked over to inspect the footprints and noticed the small changes in the human face. He squatted down, reached into the face's mouth, and pulled out a flyer from within. Looks like they found this. Chen-ji pocketed the flyer and entered the toilet opposite from the electrotherapy room. He carried a female mannequin out from it. He put the faceless nurse's uniform on the mannequin, preparing one last surprise for this group of visitors. Exiting room 10, Chen-ji could hear some noise coming from the 3rd corridor. He glanced in that direction and saw the person, but he did not expose her. After turning the corner, he leaned against the wall and waited quietly. Several seconds later, there were soft footsteps coming from the corridor. The person who was following him was very cautious. The sound of footsteps was adjacent to the wall. In the darkened corridor, danger could come from anywhere. Only the sturdy wall could bring her the security she needed. The two parties got close, the corner blocking their sight of one another. The person was afraid that Chen-ji was still around, so she did not turn the corner instantly but committed to the same pose as Chen-ji, her back against the cracked wall, her legs tensed as she leaned her upper body forward. She bent over and silently moved her face toward the corner. "Are you looking for me?" The pair of eyes met, and Yi Zioxin's breathing stopped. Her heart was racing and blood rushed to her eyes. Her ears were numb and she could not hear anything. Her body temperature was dropping, and her body shook involuntarily. Chen Ji looked down on the short-haired woman, and his sewn face was slightly twisted. Without a second word, he raised the hammer in his grasp. Bang! The hammer connected on the wall that was 2 meters above the girl's head. The wall chipped, and the debris fell on her face. This made Yi Zioxin realize that she was not in a dream. Her composure was shattered and blood drained from her face. She turned and dashed toward room 3. "Wait, don't run." Chen Ji maintained his distance. He did not catch up to her, but he did not slow down. The hammer scratched the wall, creating a sound that chilled Yi Zioxin's heart. She did not dare turn back to look. There was only one thought in her mind: run. She dashed into room 3's secret passageway, and Chen Ji followed closely behind her. One ran and one chased. They passed through the tunnel in the blink of an eye and exited at the director's office. In the corridor outside, the other visitors did not know what happened, but they could hear the weird noises coming from the surrounding sick rooms. "Boss, I'm worried. It feels like something is coming." Songen held Gu Miao and kept turning his head about. "There are so many of us. If something is really coming, we don't need to worry." Gu Miao tried to keep the morale high, but before he could finish, a disheveled woman burst out of the director's office. It was Yi Zioxin. She saw the group of people that she had stunned and yelled, "He's coming to get us! Run! Run for your lives!" Her face was red from a lack of oxygen, a different person from the calm reviewer that walked in. Who is he?" Yi Zioxin ran after she gave the warning. About 1 second after that, the half-open door to the director's director was cracked open by brute force. The door slammed against the wall, and it shattered into pieces. The thing that came into the visitors' sights was a blood-stained hammer. Chen Ji, in his bloodied outfit, exited the director's office. He was chasing after Yi Zioxin, but came into Gu Miao's group instead. His body blocking the only exit, Chen Ji turned to look at the few visitors. This is such a coincidence. The emotionless eyes sent chills down the visitors' spines. Before Chen Ji could make his next move, Su Liuliu and Zio Du at the back of the group screamed and ran back into the deeper part of 3rd Sick Hall. "Hold your ground," Gu Miao was about to say, but he reached out to grab air. Songen, who had been holding on to him, had abandoned him to rush after Su Liuliu and Zio Du. He was already several meters away. "It's wrong to abandon your friend no matter the situation." Chen Ji made the decision and ran past Gu Miao to chase after the escaping 3. The smell of blood blasted past him, and Gu Miao slowly slid down the wall. He looked at Chen Ji's rushing figure and took in a deep breath before crawling toward the haunted house's entrance. The truth mustn't be suppressed. Someone has to escape this place alive. The deepest part of the 4th corridor was a dead end, and this was also the place where Chen Ji had laid the most traps. This group of visitors had been scared before they even reached the 4th corridor. They did not really inspect the 4th corridor, so this meant that many scare points that Chen Ji had hidden were not activated. Chen Ji chased after them, giving them tons of pressure. When the 3 reached the dead end, their minds collapsed. "There's no way forward." Zio Du punched on the wall covered with blood vessels, and the fear he was feeling could not be put into words. "We're trapped." Songen's face was equally filled with despair. Of the 3 of them, Su Liuliu was the calmest. "There should be a hidden passageway. Don't you remember? I said I saw a face inside room 3, but we couldn't find anyone, so I suspect there's a secret passage there." "Room 3? The 3 looked at one another and decided to gamble. They ran toward Chen Ji, and when they were about to meet, the 3 snuck into room 3. There's really a secret passage. When Chen Ji was chasing after Yi Zioxin, he had forgotten to close the passage embedded into the wall, so the visitors discovered the hidden passageway easily. "We're saved." Before they could be relieved, Chen Ji appeared at the door. "Hey." "Run." Su Liuliu was the first to crawl into the tunnel. Zio Du and Songen followed closely behind her. The dark tunnel was large enough to allow one person to pass through at a time. Su Liuliu saw the exit that was approaching, and her heart was in her mouth. The escape was imminent. She crawled faster, and when she was about 1 meter away from the exit, a face covered with bandages appeared on the other end of the tunnel. She was wearing a bloodied nurse uniform, and Su Liuliu could hear a woman's giggle coming from the nurse. "What is this?" Su Liuliu felt like cursing. She forced herself to stop, but the momentum still sent her careening into the monster. The realistic head fell into her chest. The bandages loosened and the curiously beautiful face was revealed. Then the scariest thing happened. Due to the physical trauma, the nurse's facial features fractured and the face shattered before Su Liuliu. Oya. She tried to crawl backwards while Xiao Du and Songen were mindlessly charging forward. The three rammed into one another and the collision could be heard miles away. The three tripped, and due to the small space of the tunnel, they got entangled in one another and were unable to escape, lodged in the middle of the tunnel. Seeing this, Chenji chuckled as he moved closer to them with the hammer. Why are you doing this to yourselves? Chapter 231. I forgot I have on makeup. The three were entangled with one another. This was the first time Chenji had happened across something like this in his haunted house. Call 911, there's no need, I'll help you myself. Using his feet to place pressure on Songen's back, he pulled on Xiao Du's arm. Brace yourself. He leaned back to pull Xiao Du out from the mess. Ow. After a long time, he finally managed to separate the three of them. Looking at the three who were collapsed on the floor with pale faces, he could not help but sigh. The physical condition of my recent visitors sure has been weak. Wearing the doctor's outfit, holding the hammer, Chenji got no response from his visitors. For them, this day was going to be forever sealed in their hearts, becoming a precious memory that they would never forget. Can you still walk on your own? I'll lead you out. Chenji picked up the female mannequin's head and placed it beside her body. Then he helped the few exit the director's office. At the entrance of the haunted house, the visitors were separated into two groups. One group consisted of the real visitors. They were seated at the resting tent, being busybodies. The other group consisted of Tian Teng Medical School's fans. They were anxious to see the result. Manager Su, it has been almost 40 minutes. Why aren't they out yet? We've received SOS calls. Manager, are you sure nothing will go wrong? Uncle Su stood outside the haunted house to sell tickets. Surrounding him were 4 young men and women. If Chenji was there, he would definitely have recognized them. These were the other workers from Tian Teng Medical School. This, I'm sure it'll be fine. Uncle Su was covered with sweat. To be honest, he had no idea. The normal visitation time was 20 minutes, and once they went over that time, something bad was bound to happen. You've wiped your sweat at least 10 times within 2 minutes. Boss, you're making us worried. The man who shouted had the surname Lin. He was the dead body who had hidden under the baby crib. Without his makeup, he looked even paler in person. Don't worry. He might have said so, but Uncle Su was more nervous than they were. When Fei Yuliang came to visit last time, he had been delayed by 8 minutes before he was let out, and he had been sent directly to the hospital. This time the delay was 20 minutes. This was bad. Uncle Su did not dare think of the possible reasons. In fact, he had called the park's medical team 10 minutes ago. Stretchers were already ready at the resting tent. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps they're having too much fun. Another minute passed and the curtain was finally pushed open. A sexy woman ran out of it. There was no color in her face, and her short hair was stuck to her face and her forehead. The moment she saw the light, she crumbled the ground. Her chest rose and fell violently like she had just finished a marathon. Someone is out. It's Yi Xiaoxin. Isn't she the country's most professional haunted house reviewer? How did she end up in this state? This proves that you cannot believe everything on the internet. After all, she wasn't a professional from Tian Teng Medical School, so it's understandable that she is this scared. Seeing Yi Xiaoxin manage to run out of the haunted house, Uncle Su sighed in relief. Thank God. He opened the gate to go to help Yi Xiaoxin when the curtain was opened a second time. Guo Miao looked so much older. He knocked into the wall before collapsing out of the entrance. There was no life in his eyes. Seeing Yi Xiaoxin on the left, he very instinctively collapsed to the right. Kneeling under the sun, he doubled over like he was about to vomit. Boss. The other workers from Tian Teng Medical School all rushed forward. Looking at how distressed their boss was, the shock in their heart could not be described. The fans outside the haunted house were speechless as well. It was only a haunted house visit, right? How come it feels like he went on a roller coaster? Not long after that, the thick curtain was pushed back again. Songen limped in front while Chenji followed behind him with the 2 other visitors. He did not remove his mask, so his appearance caused some in the crowd to scream. Even Uncle Su was shocked by Chenji. He was a coward, so he had never entered Chenji's haunted house before. Nothing serious, they're just spooked. Chenji dropped Xiao Du and Su Liuliu at the front door. He saw the other workers from Tian Teng Medical School. Before they interrogated him, Chenji said, You're here in support of Tian Teng Medical School, right? Don't worry, in 10 minutes I can arrange for you to visit the haunted house. The words that they wanted to say were stuck in their throats. If there's nothing else, I'm going back. There's still one visitor I haven't found. The workers from Tian Teng Medical School looked at one another. They were all in the same business, and they knew of the surprise accidents, but what exactly did he mean by that last sentence? Entering the haunted house again, Chenji pulled up the surveillance for the third sick hall to look. Han Kyuming was struggling within the pool of mannequins before being dragged into one of the sick rooms. Chenji returned to third sick hall to find Han Kyuming. Pushing open the wooden door, he found Han Kyuming fainted on the floor. His glasses were hanging on his face, and around him were numerous mannequin parts. You guys even helped him find his glasses. Nice job, very polite. Chenji placed his finger under Han Kyuming's nose. There was still breathing. He looked okay on the surface, but whether or not he would leave with an emotional scar that would make him scream in the middle of the night while hospitalized like that Fei Yuliang, Chenji could not tell. Holding Han Kyuming's arms, Chenji dragged him to the door. When he was moved, Han Kyuming slowly opened his eyes, regaining his consciousness. When he saw he was being dragged by a bloody doctor, he instinctively started to struggle. Chenji was not saving him, but was pulling him somewhere to get butchered. Don't move, I'm here to help, Chenji told him kindly, but Han Kyuming's consciousness was fraying. He could not understand Chenji and kept mumbling, "Ghost, ghost." What ghost? Are you hallucinating? Chenji did not know what happened to Han Kyuming, but according to his design, even if they triggered all the traps, they should not end up in Han Kyuming's state. How are you a haunted house designer if you're so easily scared? Chenji released the man, and Han Kyuming pulled on the mattress on the floor and tried to crawl toward the corner. What are you so afraid of? I'm here to lead you out. I'm one of the workers here. Han Kyuming refused to listen to Chenji. Out of options, Chenji grabbed Han Kyuming by his shoulders and removed his skin mask. Look at me, I'm the haunted house's boss. Han Kyuming was forced to turn his head to look at Chenji. Underneath the skin mask was a face without life. Dead people. Looking at Han Kyuming, who had fainted once more, Chenji touched his face and suddenly realized that he had applied the dead people's makeup before putting on the skin mask. Chapter 232, Wednesday. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Then again, this is not bad. At least I don't need to explain myself anymore. Dragging the unconscious Han Kyuming, Chenji exited the haunted house and very naturally headed for the resting tent. Where are the doctors? This brother here might need a little aid. Chenji, Uncle Su rushed over in a hurry. He was not surprised when he saw this. He had prepared plenty of emergency rescue kits in the tent outside of Chenji's haunted house. The stretcher is at the corner. Stop dragging him. Let him lie down naturally. Make some space. Give him some air. The park doctor who stood ready quickly ran out to help Han Kyuming. His physical condition is fine, and there are no obvious wounds. It was not because of physical trauma or sickness that he fainted. The more he inspected, the more curious the doctor became. The reason of his fainting was probably because he was put under high pressure, continuously causing his brain to shut down. This is the human body's natural self-defense mechanism. He will wake up on his own in a while. Dr. Liu, will he end up with some kind of side effects? Uncle Su asked worriedly. It's hard to say. After all, cases like this aren't common. Dr. Liu peeled Han Kyuming's eyelids back. His pupils were not concentrated, his mouth was agape, and his body temperature was low. Just what kind of experience did he go through to end up like this? When the other workers saw Han Kyuming, they were also scared. Boss Chen, Mr. Han became like this when he was visiting your haunted house. You have to give an explanation. Actually, I'm also quite curious myself. All of you went to visit the place together, so how come he's the only one who became like this? Chenji shrugged. They moved to Guo, Miao, and Yi Xiaoxin. Don't worry, our haunted house is very experienced dealing with things like this, and there will definitely be a satisfactory explanation. Very experienced? The other workers followed Chenji dumbly. For some reason, this boss Chen's words unsettled them. Yi Xiaoxin and Guo Miao each occupied the left and right side of the stairs, and they were still recovering. Boss Guo, Han Kyuming entered the haunted house with the rest of you. You should be clearest about what happened to him. Chenji tossed the question to Guo Miao. I have no idea, we were separated. Guo Miao looked at the smile on Chenji's face and his scalp went numb. He grumbled internally, why did he end up this way? Shouldn't you know? Then I'll change the question. In which corridor did you get separated, and what was he doing at the time? Guo Miao did not understand the purpose of Chenji's question. Staring at the unconscious Han Kyuming, he did not know what to say. Han Kyuming had gloated proudly that he wanted to ruin Chen Ji's haunted house, but in the end, he had disappeared 2 minutes after saying that. That was the truth, but Gu Miao felt it was embarrassing enough. If he said that before their workers and fans, how was he going to survive in this business in the future? Compared to what Chen Ji did at Tian Teng Medical School, Gu Miao clutched his heart, feeling the pain originating from it. Mr. Han might be a haunted house designer, but he is not that courageous. He was probably spooked by some prop. Gu Miao forced a smile to end this topic as soon as possible. Boss, isn't Mr. Han not afraid of anything, not even the curse of the dead? The female worker called Ah Rui wanted to say something more, but was warned off with a dead gaze by Gu Miao. We can talk about this when we return. He pointed surreptitiously at the gathering fans, hoping that she would take the hint. They helped each other up, and when they looked toward the resting tent, Han Kyuming was already being carried away by the doctor and park workers. The stretcher passed through the crowd, and the people parted to let him through. The man had fainted, so he did not know anything, but his fainted image with the white foam on his lips was forever seared in everyone's mind. My haunted house's scenarios are delineated into different levels. The third sick hall is a 3-star scenario, currently my scariest. Most of you haven't fainted, so that's already very impressive. Chen Ji's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to be heard by the nearby visitors. Normally, if you experience the scenarios one after another, you would be able to get used to the terror, and it would be a lot simpler. The workers from Tian Teng Medical School had been used as teaching material, and this shamed their fans. Some of them had silently moved into the line, also wanting to experience Chen Ji's haunted house. Some of the props are ruined, and I have half an hour to fix them. In the meantime, you can visit the Minghun scenario. Chen Ji returned to the third sick hall to fix all the mannequins and replace them in Muyang High School. Stop running about. The doctors and patients can handle the other scenario just fine. Chen Ji closed the door to third sick hall. Based on how things were going, it would be some time before any of his visitors could challenge this scenario. He continued his work. During the lunch break, Yi Zioxin sought out Chen Ji to do an interview, saying that she wished to help Chen Ji promote the place. After answering a few simple questions, Chen Ji sent the girl away and prepared to work the afternoon shift. The haunted house closed at 6:30 p.m. After cleaning the bathroom, Chen Ji lay in the staff break room alone. This is not a bad life, scaring people in the day and counting money, toying with cat at night. Chen Ji called for a takeout. Before he could even dig in, a phone call pulled him back to reality. Captain Yan, you're looking for me. We've checked the surveillance around Hai Ming Apartments, and we didn't find anyone suspicious. I need you to tell me where you got this clue. When the monster left Wang Xinglong, he had heard weird noises from the corridor. It sounded like someone was walking backwards. Chen Ji suspected at the time that it was due to the patient from third sick hall, and so he had called Captain Yan to report it. He told Captain Yan everything honestly, and after a drawn-out silence, Captain Yan replied, "We have heard about this from one of the neighbors from another case. I hope that you will stay out of this from now on." Okay. I've also found something related to this ghost story society. Captain Yan's tone became serious. They're very dangerous, and they're related to many cases. What kind of cases? Chen Ji was intrigued. Don't ask, I'll explain those that you can know, but for those you cannot know, you will not get me to say anything. I understand. Chen Ji did not mind. After all, he had plenty of secrets of his own. For the sake of your safety, I'll reveal some information to you. All the cases related to the society happen on Wednesday. This day seems to have some significance to them, but currently we still don't understand why. Wednesday, meaning I'll need to be careful on every Wednesday. Chen Ji looked at his phone. It was a Tuesday. Take care of yourself. Hanging up the phone, Chen Ji lost his appetite. He pulled out the flyer from his pocket. Instead of waiting, he preferred to be active in his pursuit. What is the purpose of this society? When he was thinking, his phone rang again. This time it was from Inspector Li. Chen Ji, come to Western Jiujiang's police station immediately. We found the killer who forced the girl from Western Jiujiang's private academy to commit suicide 4 years ago. Chapter 233, Zhuziu. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. You found the killer. Chen Ji jumped up immediately. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Chen Ji grabbed his jacket and dashed out of the haunted house. The first date in his life had been at a haunted school with a red specter. There had been no excitement or joy during his first date, but he did familiarize himself with the sad past of a girl, falling from a high building, lying in the pool of her own blood. Pain had assaulted her from everywhere, but death had taken its sweet time to arrive. Looking at the killer walking away from the scene, the truth had thus been buried. Her ballet shoes had slowly been dyed red, and the kind girl had morphed into a malicious specter. Zhang Yu had told Chen Ji everything, and the only one who could speak on her behalf was him. Chen Ji took a taxi to the police station. Ah Yang, who waited outside, recognized Chen Ji at first glance. "Inspector Li is in the room on the left." "Thank you." The office was small, and Inspector Li was in it alone. "You're finally here, take a seat." When Chen Ji saw that there was only Inspector Li in the room, he had a very bad feeling. "Has the killer been confirmed? Didn't you say the pool of suspects still has 3 people?" "Now it's been confirmed, it's him." Inspector Li picked up a file from the desk to retrieve a photograph. "The man's name is Zhu Ziu. He was the manager for the equipment room at Western Jiujiang's private academy. There was nothing to his name. At the same time, he was the headmaster's youngest son and the ex-husband of the dance teacher, Sun Meijing. The picture had been taken from a surveillance video. A thin man was captured in the picture. He sat at a roadside stall. Many beer cans crowded the dirty table. "Are you sure?" Zhang Yu had once replayed the original scene using the mirror in the dance studio. Chen Ji had not gotten a good look of the killer's face, but he did have a sense of the man's physical body. The killer in the mirror was large, completely different from the man in the picture. Initially, we also only saw him as one of the suspects. Our focus was on the physical education teachers and guest teachers of the private academy. When we did our interview, Zhu Ziu's ex-wife, Sun Meijing, accidentally revealed an important detail to us. "What did she say?" "Her lips were tight and refused to say anything, but we discovered a picture that she had posted online many years ago." Inspector Li took out his phone, and it was the picture of a couple that he showed to Chen Ji. The woman looked normal, but she kept her figure tight and fit. The man looked younger than the woman, but he was large. He appeared to weigh about 180 kilograms. "This man is Zhu Ziu from 5 years ago." Comparing the man in the picture and the man in real life, they were completely different. "In 5 years, Zhu Ziu has lost about 60 kg. This attracted our attention. When we investigated deeper, we discovered that this man has no stable job but has a great spending habit, and most importantly, he appears to be a hoarder." Inspector Li took out another photograph. After Zhu Ziu's father passed away, Sun Meijing filed for a divorce. The house went to Sun Meijing, and he has been living inside rental home. We found his landlord, and using fixing an electrical line as excuse, we looked around his room. His place was a huge mess and absolutely reeked. There were several pairs of female shoes hidden underneath his bed. The last picture was taken in secret, and it captured the situation inside Zhu Ziu's room. His occupation, physical stature, and obsession match perfectly. "It is 90% certain that he's the killer," Chen Ji hissed. "This kind of person should be locked behind bars, awaiting the judgment of the law." "But we only have circumstantial evidence. He had the motive and ability to commit the crime, but that doesn't prove he's the killer. We need more concrete evidence." Inspector Li rubbed his temple. "Now I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to listen to first?" "Bad news," Chen Ji said. "Based on the clue you provided, we found that the other girls who were Zhu Ziu's accomplices in forcing the girl to commit suicide have all mysteriously died. We do not have any living witnesses." Chen Ji could not do anything about that. The witnesses whom Inspector Li wanted had been cursed inside chairs, and one of them had been made into candy and eaten. We couldn't do anything to him without witnesses. No, as long as we have concrete proof, we'll get a guilty verdict as well. However, this case happened 4 or 5 years ago, so all the physical evidence has been ruined. Most importantly, the coroner's report states that the girl committed suicide, and there was no sign of a physical altercation before her death. That was because she was forced to jump. The bastard cornered her at the window. This is definitely a murder. Chen Ji had seen that scene for himself in the mirror. "That is not for me or you to decide. We need evidence." Inspector Li put away all the pictures. "Now, do you want to listen to the good news?" "Okay." Somehow, Zhu Ziu found out we were onto him. On the second day of our investigation, he disappeared. Inspector Li removed the remaining pictures from a document. "How is that good news?" Chen Ji could not understand. He turned to look at the pictures on the table. "Refusing to cooperate and obstruction of justice enable us to take more forceful advances like asking for aid from other stations." Inspector Li said many things, but they fell on deaf ears. Chen Ji picked up one of the pictures and his eyes were shaking. "Why is this picture here?" Inspector Li glanced at it. "That is the last picture we have of Zhu Ziu. Apparently he disappeared inside this building. Why would he go there? Chen Ji narrowed his eyes. The building in the picture was the third building of Fang HWA apartments. We're also wondering about that. Inspector Li did not know why Chen Ji was acting this way. After further investigation, we realized that this was not the first time Zhu Ziu visited Fang HWA apartments. We pulled the surveillance footage for the most recent 3 months and realized that Zhu Ziu has visited the third block 3 times, and interestingly enough, his visits were all at midnight, Tuesday midnight to be exact. How long does he spend there each time? About 10 minutes. Can you give me an exact time frame? He would arrive at Tuesday night 11:50 p.m. and then leave right after midnight. No one knows what he is up to. Inspector Li stated his suspicions. The man seems to know that his sin will be exposed sooner or later and thus is finding an escape route for himself. After the midnight of Tuesday, it would be Wednesday. Chen Ji placed the picture down. The number 3 kept appearing. Now he suspected that Zhu Ziu had received the flyer from the Ghost Stories Society. The man tried to search for the society but had failed so far. Fang HWA Apartments is now the focus of our investigation, but the main city is currently dealing with a big case, and we do not have enough manpower to cover the whole building. Inspector Li had his own difficulties. We might need to wait another few days, but don't worry. Catching him will be easy, but the difficult part will be collecting enough evidence to charge him. I understand. Chen Ji memorized all the pictures on the table in his mind. Thank you, Uncle Li. What are you thanking me for? I'm just doing my job. Years of experience made Inspector Li realize that something was wrong with Chen Ji's tone. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Be careful. Don't worry. After leaving the station, Chen Ji reached his hands into his pocket to pinch at the flyer inside it. After today, it'll be Wednesday. Chapter 234, No One Else. Looking at Chen Ji's back, Inspector Li felt worried. He called for Ah Yang to come in. I have something to do tonight, so I'll be leaving now. Is it related to Chen Ji? Yes, after his parents disappeared, he has managed to keep a cool head no matter what happened. This is the first time I've seen him react so harshly to something. Inspector Li placed the file back on his table. Inform the officers on night shift to not let their guard down. There might be an emergency tonight. Okay. Inspector Li changed into his casual clothes and left. After leaving the police station, Chen Ji called a cab to return to New Century Park. He locked himself up in the staff break room. The killer who forced Zhang Ye to commit suicide should be searching for the Ghost Stories Society as well. He was last seen at the third building of Fang HWA Apartments. There's a high chance that he has entered the 24th floor and found the society. Chen Ji knew nothing about the society, and the flyer he had only introduced the address. Zhang Ye's death happened many years ago, and too much time has passed since then. Even if the police catch Zhu Ziu, it will be difficult to prove his crime. They'll need concrete evidence. Chen Ji was not a law student and had not done anything related to law, so he was not sure what the punishment would be for a man who forced a girl to commit suicide. If you make a mistake, you have to face the consequences. Chen Ji took out the flyer. Perhaps I should let Zhang Ye handle this herself. My mission now is to locate that bastard. The blood-red door that was half open caught Chen Ji's attention. This was the society's logo. Taking the elevator at midnight, repeating at every floor and press the button for the 24th floor will bring me to the Ghost Stories Society. There were other warnings written at the bottom of the flyer. This has to be done at midnight and alone. If other passengers enter the elevator in the middle of the process, you will need to start from the beginning. No matter what you see in the corridors during this process, you cannot step out of the elevator. Whether you find the society or not, you have to bring a mask with you. Every member of the society has to hide their real identity, and they are forbidden from revealing their own information or asking about others. The last and most important point is, no member is allowed to reveal any information about the Ghost Stories Society, and they cannot let a second person know they're looking for the society. Chen Ji could satisfy all these requirements. I can go alone, but they didn't say I can't bring the undead with me. Chen Ji took the ballpoint pen and the tape with him. He thought about it and still believed it was not enough. There is too much of a limitation on Su Yin's power. He'll only be useful when the tape is playing, but it's too inconvenient to carry a tape recorder. He walked around the haunted house and decided to carry Xiaxia with him. It's unclear whether the members of the society are people or ghosts. Carrying Dr. Skullcracker's hammer and the cleaver might cause them to be unnecessarily alert. But it's better to be careful. Chenji used a piece of string to tie the cleaver that was covered in red cloth around his calf. He decided to give up on the hammer. That thing was too eye-catching. That's everything I can do for now. After inspecting all his gadgets, Chenji went online to order a thin recorder, but he needed to wait until tomorrow for this order to arrive. Chenji took a pen and some paper to jot down everything he needed to pay attention to that night. At 10:30 p.m., his phone finished charging, and Chenji left the haunted house to head for Fang HWA apartments. The night was dark, there was no moon or stars. It was a different world inside and outside the taxi. Chenji felt like he was a visitor passing through a colorful world. Chenji arrived at Fang HWA apartments at around 11 p.m. His plan had been to sneak through the back door, but when he glanced at the security post, his plan changed. Gu Feiyu, you're already back at work. Chenji saw the young man inside the post wearing his security uniform and was surprised. It had only been 1 or 2 days since the madwoman captured him, but he was already back at his post. Brother Chen, why are you back here? Gu Feiyu was embarrassed. Facing Chenji again, his attitude was completely different. Something to do here and came to check up on you. Chenji smiled. How are you recovering? Why don't you take a few days of rest? I came to the city with my uncle. 1 day of hospitalization costs 3 days of pay. In fact, it was my uncle and family who helped me pay the medical fees for that night. This shamed Gu Feiyu. I've been here for a month already. I haven't collected any money but keep creating problems for others. That's nice of you to think about them. Chenji took out his phone. I'll be leaving for the 3rd block in a minute and I have a favor to ask of you. Sure, anything you need. Chenji had once saved his life, so naturally Gu Feiyu would not reject. Listen closely. Chenji changed both of their call alerts to the simplest vibration mode. If you receive my call after midnight, do not pick it up. If I hang up after it rings 3 times, I need you to do something very simple for me. What is it? Call the police immediately. Gu Feiyu had more questions but was stopped by Chenji. Just follow my instructions. Remember, do not answer the call, just call the police. Understood. Ever since Gu Feiyu was saved by Chenji, he had felt that Chenji was destined for something big. After leaving the security post, Chenji entered Fang HWA apartments and headed for the 3rd building. The building looked so normal on the surface, but it played host to the Ghost Stories Society. If I run into anyone else during the process, I'll have to start over. If this were any other building, the chance of failure would be very high, but this building is different. According to Wang Xin's adopted mother, none of the tenants use the elevator at night because the place is cursed. Thinking about the supernatural experiences they had are probably related to the Ghost Stories Society. They probably came across people or ghosts looking for the society. Chenji hid inside the stairwell until 11:30 p.m. The floor that the elevator was on had not changed, meaning that the elevator was vacated. Perhaps it was the changing of the day, but as the time moved forward, Chenji felt the temperature in the building continue to drop. The temperature inside the building is even lower than outside. Have all the tenants gotten used to this? At 11:50 p.m., Chenji exited the stairwell to walk to the elevator. I shouldn't run into anyone else now. Chapter 235, The Old Lady Outside the Elevator. After entering the elevator, Chenji pressed the button for the 23rd floor. The silvery gray door slowly closed as if separating him from the outside world. Chenji's breathing turned ragged. He did not like taking the elevator, not because he had claustrophobia, but because he did not like the feeling of being trapped in an enclosed space. The elevator's number kept jumping. Looks like Wang Xin's mother was right. The tenants here rarely take the elevator at night. The elevator rose quickly, and the number soon hit 23. The chime sounded, and the door opened. The light filtered out from inside the elevator before it was swallowed by the darkness of the corridor. Shut doors lined the corridor on both sides. Reached the top so quickly. The 23rd floor did not look so different from the other floors, except for the window at the end of the corridor, which was left open, so Chenji could hear the howling wind. It does feel weird taking the elevator alone at night. After the door closed, Chenji pressed the button for the 2nd floor. The elevator descended, and he soon arrived at the 2nd floor. What is the meaning of this design? Repeating this will really get me to the hidden 24th floor. The door closed, and Chenji went up to the 22nd floor. When the elevator started and stopped, its speed would change, creating a temporary shift in the gravity. This was the reason certain people would feel lightheaded whenever they took the elevator. Chenji had always had a good physical body, but the continuous going up and down for 5 minutes still made him feel quite uncomfortable. His heart was racing. He was unable to calm down, like something was about to happen. After he repeated this several times, he had a bad feeling in his heart even though he did not know why. The elevator went from the 18th floor to the 7th floor, and he pressed for it to go to the 17th floor. There were no accidents throughout the whole process, and this instruction given by the Ghost Stories Society felt more like a psychological game. The elevator continued to rise and the number kept changing. The elevator slowed down and the door slowly opened. Chenji leaned out to take a look. There was nothing on the corridor. The tenants appeared to be sleeping and the place was quiet. I've been lucky enough to not run into anyone so far. After few more times of time, I should be able to reach the 24th floor. Chenji had gotten used to the process. When he pressed the button, his eyes went to the number. The red number made his arm hang in midair. 16. He swore that he was heading toward the 17th floor. The button for the 17th floor on the elevator control panel was still lit up, but the elevator had stopped mysteriously on the 16th floor. Someone has called for the elevator on this floor. He bent down and lowered his right hand to touch the cleaver around his calf. Chenji looked around the empty elevator, staying on high alert. The corridor outside was completely dark. He could not see more than 10 meters beyond him. The surroundings were quiet. Could it be a prank? That idea was immediately rejected by Chenji. Several seconds later, the door slowly closed. Chenji looked at the empty elevator, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. They could have been something that he could not see standing near him. He reached into this left pocket. He glanced at the time on his phone, 00:01 a.m. It was already Wednesday. The elevator continued to move upward and stopped at the 17th floor. Chenji leaned against the wall and pressed the button for the 8th floor, but something else happened not long after that. The elevator stopped on the 11th floor, and after the door opened, Chenji saw a white dress hanging in the middle of the corridor. Something else is getting on the elevator. There was no wind in the corridor, but the dress kept swaying like it was moving toward the elevator. With one step, Chenji reached to press the close door button. The dress swayed even harder like someone running in the corridor. Close the F***seeking door. When the dress was 2 to 3 meters away, the door closed and the elevator continued to descend. Chenji collapsed to the corner and his palms were coated with cold sweat. From that moment onward, this building had changed. The elevator reached the 8th floor safely, and Chenji decided to wait on that floor for a while. According to the flyer's introduction, he should be heading for the 16th floor next, but if the elevator moved to the 16th, it would definitely pass the floor with the white dress. He was afraid that the elevator would open on its own on the 11th floor, the white dress outside waiting. His finger stopped at the control panel for a long time as he tried to convince himself. I have the Pen Spirit and Su Yin with me. If the thing dares to do anything, I have the advantage in numbers. The elevator rose, and when it reached 11th, Chenji's heart skipped a beat. But to his surprise, the elevator did not stop. The number continued to change. Before he could take a breath, however, the elevator stopped at the 13th floor. Someone else is coming in. The door slowly opened. There was an old woman wearing dark clothes and a thick scarf standing outside the elevator. She looked very old, the wrinkles on her face like folds. Her hair was completely silver, and her limbs were all covered by her thick clothing. The old lady did not seem to expect anyone to be inside the elevator, and surprise crossed her face. Weird, her voice was soft. The elevator door closed, and she did not move toward it. Why are there so many people taking the elevator so late at night? There's not even enough space for me. When Chenji heard the old lady, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It looked like he really did not have the advantage in numbers. No wonder the Pen Spirit has been acting so calmly. She didn't even warn me. He looked around, but he could only see himself inside the elevator. Thinking back to what the old lady said, Chenji's heart raced even faster. Something must be wrong somewhere. Even inside the third sick hall, I wasn't this nervous. Chenji tried to calm down, but there was something stuck in his mind, telling him that he was in deep danger. That old lady is suspicious as well. Wearing all black and a scarf so late at night, is she that cold? After meeting the old lady, the rest of the trip continued without further incidents. It was just as she said, the elevator was already full, so the people on the outside could not enter it even if they wanted to. Chapter 236, 4 New Members. The elevator finally opened at the 12th floor, the middle floor of the building. The game is over, but the 24th floor hasn't appeared. The elevator opened to a darkened corridor, and Chenji stood within the elevator as he took out the Ghost Stories Society's flyer. First floor corresponds to the 23rd floor, and the second floor corresponds to the 22nd floor, but the 12th floor is right in the middle. There's no corresponding floor. Chenji thought about it but could not be sure whether he had been successful or not. Is it because of the old woman? Is that why I failed? Should I try again? It was already Wednesday. Standing inside the elevator, looking out, Chenji felt unsettled. There are 24 numbers on the elevator, but there is no button for the 24th floor on the control panel. Is this a mistake by the elevator company, or is there a second meaning? Chenji would not give up so easily, so he decided to go back up to the top floor. He pressed the button for the 23rd floor, and the elevator started to climb. The number kept changing, and it did not stop. 20, 21, 22. Chenji looked at the number, and when the number changed from 22 to 23, unlike before, the elevator did not slow down. The number deepened like it was bleeding. The enclosed elevator booth suddenly gathered a cold gust, and weird sounds could be heard coming from outside the elevator. Chenji stood in the corner and half-arced his body. His fingers reached toward the cleaver tied to his calf. After about 2 seconds, the elevator started to slow. When the elevator completely stopped, the number on display lit up. The 24th floor. The silvery gray door opened, and as the two halves parted, a sticky substance that looked suspiciously like blood was stuck to them. A stench surged into the booth like a wave. Covering his lips and nose, Chenji was very familiar with this smell. He had smelled something similar when he was at Hai Ming Apartments and the 3rd Sick Hall. This smell seems to be unique to the monsters behind the door. The elevator door opened fully. Chenji looked down the corridor, and he started to hesitate. He did not walk out immediately, but changed the speed dial on his phone to Gu Feiyu's number. Even though this added an extra procedure to calling the cops, it could prevent the emergency call to the police from exposing his identity. When he set up everything, Chenji removed one other thing from his pocket. Before he arrived, he had also been wondering if he should bring this out of the haunted house. There is a requirement on the flyer that, since all the members are not allowed to reveal their information, they must wear a mask. There were plenty of masks inside Chenji's haunted house, but the one he was most comfortable with was the skin mask for Dr. Skullcracker. With this, it should be easier for me to join the group of insane people. It was understandably unnatural, since this was the first time he had put on the mask outside of the haunted house. However, now was not the time to be concerned about these details. Exiting the elevator, Chenji turned back to look. On the walls beside the elevator door, there were some blood stains and blood prints like people were struggling to crawl toward the elevator, but were cruelly pulled back. The elevator slowly closed, and it did not return after it left. How am I supposed to leave? There had to be a way. That was the only thing Chenji could think of to console himself. He inspected everything he had before moving down the corridor. When he was inside the elevator, Chenji could hear people's screams, but now that he was outside, he realized that the place was suspiciously quiet. All the doors were locked, and there was no sound coming out from within. It doesn't seem like there is anyone alive on this floor. As he moved forward, the light dimmed, and more blood stains appeared on the wall. Will the society be in one of these rooms? Chenji walked for about 10 meters when he came across a door that was open. He sidled carefully toward it. He was about to enter when a person wearing a bird's mask suddenly came out from it. Chenji stopped moving, but the birdman jumped back like he was spooked. Chenji did not speak. In this unfamiliar environment, the more he said, the greater the danger he put himself in. Both were silent. After several breaths, the birdman asked with suspicion, "A new member?" "Yes," Chenji changed his voice to make it sound gravelier and lower. "But 3 new members have already arrived today. Why is there a 4th one?" Birdman blocked Chenji's path. "How did you find this place?" Chenji showed the man the flyer for the Ghost Stories Society. The man glanced at it, and his curiosity deepened. "This is indeed a flyer that we sent out, but how can there be a 4th one?" He leaned toward Chenji, until the beak on his mask was almost touching Chenji's face. "You smell nice." The birdman closed the door behind him and said with uncertainty, "Come with me." Chenji followed with his head lowered. His eyes twitched. When the birdman was closing the door, he tried to glance inside the room. A few wooden boxes sat in the dark room. One of the boxes had not been sealed. An arm was poking out from it. There was a circular hole in the middle of the palm like it had been poked through by a bird's pecking. Following the Birdman, they reached the end of the corridor. "Go in," he pointed at the door at the end of the corridor. "Okay." Chenji did not waste time. He opened the door and waited for 2 seconds to make sure this was not an ambush before walking in. When he saw what was inside, Chenji sucked in a cold breath. The room was bigger than he had expected. There was a long dining table in the middle of the room, and sitting on its sides were 10 people with faceless masks and dark robes, 5 on the left and 5 on the right. There were 3 people in casual outfits standing to the side. 13 of them. In a few seconds, Chenji memorized the characteristics of everyone there. Is it because of the light? How come the 5 on the left don't have shadows but the 5 on the right do? Get in our 4th new member. Good luck. The Birdman did not give Chenji any chance to run and slammed the door shut. The sound was loud, and it attracted the attention of everyone in the room. All the masks turned toward Chenji. Why is there a 4th new member? The man who sat on the first seat to the right stood up. His voice sounded sharp, and there was a cigarette burn on his exposed pinky. Do not interrupt someone's story, the first person on the left said in a faded tone. He sounded disgruntled. But how can there be 4 new members? The man on the right took his seat back. It doesn't matter. After all, in the end, there'll only be 3 people left, the man on the left said darkly. When he said so, the 3 new members who stood by the dining table became nervous. Chapter 237, Tell me your story. Only 3 will remain. Chenji's heart chilled. Considering the situation, being abandoned probably meant death. Go over there, you still haven't earned the right to sit with us, the 5th person on the right said. He was closest to Chenji and he eyed him with interest. I like your mask. Chenji ignored him and walked to stand beside the 3 new members. Number 1, continue your story. This time no one will interrupt you. The first man on the left seemed to be the backbone of the society. His word was the law. The new member dubbed Number 1 looked old. He was wearing a black mask that covered his whole face, but it exposed his white hair. His limbs were slender and he looked weak. His skin was sagging, and old people's spots could be seen on his exposed arms. Then I shall continue the story. Number 1 coughed. He had a habit of waving his arm around when he spoke, so he gave people a humorous feeling. This incident happened at the People's Hospital. I saw it with my own eyes, so it is definitely real. I am the victim of lung cancer and have been receiving treatment at the hospital. I stayed inside ICU. There was an old man who shared the room with me. I have no idea what kind of illness he was suffering from, but I know that he was in deep pain, moving along the boundary of life and death. This story starts 1 week ago at night. He was a light sleeper and would wake up from the slightest sound. That night, I suddenly realized that the old man wasn't asleep. He had his eyes open, looking in a certain direction in the room. I also turned to look, but there was nothing there. I turned on the light to ask him what he was looking at. He said there was someone standing there. When I asked him for the person's description, what he looked like, what he was wearing, the old man stammered for his answer. Around midnight the next day, I felt that the room was rather cold. When I woke up, I realized that the old man in the bed next to me was looking at me with his eyes bulging. I was given the shock of my life. After I turned on the light, the man turned his head to the side. No matter what I asked, he refused to say anything. I didn't dare turn the bedside lamp off when I settled down on the 3rd night. The small light gave the comfort I needed to sleep until morning. However, when I woke up, I realized that there were dusty footprints on the bed and mattress, like someone had been standing on my bed the previous night. It unhinged me, and I didn't dare fall asleep. I felt like the moment I did, something bad would happen. I only dared sleep in the day and kept myself awake at night. Nothing happened on the 4th day, but on the night of the 5th day, I saw something scary. The old man stood up from his bed after midnight. He stood on his tiptoes just like this. Number 1's arms dangled at his side, mimicking the old man. He stood on his tiptoes and jumped around the room. It looked quite frightening. The old man walked around my bed several times. I didn't know what he was doing. His face collapsed within, but his eyes poked out. The wrinkles on his face were folded together. I yelled to wake him up. He returned to his bed, but his eyes kept staring at the door. He said that someone was calling his name from the outside, but he didn't know whether he should answer the door or not. On the 6th day after night fell, the old man's conditions worsened. He had troubles and could not speak due to the endless coughs. It felt like something was stuck in his trachea. The doctor performed an emergency operation, and his conditions finally stabilized after 11 p.m. However, his face turned paler, like there was a gray mist hanging over his face. After midnight, the old man opened his eyes again. He stared at the door and his mouth kept mumbling something. When it was 1 a.m., the old man got out of bed and used that weird stance to move out of the room. He has not been seen since then. When he was done, number 1 started to cough again. He looked very fragile. Fascinating story, the first man on the left nodded. Thank you for the compliment. Number 1's laugh sounded like the cawing of a crow. It was grating to the ears. The people on both sides of the table leaned in to critique number 1's story. Chenji stood at the back silently, making his own judgment. He had realized that something was off when the old man spoke his first sentence. According to the old man, he had been staying inside the ICU room. But according to Chenji's knowledge, most of the ICU rooms in Jiujiang were single rooms, so there should not have been a shared room. In the beginning, he had thought the old man was lying, but the more he listened, the more he was able to confirm that the old man was telling his own story. He was the ill patient who had run out of the hospital on his tiptoes. In terms of timeline, it was entirely plausible. Number 1's story started 1 week ago, and it was on the midnight of the 6th day that he escaped the hospital. That day would be the 7th day. The Ghost Stories Society requested that every single story shared be real, and none of the people at the table had any objections, so that meant the old man's story was probably real. Chenji lowered his head to glance at number 1's feet out from the corner of his eyes. The man did not seem to have a shadow. Number 1's story is very interesting, a good beginning. Now we shall listen to number 2's story, the first man on the left said, and the other people immediately became quiet. It's your turn, number 2. Number 1 was weirdly excited and he kept coughing. Number 2 was wearing a smelly jacket and was wearing a plastic pig's mask that one could buy from roadside stalls. He was almost Chenji's height, but he was very thin. It was my ex-wife who told me this story, but I can guarantee it is real. She was the dance teacher for a school, and there was an extremely talented girl in her class. Be it from looks, ability, or physicality, she was leaps and bounds ahead of others. Number 2 coughed slightly. The child was like the real white swan, and in comparison, the other students were nothing more than ugly ducklings. The story started several years ago when my ex-wife selected 6 girls from her class to form a dance troupe to enter the city's dance competition. Out of envy, the 5 girls grouped up to isolate the most talented student. During the competition, the most talented girl practically carried them to victory, but no one invited her for the celebratory party. To prepare for the provincial competition, the 6 of them started to train during summer break, and the real conflict exploded then. Chapter 238, Found You. The brighter the girl shone, the more envious the other girls became. The truth was, even if she did not do anything, others ostracized her. Sometimes being loved by God was not necessarily a good thing. After all, most of us are demons. Of the 5 girls, one of them was in love, and what happened next could not have been more common. She wrote a love letter for her confession, but the boy did not like her at all. In fact, he only approached her because he wanted to know more about the other girl. After she discovered everything, envy and shame pushed her into a crazy decision. She found the worker who managed the equipment, and they came up with a plan to ruin that girl. As the date drew closer to the competition, the 6 girls went to the dance studio to practice every afternoon. Because it was summer break, the school was vacant. The other girls played nice with the girl, and in her innocence, the girl really thought that they wanted to be her friend. She volunteered to take on many chores, and even made homemade candy to give her friends. However, she should have known it was all a trap. It was her friends who pushed her into the depths of hell. Number 2 was still telling his story, but Chenji's fingers were already clenched. Found you. The killer was telling his story of sin to everyone there, and there was no regret in his voice. Jangya, Chenji called in his heart. Knowing the whole story added a different emotion in Chenji's heart. It was heartache. The color of his shadow changed, but Jangya did not appear. Perhaps she had eaten too many ghosts at 3rd Sick Hall and was still digesting them. As if knowing something was up, number 2 glanced at Chenji. The girl called for her friends to help, but instead of coming to help her, one of them took out a love letter from her backpack. It had been written by the boy she loved, but the recipient was not her. The cornered girl looked at the window behind her. She fell from the 4th floor and blood blossomed around her. Even then, she was beautiful. She was still alive. She could not make a single noise, and her eyes were open, staring at her friends who abandoned her. Her white ballet dress was dyed blood red. No one knew her exact time of death, and her body wasn't discovered until the next day. With every single sentence, the blood lines in Chen Ji's shadow deepened slightly. After consuming 2 thin monsters and a large part of the red specter that was the old director, something seemed to have changed within Zhang Ye. Chen Ji had no way of summoning Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye had aided him thrice, but every time she had appeared of her own volition. Other than the wounds from the fall, there were no other injuries on the girl's body. With the testimonies from the ugly ducklings, her case was deemed a suicide. Number 2 could keep his calmness initially, but as he talked, his breathing started to get ragged and he kept looking at Chen Ji. He seemed to have noticed something, and he sped up to tell the ending of the 5 girls. They would receive unknown love letters written in blood at night, and the girl who received it would die a week later due to unknown reasons. Coincidentally enough, all of them had ended up in a chair. The school rumor says that it's a cursed musical chair game, but the truth is the girl has returned as a specter and has been roaming the dance studio. Number 2 took a step back. That's the end. The plot is not bad, but your pacing is all over the place. In the future, you will have to learn how to tell a good story from others. The man on the right yawned before turning to the other side of the table. What do you guys think? At least it's interesting, unlike the new member from last week. The first man on the left tapped his finger on the table, his eyes shining coldly. The man on the right laughed before adding, "Since he has passed, it's number 3's turn." "Wait a minute," the man on the left said. His gaze slowly moved away from number 2 toward Chen Ji. "Number 2, number 4, do you two know each other?" Chen Ji had not expected the man to be so astute. Zhang Ye did not give him any response, so he could only try to drag things out. "No, we don't know each other," number 2 said. He also was surprised that his slight tell had been caught by the man. "Since you don't know him, why did you keep looking at him both consciously and unconsciously when you told your story?" After the man said that, all the masks seated at the table turned to look at number 2 and Chen Ji. Gazes that were sharp as knife penetrated them. The atmosphere in the room tensed. Chen Ji kept calling for Zhang Ye in his heart, but there was no reply. However, the blood lines in his shadow did turn redder. In comparison, number 2 was more honest. "He makes me feel uncomfortable. There's a voice in my head telling me this person is dangerous." "Dangerous?" The masks focused on Chen Ji. "A dangerous new member." "Is it because of his mask?" asked the person who had expressed an interest in Chen Ji's mask earlier. Holding his chin, he seemed to be admiring Chen Ji's mask. "It is indeed a work of art. One day it'll be mine." The man did technically help take the focus away from Chen Ji. The first man on the left did not press. He shrugged and said, "Number 3, let us hear your story." Of the 4 new members, only number 3 was a woman. Her height and weight were average. "My surname is Zhang, and I work at a chemical plant." The woman touched the homemade mask on her face, and her first sentence made everyone frown. "Miss Zhang, for the sake of your safety, please do not reveal any private information," the man on the right warned, but the woman did not seem to mind it. "The story I wish to tell is related to my wife." The woman's voice was soothing like the chirping of a bird. "She was 4 years younger than me and was a DJ for a midnight radio show. Her time slot was between midnight and 2 a.m., so she would return home late every night. When we first got married, I would wait for her to come home so that we could fall asleep together, but since I had work early each morning, I only managed this for a while. I would make dinner for 2 of us and left her a note, telling her to warm it up when she returned home. Initially, it was still fine, but starting from one night, my wife stopped touching the food left on the table. When I woke up the next morning, the food looked untouched, but the cooking utensils in the kitchen showed signs of use. My wife seemed to be cooking in the dark. Chapter 239, My Turn. Initially, I thought it was because my cooking was not to her taste, so I didn't mind it that much. However, I soon realized that things were different. One late night, I woke up from my sleep due to a sound coming from the kitchen. I climbed out of bed silently. The house was dark, so I assumed it was a thief. When I got close, I realized that the person looked like my wife. She picked up a large piece of meat from a plastic bag and held a cleaver in her other hand. Cleaving meat would create a loud sound. Probably afraid of waking me, she only cut the meat's surface open, seasoned it, and then placed it whole inside the pot. Making stew? My wife was making stew in the middle of the night? Perhaps she was preparing for tomorrow's breakfast and lunch. I loved my wife. Even though I thought it was weird, I didn't disturb her. I returned to our room and observed her through the open door. It was 3 a.m. when the stew was ready. She looked behind her. She saw that the bedroom door was open and I was sleeping in bed. As if not willing for me to see her, she closed the kitchen door. Then I heard the sound of chomping. About 20 minutes later, my wife came out of the kitchen holding a large black garbage bag. For some reason, I was scared when I saw her. Her stomach was slightly bloated and there were oil stains on her face. She had a satisfied smile. After tossing the garbage bag away, she went to take a bath to wash the odor away from her body. Finally, she lay down beside me like usual. The person sleeping next to me had this habit. From that day onwards, I realized that I did not know her at all. I was awake the whole night. I got out from bed in the morning, preparing to go to work. My wife was still sleeping soundly. She looked just like Sleeping Beauty. It made me want to kiss her, but the things that had happened in the kitchen the previous night stopped me. I looked at her stomach. It was no longer that bloated. Everything that had happened the previous night was just like a dream. I put on my clothes and headed downstairs. The rubbish bin had been cleaned, and the black garbage bag from last night was gone. The same thing happened again the next night. She seemed to have fallen ill with some kind of meat-eating compulsion. I spent the night awake, observing her. I waited until 4 a.m. and my wife had fallen asleep. Then I put on my clothes and headed out. I rummaged through the pile of rubbish and finally found the black garbage bag. It was filled with bones with teeth marks on them. It looked like a chicken. My wife had managed to consume a whole chicken on her own. I suddenly realized that I did not know her at all. A new day arrived, but she was still so weird. I also made it a habit to rummage through her rubbish every night. The more I saw, the more chilled my heart became. My wife seemed to be trying different meat, from the initial chicken and fish to bags that I found attached with the fur of cats and dogs. I was an animal lover, and it was that day that I knew I have to talk to her. She must have fallen ill, or maybe a demon had moved into her stomach. No one would allow the person sleeping beside them to do something like this. I confronted her. Initially, she denied it, but when I offered the garbage bags as evidence, she knew that she was cornered. She told me that she could not control herself. She would get unreasonably hungry at night, but other than that, she was just like a normal person. She said that she would take good care of me and love me, but who would be willing to sleep with a crazy person? After much consideration, I decided to opt for a divorce to end the marriage as soon as possible. My wife begged me to stay, and I really did still love her, but her actions worried me deeply. I left her and moved out to live alone. My wife still loved me. She would call me and message me daily, trying to get me back. To be honest, other than that quirk, she was perfect, kind and fair, pretty and gentle. Slowly, guilt formed in my heart. About 1 month later, I received a call from a stranger. He said that he was the police. He suspected that my wife was related to a missing person case at the radio station. He asked me some questions and told me to be careful. I was glad that I had left my wife. If I had been several days too late, the person missing would be me. I returned to my rental home, and after reheating the food that had gone cold, I swallowed it quickly. After I was done, I swore that I was hallucinating. I saw my wife crawl out from underneath the bed. She looked at me with a smile and said I was still the same. Even after so long, I still had not changed the habit of not wasting leftovers. I didn't know how she got into my home, but I did know that I wouldn't be able to leave her again. I would be a part of her forever. The woman's story ended there, and number 2 and Chenji subconsciously moved away from her. The woman had told the story from the husband's perspective, but according to her storyline, the husband was probably dead by now. Therefore, the only living person who would know all this should be the wife. The wife's job was a DJ, and the woman had a beautiful voice. Furthermore, the story kept beautifying the wife. From these details, it was apparent that number 3 was the crazy woman who liked to eat meat in the story. I haven't heard such a wonderful story in a long time. The man on the left clapped lightly. His eyes that landed on the woman looked slightly invasive. The stories of all 3 new members are so interesting, it'll be so hard to choose. Then he raised his head to look at Chenji. The eyes underneath the mask locked on Chenji's face. Number 4, it's your turn now. It's finally my turn? Chenji was thinking many questions. Number 3 beside him had a very recognizable voice. Based on her voice alone, Chenji confirmed her identity. Number 3 was a late-night DJ for Jiujiang's radio station. Her name was Lichi, and Chenji had even heard her show before. Everyone anticipated Chenji's story. After all, he was the 4th new member that should not have been there. Chenji stood in the corner of the room, and no one could see the blood twisting in his shadow. The blood vessels were like needles and threads, slowly knitting a bright red dress. I have many stories. Let me think, which shall I share? Chapter 240, Real Stories. Number 4, before you start your story, I must warn you. The first man on the right turned to look at Chenji. The story you tell must be real. We have our own detection method, and if you're fabricating a lie, there'll be an appropriate punishment. I know the rules. Then begin. Chenji thought about it and prepared to tell his first story. This is a real story that happened to my friend. His surname was Wang, and he loved his wife very much, but his wife mysteriously disappeared several months ago. He reported it to the police and looked for his wife all over the city, leaving missing person reports at every corner he went. Everyone pitied him, and the investigating police also realized that he really loved his wife to the stage of pampering her, so they understood his actions. However, there is no such thing as a real fairy tale in this world. After half a year of searching, his wife had still not been found. The police had already given up, but he did not. This became his only drive to live. He left home very early every morning with the missing person notices and only returned home late at night. He repeated this day in and day out until, one day, his hard work was rewarded. He suddenly received a message from his wife. "Save me." It was sent from his wife's phone. It was short, but it sent endless terror in his heart. He was hiding a secret that he had not told anyone. Actually, he was responsible for his wife's disappearance. He had killed his wife and hidden her body. The endless search was to drain himself, to lighten the guilt he felt toward his wife. However, he didn't expect his dead wife to message him from beyond the grave. He hurriedly removed his wife's body from the hidden compartment in his house and drove to the countryside to bury her. He thought that was the end of the story, but scarier things happened. Whenever he woke up from his dream, his wife's clothes would appear in the bed beside him like his wife had returned in the night. But how could the person he buried return in the night? He woke up and returned to the countryside with his tools to move his wife deeper into the woods. However, no matter what he did, he would wake up to find his wife's stuff appearing around him. It was as if his wife had come back from the grave and would return to him after he fell asleep. He was increasingly scared, and his phone kept getting messages from his wife. However, he didn't have any recollection of receiving them. The only explanation was that they were sent after he fell asleep. Things only got worse from there. Sometimes when he woke up, he would discover he was wearing the clothes his wife died in. He was on the verge of collapse, and he knew the problem was with his wife. So, he returned to her grave to move her one last time. To prevent her from coming back again, he came up with a crazy idea. He was going to seal his wife inside the wall of an old apartment building. Seeing his wife merge into the wall, he sighed in the relief. This time there was no way his wife was coming back. Chenji stopped abruptly. That's the end of the story. That's it. The two at the table were deep in the story. Then what happened next? What happened to your friend? Chenji was telling Wang Chi's story. He wanted to say that friend met me and is now rotting in jail. Your story isn't finished, right? The first man on the left said with annoyance. That's all I know. If I continue, it would be a lie. Chenji changed his voice to sound old. The first man on the left shared a look with the rest at the table, and they all turned to the fifth person on the left. The person was swallowed up by the black robe. Not 1 inch of skin was revealed. Feeling everyone's gaze, the person spoke. I cannot get a clear reading, but his story should be real. Not a bad story, but I don't like this feeling. The first man on the left placed his left hand on the table. That looked like how they voted. Of the other 9, 8 placed their left hand on the table. Only the man who showed interest in Chenji's mask did not move. 1 forfeit and 9 in agreement. Looks like our main course for tonight has been decided. The man on the left chuckled wickedly. The rest also looked at Chenji with viciousness. Chenji tried calling Zhangya, but there was no response. He knew that if he did not do something, he was going to be in grave danger. Don't be so hasty. This is just my first story. Chenji was very calm. The mask on his face revealed a twisted smile. Like I said, I have many stories. Initially, the other new members had sighed in relief, but they got tense again. Many stories? The man who had interest in his mask studied Chenji. The rules of the Ghost Stories Society state that if you finish 3 completely real ghost stories that are approved, you can make a demand or choose to leave the society. So if you can tell me another 2 real ghost stories, we might develop a different opinion of you. His statement was approved by the rest. Only the first man on the right hesitated. Number 10, you seem to value this new member a lot. I just feel he is very interesting. The black-robed individuals seated at the table had their own numbers. They never referred to each other by name, not even nicknames. Real ghost stories aren't so easily made. Normal person come across them once or twice and would have a mental breakdown already. The man on the left retrieved his left hand from the table. Hopefully, he won't be dumb enough to tell lies. Chenji did not interrupt their exchanges. After all, he was trying to drag out the time. Tell us the rest of your stories. My second story is another real story that happened to my friend. Chenji first told about how Fan Yu saw his parents fall into the well, and how he lived in the house with his murderous aunt and house filled with ghosts. Then Chenji told the story about the pen spirit and the girl with depression. He realized that Zhang Yu had not awoken yet, so he also relayed the story about Men Nan's washing hair at night and the encroaching monster in his dream. Finally, he stood at Su Yin's perspective and told his bloody love story. All his stories were real. When he was done, all the members were speechless, just what kind of life he had lived. His friends were either sick or mad, and they would die every few years, but this fellow was still alive and went there to share his story. Could it be that he was the real culprit behind all these stories? Chapter 241, Who is the Chairperson? The room was extremely quiet. Even the two who liked to critique the most were quiet. The atmosphere around the dining table was weird. The 10 black robes looked at one another, and they seemed to be communicating with gazes. If that's not enough, I have other stories. Chenji was buying time for Zhang Yu. He was not interested in the other members. He only had one target that night, which was to capture Zhu Ziu. You still have other stories. The dining table fell silent again. The first man on the right scratched his head before turning to the fifth person on the left. Number 5, are all his stories real? Everyone then turned to this most mysterious number 5. The black robe fluttered slightly, and a gender-neutral voice came from the mask. I cannot detect any signs of deceit in his words. 5 ghost stories, all real. What kind of amazing life had he led? Looks like we have to redo the judging. The man on the left moved his gaze to fall on the 3 other new members. All of your stories are amazing, but we can only keep 3 new members. He placed his left hand on the table and extended one finger. The second vote had begun. Other people came to the decision equally quick. 6 of them extended one finger. You got more than half of the votes. The man on the left turned to number 1. I'm sorry, number 1, but you can leave now. Leave, number 1 started to panic and wanted to say something but was cut off by the man on the left. You can come back next Wednesday. The alert number 1 was sent out of the room. The Birdman had been waiting. When he saw it was not Chenji, he was rather surprised. Follow me. The Birdman led number 1 away and closed the door. When the door shut, the first man on the left finished his sentence. Provided you can survive until the next Wednesday. The moment he said that, there was screaming from the corridor and then something heavy fell on the floor. Number 2's legs shook. Earlier, 4 people had picked him. If there were 2 more votes, he would have been the one outside. Don't worry, the new member lives on in another form. The first man on the left softened his voice. Welcome to the Ghost Story Society. You will be respectively number 11, 12, and 13. Chenji came in last, so his number was 13. The blood in the shadow behind him grew obvious. Chenji, who had survived the first wave of danger, slowly relaxed. The Ghost Story Society was the hidden mission for the 3rd sick hall. It was related to the world behind the door, and the reward was probably Men Nan's main persona, a red specter who could control the opening and closing of the door. I have a question, the woman who was now number 12 said. Her emotions had always been light. The flyer says that I can find a way to soften the pain, so how do I do that? Don't worry, everyone here has once been in depths of pain. We're all patients, and the purpose of building this society is to help everyone seek salvation. The man on the right stared at the woman. When you tell us 3 real ghost stories, we'll find a way to help you according to your situation. Chenji listened quietly. He had initially thought that this society was a bunch of madmen playing with themselves, and he did not expect that it would have such a deep meaning behind it. How do you expect real ghost stories to happen so often? When the woman was speaking, she turned to look at Chenji with slight alert. Ghost stories surround us. You haven't been paying attention. All the words written on the flyer are real, and many members have sought salvation with us. There was once a member who had been tormented by her stepfather since she was young. She was whipped and drowned, making her fear water very much. After she came to us, her illness was fixed, and she no longer feared water. How did you cure her? Very simple. We forced her stepfather under water, and had her personally destroy the phobia in her heart. That's it. Yes, it is that simple. Every one of us is sick, but we suffer from different conditions. The reasons for our illnesses are different. Don't worry, when it's your turn, we'll draft a solution designed for you. The man on the right's voice was calm and confident. Chenji imagined a trustworthy face under that mask. You already know the condition. Once you can tell 3 real ghost stories, you can demand something from us or you can choose to leave. The man laughed and added with humor, and it'll be real that time. 3 ghost stories? The woman lowered her head to think. Listening to their conversation, Chenji was shocked. This is not therapy, it's murder. Then again, only mad men would come up with these therapy methods. Chenji's gaze swept over everyone at the table. The patients from the 3rd sick hall were probably among them. The devil from room 10 and Wu Fei from room 9, these 2 were probably the founders of the Ghost Stories Society. They themselves were patients. In fact, room 10 was filled with records of the devil's suffering. In a way, no one could empathize with these crazy people more than them. Since medicine could not solve their pain, they would provide treatment themselves, using the crazy method to give crazy people their salvation. Every new member is given the right to ask a question. The man looked at number 2 and Chenji. Which one of you would like to go first? I've run into some trouble recently. I have the police on my back. When number 2 said so, he raised his head to look around. No one reacted. This seemed to be something common here. I can probably guess your problem. Another man pushed to the wall. The man on the left leaned against the back of his chair. We cannot help you solve that problem, but the society can provide you a place to stay. We can even let you stay forever. Number 2 nodded, slightly disappointed. The room turned back to Chenji. What is your question? My question is simpler. Chenji felt a chill run down his spine. He did not expect the monsters behind the door to work together with the patients from 3rd sick hall to organize something like this. After a long pause, he directly stated, I want to know who the society's chairperson is. The chairperson. The black robes went silent once more. They looked at one another, and in the end, it was the first man on the left who spoke. Change your question. You cannot tell me. The more they wanted to hide it, the more interested Chenji was. It's not that, the man on the right said. We know the chairperson is among the 10 of us, but which of us it is, we ourselves do not know. Chapter 242, You are my next story. Even you don't know who the chairperson is? Chenji thought he could use this question to identify Wu Fei or Patient 10, but he did not expect this answer. Everyone wears a mask and has the same black robe on. Even if the people underneath the masks change, we won't be able to tell. The first man on the left pointed to himself. I'm number 1. Here, your number is more important than your name. If you do not wish to be replaced, you'd better be on full alert. His words were meant for number 12. The woman's voice was unique, and her story had exposed her husband's surname and many details about her life. If one wanted to, one could definitely identify her. Since Chenji had heard her voice before, he was fairly sure he knew who she was. To be fair, Chenji did not expect the famed DJ to be such an individual. The society doesn't have any other rules except the need to prepare enough ghost stories. The man's voice turned chilly. When the 3 of you finish telling 3 stories, we will try our best to complete your wish. Then it's your choice to stay or leave. Number 1 has explained everything you need to know. The man on the right snapped his finger. Dinner will be served soon, and after that you're free to leave. Dinner. Chenji was suspicious but did not ask. The room thus fell to silence. About half an hour later there were footsteps in the corridor. The door was pushed open, and the birdman who poked his head in had obvious scratch marks on his neck. There was an accident, so we might need a little more time. No worry, after all, there's still quite a long time until sunrise. The first man on the right glanced at the 3 new members. You might not be used to this since it's your first time, but it'll get better. When he finished, number 10, who liked Chenji's mask, said, If you're in a hurry, you can choose to leave first. When he said so, all the other black robes did not say anything, but it seemed like they did not understand why he would say that. In that case, I'll skip the need. I need to rush to find new ghost stories. Number 11 seemed the most normal among everyone there. He was not used to dealing with these mad people. If not to evade the police, he would not have attended the gathering. The men at the table did not say anything but waved their hands. Their gazes were locked onto number 10. That day, number 10 had been acting rather curiously. Chenji had more things he needed to find out about the Ghost Stories Society, and the blood lines in his shadows only needed 1 or 2 minutes before they finished knitting. It would be such a waste if he just leaves like that. From how he saw it, since they were all gathered together, it was the perfect chance to round them up in one go. The chairperson was one of the 10, but they themselves did not know who the chairperson was. In this case, the simple solution would be to deal with all of them. Goodbye, we'll meet again next Wednesday. The second new member immediately rushed out. The birdman was still standing at the door, his pair of eyes following the man like he was eyeing a piece of meat. Will you two be leaving as well? Number 10 asked Chenji and the woman. I'm curious about the food served here. For the first time, there was emotion in the woman's tone. She sounded excited. I'll stay. There was sound of running coming from the corridor. Number 11 was close to the elevator. I have an emergency. See you again next Wednesday. Chenji walked out of the room. When he passed the Birdman, he smelled a faint hint of blood. I'm surprised you could walk out alive. The Birdman's voice was hiding surprise and perplexity. There will more surprises in store for you in the future. Chenji smiled at him. The skin mask looked especially scary. The Birdman did not answer immediately. He waited until Chenji had left before grumbling. For some reason, I am not anticipating them. Number 11 with the pig's mask stood beside the elevator. His finger pressed the button hastily, and the number slowly changed. Why is it so slow? He felt like he was suffocating. Compared to those crazies, the scariest thing he had witnessed in his life was nothing. Especially the fourth new member, how did he manage to survive all those things? No way, I need to leave immediately. The elevator rose but stopped at the 23rd floor. After a long time, the number finally changed to 24 like there was a long distance between the 23rd and 24th floors. Number 11 rushed into the elevator immediately. Not knowing there was someone behind him, he pressed the close door button. Just as the silvery gray door was about to close, a hand reached out to stop it. Chenji walked into the elevator. Let's go together. The man silently gulped. He wanted to reject, but he did not have the courage to. Sure. After pressing the button to go to the first floor, Chenji stood beside the elevator door. After the door was fully closed, he turned back to glance at number 11. Will you be coming back next Wednesday? No idea, but if I come across a new ghost story, I will. Number 11's tone sounded stiff. He did not want to talk to this man. So you're worried about that? Chenji laughed. I know many ghost stories. Would you like me to share one with you? You're willing to share them with me? Hope rose within number 11's heart. If Chenji was willing to tell him one ghost story, he only needed to find one more story to get the society to fulfill his wish. Of course, Chenji turned around, the shadow behind him pulsating. The blood burst forth like a blood swan opening its wings. After all, you're the main character for this story. Endless black hair crawled out from Chenji's shadow to cover the entire elevator. A woman in bright red dress was leaning on Chenji's shoulder, her pale and beautiful face twisted by endless torment. Zhang Ye. In the enclosed elevator, there was nowhere to run. Chenji dashed forward to yank number 11's mask off and then covered his lips. The number on the elevator kept decreasing, but time seemed to have slowed down. When the number reached 1, the elevator door opened, and there was a man frozen in terror lying in the corner. His heart was still working, but other than fear, there was no other expression on his face. If one took a closer look, one could see his pupils that seemed to shatter like glass beads, and they were bleeding. Chenji hauled Zhu Ziu, who seemed to have turned into a vegetable, out of the elevator. Zhang Ye floated behind him, playing with a new toy in her hand. The toy looked exactly like Zhu Ziu. When one got close, one could even hear a faded scream. Chapter 243, 4-Star Trial Mission. After removing Zhu Ziu from the elevator, Chenji did not leave. He returned to the elevator. Zhang Ye followed behind him, not willing to leave his side. Since you're out here, why don't we go and create some chaos? Chenji looked at Zhang Ye behind him. This red specter seemed to have grown stronger. The dress that she was wearing seemed to have been knitted from red threads. It looked very real. Zhang Ye kept her head lowered. She stuck close to Chenji, her fluttering hair occasionally caressing Chenji's arm. There was something that looked like blood lines coming out from underneath the dress, and they seemed ready to drill into Chenji's body. It looked quite scary, and Chenji did not expect such a large change would happen to Zhang Ye. In reality, when he had held Zhu Ziu's lips shut, there was an alert on the black phone. Zhang Ye's affection level had broken through, gripped by passion, and was close to reaching the next stage. Like an overflowing vase, Zhang Ye's minor actions exemplified her affection toward Chenji. Do you like ghosts? If you don't, I'll turn everyone you like into one, including yourself. The blood vessels and black hair gently curled around Chenji's blood, and it chilled the man to his core. He turned to look at Zhang Ye, but Zhang Ye pretended like she did not know anything, just following behind him. I can feel the murderous intent. I need to distract her somehow. Chenji pressed the button for 23rd floor. He had decided to return to the 24th floor. Actually, he did not want to act so rashly, but he was reminded of an issue. Normally, Zhang Ye would return to his shadow on her own, but this time, it did not seem like Zhang Ye had any interest in returning. He was afraid that if he did not find something for Zhang Ye to do, he would be her next target. Love and hate were extreme emotions. The way Zhang Ye looked him made him feel uncomfortable. It was like she was hesitating over turning him into a doll as well. That way, they could be together forever. The door slowly closed. Chen Ji's hair rose on the back of his neck. He suddenly wished to be back in the room with the rest of the members. He felt safer with them. It was complicated getting back to the 24th floor. Chen Ji hid himself in the corner and took out the black phone when Zhang Ye was not looking. Resolving her last wish, Zhang Ye's affection level has reached gripped by passion. Spectres favored. Congratulations for completing Zhang Ye's Bloody Heart mission with a 100% completion rate. Choice of Reward 1. Unlocking 3-star scenario Western Jiujiang's Private Academy. The scenario includes 7 mini-scenarios: White Valentines, Red Dancing Shoes, Cursed Love Letter, Female Dormitory, Crying Chairs, The Hanging Man, and The Stink. Warning: after you select this reward, Red Spectre Zhang Ye will be confined to the scenario. Choice of Reward 2. Remove all scenarios related to Zhang Ye, leaving only The Hanging Man and The Stink. This will downgrade Western Jiujiang's Private Academy to a 2-star scenario, but Zhang Ye's movement will be unlimited. The message surprised Chen Ji. He did not expect that Western Jiujiang's Private Academy would be a 3-star scenario, and Zhang Ye would be related to 5 mini-scenarios. The third sick hall was judged a 3-star scenario probably due to the 10 patients and the creatures behind the door, but Western Jiujiang's Private Academy was judged as 3-star simply due to Zhang Ye. She's scarier than I thought. After swallowing some of the creatures and the old director in the third sick hall, Zhang Ye had grown stronger, her malice increasing, the blood in her dress glowing brighter. If I pick the first reward, I'll get a complete 3-star scenario, but I'll lose Zhang Ye's aid whenever I'm out of the haunted house. Chen Ji turned back to sneak a look at Zhang Ye. He thought long and hard before selecting reward number 2. He was not afraid that if he picked reward 1, he was not going to leave the elevator alive. Furthermore, he felt like he was the only person Zhang Ye could rely on. He felt like giving as much warmth as he could to someone who had suffered so much in her life. He clicked option 2, and a new message appeared. Are you sure you want to select reward number 2? Yes. Congratulations for unlocking the 2-star scenario, Western Jiujiang's Private Academy. This scenario is a gift from completing the Bloody Heart mission, so it has no hidden missions and no security threats. No security threats, meaning I can allow my visitors to explore the place to their heart's content. Since the black phone had said so, it should be fine. This meant that Chen Ji had been gifted a 2-star scenario, so he was quite happy. Then another message appeared. Spectres favored. Congratulations for completing Zhang Ye's Bloody Heart mission with a 100% completion rate. Successfully triggered the trial mission for 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife. Warning: 4-star scenarios are extremely dangerous. The trial mission for School of the Afterlife is comprised of 8 side missions and 1 final mission. The active time to complete them is 3 months. Currently, you have completed 7 side missions at Western Jiujiang's Private Academy and Muyang High School. After completing the 8th side mission, Eternal Life, you will unlock the final mission. Side Mission 8, Eternal Life. In an undisclosed underground morgue, there's a group who seek eternal life. Mission venue: Western Jiujiang's Medical University. Final mission currently locked. Chen Ji pocketed the phone when he was done reading it. Every increase in the star of a scenario would double or triple the difficulty. When he conducted the trial mission for the third sick hall, he would have died if he had faced the thin monster alone. If Zhang Ye had not been there to help him, he would not have had the chance to enter the blood door. Looking at this from a different perspective, Zhang Ye herself was the reason Western Jiujiang Private Academy was a 3-star scenario. How scary Zhang Ye was equal to how scary a 3-star scenario was. I should just ignore the 4-star mission for now. 3-star missions already have the presence of Red Spectre, so the 4-star mission probably has something worse. Chen Ji tried to understand that world, but the more he found out, the more confused he became. The active time for clearing School of the Afterlife is 3 months. I still have time. The most immediate concern is to deal with Ghost Story Society and solve the hidden mission inside the third sick hall. Chen Ji followed the introduction on the flyer and returned to the 24th floor, but this time, he did not enter alone. Chapter 244, Things You Shouldn't See. The red number on the display was rather eye-catching. When 24 showed up, the elevator door opened. There were wet blood stains in the corridor and many more scratch marks on the walls. There was the smell of blood in the air like something horrible had just happened. Chenji removed the cleaver from his calf and hid it inside his sleeve. "Let's go in." Chenji did not turn back to look. Based on the chill coming from behind him, he knew Zhang Ye was following. The corridor was silent, and he could hear every sound. When he was a third of the way down the corridor, Chenji heard the sound of sawing. He took several more steps forward and confirmed that the sound came out from the room Chenji had seen the Birdman exit when he first arrived. There were 10 seats around the table. They probably represented the 10 initial patients, and the Birdman is responsible for the odd jobs. But what exactly is his role in the Ghost Stories Society? Chenji thought about it before shaking his head. There was no need to consider that. He was not there to get to know the society, he was there to ruin it. They're both from 3-star scenarios, so Zhang Ye should be able to hold her own against them. Standing outside the room, Chenji peered through the door and his brows involuntarily creased. The Birdman was squatting in the corner with some tools in his hands. There was an old man lying before him, and a mask was lying to the side. Chenji had seen that mask before. New member number 1 had worn it earlier. "What are you doing?" Chenji blocked the door and suddenly spoke. The Birdman jumped at the sudden intruder. The man did not turn around and spoke while facing away from Chenji. "Everyone has left. Why are you still here?" "Are you guys serving dinner? I just left for a while and you're already done?" Chenji had some regret. No matter the reason, the plan that night had to be changed. There was a small problem. One of them received a message from the chairperson and they had to leave. The Birdman still had not turned around. His upper body seemed frozen. He kept his back to Chenji and his face to the old man on the floor. "A message from the chairperson?" Chenji thought that the man was acting funny. He walked into the room. "Can you tell me where they have gone?" "No idea." The man paused before adding, "I suggest you stay away. There's only one elevator at the end of the corridor, and I did not leave the elevator. Is there another exit here?" Chenji managed to gain many clues from what the man said. Now that everyone had left, this Birdman was his sole source of information. "In the future, people will inform you about that, but now, please leave." The Birdman's actions were stiff, like he purposely did not want to turn his face around. Chenji was not there to discuss things with him. After the Birdman said so, he not only did not leave but moved deeper into the room. "Why didn't you follow them and leave then? Do you stay here?" Chenji kept his questions coming. "I'm only responsible for cleaning and cooking." Interesting. Chenji had his suspicions regarding the Birdman. He could stay at the 24th floor for as long as he wished, and he had access to everything. Could he be the chairperson? Perhaps the chairperson was not one of the other members. Chenji wanted to prove that, but he knew that even if he asked directly, the Birdman would not be honest with him. Therefore, he decided to go for the most direct method. Regardless of whether he was the chairperson or not, as long as he disappeared forever, he would not be the chairperson. The Birdman realized that Chenji coming close, and he raised his voice. "Newbie, no matter what you've done outside now that you're here, you'd better follow the rules of the Ghost Stories Society." "The rules? But there's only one rule, right? I only need to tell ghost stories. What are the other rules?" Since Chenji realized that this person was suspicious, he was not going to leave so easily. "You'll have to pay if you see things that you shouldn't. Now that all the members have left, you and I are the only one left on this floor." The Birdman stood up, and at the same time there was sound of water falling. Chenji looked at the bottom of the man's body. His pants were drenched with blood, and the blood was sliding down his pants. "I don't understand what you're trying to say. All the members have left. That should be bad news for you." Chenji continued to move forward like he did not notice the blood on the Birdman's clothes. "Is that so?" The Birdman moved to the side to reveal the old man's body. His face was carved in terror. "Occasionally there are newbies who mysteriously disappear, and everyone has gotten used to it." He seemed to be talking to himself, but he wanted to let Chenji hear him as well. Then, the Birdman turned around. Compared to the weird tools in his hands and his bloodied clothes, the point of attraction was his face. He did not need a mask. The man's mouth protruded out of his face like a beak, and the blood vessels that were unique to the monsters behind the door swam across his cheeks. This man was not a human being. "I've given you the chance, but you don't want to appreciate it." The Birdman waved the tools in his hands to create a weird sound. "I've been meaning to do this since I first met you. Alas, there were too many people, but you came back on your own." Things were different from what Chenji thought. He had thought that he was talking to a human. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted so much time." Chenji stared at the man's face. If the monster behind the door wanted to survive outside the door, they needed to attach themselves to a living person. The monster that seemed to grow out of the man's head should be a new monster that he had not seen before. Their relationship should be similar to Ching Ching and the thin monster. The monster behind the door grew on them, and the living human controlled them to a certain degree by satisfying the monster's desire. All the real members of the Ghost Story Society will have monsters attached to them. This is rather difficult, especially if they have a red specter among them. Chenji stood where he was, thinking about this problem. The Birdman thought he was scared witless, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He liked to see people struggle. It was the little enjoyment in life he allowed himself. It was because of that there were so many bloody scratch marks around the elevator. He loved to yank people down into the depths of despair when they thought they saw hope. The Ghost Story Society is not a charity. If you wish to have salvation, you need to pay the price. The Birdman rushed toward Chenji with his tools, his beak-like mouth calling shrilly. Suddenly, his neck was strangled by black hair, lifting him off the ground. His legs kicked about out of desperation, and his face turned purple as the blood vessels dispersed. What is this? Chapter 245, Number 10's Identity. Chenji did not answer the Birdman's question. When the black hair wrapped around the Birdman's neck, his ending had been written. Zhang Yu had never left a living person behind once she acted. In the third sick hall, she had dashed into the door just to chase after the thin monster. In the process, she had even injured the old director, who was a red specter. Zhang Yu after death was the complete opposite of who she had been in life. Thankfully, she seemed to have a soft spot for Chenji. Chenji stood at the door obediently and pretended like he did not see anything. He picked up the weird tools that the Birdman had left and started studying them. There was a horrible scream coming from inside the room. The blood vessels on the man's face congregated from a sharp-beaked raven. It attempted to fly out of the room. Its speed was fast, and it reached the door in the blink of an eye, but something else awaited it. When the Birdman was speaking earlier, the black hair had already spread through the room and sealed the entire corridor. The wave of black hair swallowed the blood raven and the Birdman whole. Moments later, the blood raven disappeared, and only a crippled man was left on the floor. His eyes were unfocused, like his consciousness had been completely shattered. After swallowing the blood raven, Zhang Yu still did not feel satisfied. The black hair crawled into all the rooms. She seemed to find something at the end because she started to pull back her hair. Did you find something? They were at the base for the Ghost Story Society, so there were probably some important items there. Zhang Yu titled her head to study Chenji for a long time. Without saying anything, she hid back inside his shadow. Chenji was frozen solid while being studied by Zhang Yu. He only dared to breathe when the blood completely disappeared from his shadow. The affection level is rising so fast that Zhang Yu now refuses to return. If this continues, she might accidentally kill me in the future. Thinking back to Zhang Yu's gaze, Chenji's scalp felt numb. The girl seemed to be considering killing him so that he could join her in death. I didn't think I was so popular with girls before this. I didn't really do anything, but the affection level keeps climbing. I should stop bothering Zhang Yu in the future unless truly necessary. Chenji walked to the Birdman and took a look at his face. He had been possessed by the monster behind the door for so long that his face had become twisted. I won't be able to gather any information if his face is ruined like this. Chenji exited the room and walked to the end of the corridor. He pushed the last door open. The dining table sat in the middle of the room, but no one remained. How did they leave? Where is the hidden exit? Holding the cleaver, Chenji walked around the table. It was a normal table, and the chairs had numbers on them, 1 to 10. The chairperson is one of them, and using the power of the monsters behind the door, they created this society. This person mustn't be underestimated. At that moment, Chenji stopped beside the chair for number 10. When he first entered the room, number 10 had said something. At the time, Chenji's focus had been directed at summoning Zhang Yu, so he had not paid it any heed. Now thinking back, number 10 was suspicious. The first sentence he told me was that he liked my mask. Why would he specifically talk about my mask? Chenji was wearing Dr. Skullcracker's mask, and those who had visited the haunted house before would have seen it. Could number 10 be one of my former visitors? When the other 9 voted to give up on me, number 10 forfeited. His forfeit, in a way, was a vote of support, and he would not save a stranger for no reason. There were many anomalies beyond that. For example, when the dinner was supposed to be served, number 10 suddenly told the 3 new members that they could leave if they wanted to. Combined with what had happened earlier, that was probably meant for Chenji. The meal for new members has its problem as well. Chen Ji looked at the chair for number 10 as he thought back to number 10's every move. Everyone's hands were hidden inside the black robe, but number 10 placed his hands underneath the table. Squatting down, Chen Ji looked under the table. Where number 10 was sitting, there were several small words that had been carved out using fingernails. Chen Ji took out his phone and looked at them for a long time before he could recognize what they were. Linjiang New Schistosomiasis Control Station. The name sounded familiar. He thought about it, and his eyes widened with shock. There were 4 letters inside the 3rd Sick Hall's director office, and the only addressed letter was to Linjiang New Schistosomiasis Control Station. The letter was addressed to Dr. Chen, so number 10 is this Dr. Chen. All the clues seemed to be connected, but none of them could be proved. A key piece was missing from the puzzle. This is the first time I've worn the mask outside of New Century Park. He has seen my mask before, so he should be a visitor or a park worker. However, it hasn't been long since I got the mask, so could it be someone I met recently? The body had been covered by the black robe, and number 10's voice was weird. He had probably been faking his voice so that Chen Ji would not be able to identify him. The only thing that Chen Ji was certain about was number 10 was a man. Could it be a patient from 3rd Sick Hall, and this is just a method to trick me? The members of Ghost Story Society were definitely not normal. Wu Fei and the devil would likely be the most difficult to deal with. Captain Yan has shown me the picture. The patients from 3rd Sick Hall were following me. They have seen me enter New Century Park from the pictures on the phones of Su Tong and the patient with phantom limb syndrome. This bunch of crazies know I'm at New Century Park, so they have perhaps masqueraded as visitors before to enter my haunted house, so it is normal for him to have seen my mask before. It was the old director who wrote the letter to Linjiang New Schistosomiasis Control Station. The director chose to cooperate with the patients to extend his life, so it is to be expected that the patients know about this address. He might seem to be helping me on the surface, but that might be because he sensed danger and was actually helping the society. The most crucial clue was given by the Birdman. He said that someone received a message from the chairperson and decided to leave in a hurry. I left, and the next minute, they escaped through the hidden exit that cannot be a coincidence. Chen Ji's gaze darkened as he looked at the carving under the table. He suspected that this was a trap. He had to be careful because all the patients who had escaped from the 3rd Sick Hall were mad. They could not be understood using normal logic. He managed to react instantly once he realized that something was wrong. He controlled the situation from the dark. If number 10 isn't someone whom I know, he's most likely the chairperson. 2 different speculations, 2 different results. 1 heaven and 1 hell. Chapter 246, Cigarette Wounds. Number 10 could have been Chen Ji's acquaintance who was trying to help him, or he could have been a mental patient trying to make Chen Ji drop his guard. To find out the real answer, he had to go to Linjiang New Schistosomiasis Control Station. After making sure he did not miss anything, Chen Ji walked out of the room and returned to the elevator. There have to be other secrets behind these closed doors. Perhaps the hidden exit that the members used is behind one of them. Chen Ji regretted that he did not bring the hammer, or else he could have broken down all the doors. I'll need to pay attention next time. Back in the elevator, Chen Ji looked at the number dropping and he finally sighed in relief. He tied the cleaver back on his calf and removed the mask. He took a deep breath. The elevator stopped at the 1st floor. Before he walked out, Chen Ji could hear someone talking and the tone was stern. How did he get in here? I'm asking you, how did he get in here? Supervisor Huang, I really don't know how he managed to sneak in here. We have a murderer in our building, and you're telling me you don't know anything. I'm sorry. I paid you to protect the tenants, not for you to apologize to me. How many troubles have happened recently? You can count for yourself. Chen Ji looked outside the elevator. Zhu Ziu, who he had hidden in the corner, had disappeared. Where is the man? Chen Ji glanced outwards. Gu Feiyu in the security uniform was holding his phone, his head lowered. Standing across from him was a middle-aged man who looked refined but had a huge temper. Zio Gu, what's going on? Chen Ji walked over. Who are you? The middle-aged man turned to Chen Ji. You don't look familiar. You're not one of our tenants, are you? Then he turned to glare at Gu Feiyu. He's your friend. They were not supposed to allow strangers to enter the premises after midnight. This was a written rule. Gu Feiyu knew that he had made another mistake. He removed his cap and nodded. Supervisor Huang. There was a police siren coming from outside, and a middle-aged man in a causal outfit walked in. That is my friend. Chen Ji was shocked when he saw the man. Inspector Li. I knew that something was wrong when you left the police station, but I didn't think you'd be able to flush this man out. Inspector Lee pointed at the door, where the unconscious Zhu Ziu was lying. You've been following me from the police station? Chen Ji had not noticed that at all. Thinking back, he was scared. I've been a cop for 20 years already. If you manage to discover me, then it's time for me to retire. Inspector Lee turned to Supervisor Huang. Don't blame the kid, he did well this time. The culprit is very cunning and has been avoiding the police. Even our plainclothes are unable to notice him, so it's normal for him not to notice. Even the police failed to capture him. Supervisor Huang turned to Chen Ji and apologized immediately, a complete change in attitude. So, this is another policeman. Thank you so much for your service. Chen Ji ignored him and looked at Inspector Lee with embarrassment. You've been waiting outside the building. What do you think? I observed you for 1.5 hours at New Century Park and then followed you to Fang HWA apartments. Been waiting for you to show up since then. Inspector Lee moved his shoulders. When you came down with the suspect, I was ready to come in, but then you went back into the elevator. Uncle Lee, do you know how dangerous that was? If I'm not worried about you doing something stupid, do you think I'd care? Inspector Lee lowered his voice and pulled Chen Ji aside. Zhu Ziu seems to have suffered some kind of trauma. Was he like when you found him? Inspector Lee's tone was weird. Chen Ji looked at the inspector's expression and it dawned on him. He explained, yes, he was already like this when I found him. I returned upstairs to find out why. Yes, Inspector Lee nodded. That does sound logical. Not long after Zhu Ziu was taken away in the police car, an ambulance arrived. It also stopped in front of the third building. The people looked at one another. Who called the ambulance? No one admitted to it. After a while, the number on the elevator moved before it stopped at the 13th floor. The tenants here rarely use the elevator at night. Something must have happened. Supervisor Huang and Gu Feiyu rushed to the elevator at the same time. Not long after that, the elevator opened, and a middle-aged man ran out carrying an old lady. Doctor, doctor! The man's mother seemed to have fainted from her illness. Chen Ji did not pay much attention initially, but when he saw the old man's face, shock registered in his eyes. The old lady was the elder who had planned to leave on the 13th floor earlier. When she saw the elevator, she had grumbled. Why are there so many people taking the elevator so late at night? There's not even enough space for me. The old lady's outfit was different from what Chen Ji had seen. He was unsure whether the elder he had seen was the old lady or her soul. Since she didn't take the elevator, the senior should be able to live. After the ambulance left, it was time for Chen Ji to go, but before that, he had something to do. Gu, how much are they paying you monthly to act as the night guard? 3,000. I see you're quite brave and have a good personality. If you ever feeling like quitting or have nowhere else to go, come find me at Western Jiujiang's New Century Park. Chen Ji pointed at his phone. Give me a call then. Gu Feiyu looked rather interested. Okay. After saying goodbye to Inspector Lee, Chen Ji rushed back to New Century Park. He felt safer when he was at home. I feel more comfortable here. He jotted down everything that he needed to pay attention to. He memorized it all before burning the paper. Tomorrow will be a new day. After work, if there's time, I should pay Linjiang New Schistosomiasis Control Station a visit. It was getting late. Chen Ji fed the white cat and lay down to sleep, but as he did so, his phone rang. Is this Inspector Lee? Chen Ji assumed something had happened to Zhu Ziu, but he realized that it was a call from Captain Yan. Sorry for disturbing, Chen Ji, but I have something to confirm with you. Captain Yan sounded so polite that it would have been rude for Chen Ji to reject. Okay, but please make it quick. I've sent you the picture. Take a look at it. We saw this when we were looking over the surveillance around Hai Ming Apartments. Chen Ji clicked the picture open. It was a picture taken from the surveillance video, but had been made clearer. There was a man in a jacket, and he seemed to be talking with someone through the phone in his right hand. He was holding the flyer for Chen Ji's haunted house in his left hand. There were cigarette wounds and small injuries on the back of his hand. Do you recognize the person in the picture? Chapter 247, Second Expansion. Cigarette wound? Chen Ji was reminded of the man who had sat in the first chair on the right at the Ghost Stories Society. His finger that was exposed had a cigarette burn on it. We've gone through the tapes for the time frame of 12 hours and the surveillance for nearby 500 meters. There was no one particularly suspicious, but this did catch our attention. Captain Yan's voice had suspicion in it. He used the jacket's hood to hide his face, and the screen on his phone was black. He looked like he was talking on the phone, but he was actually observing the surroundings. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Why would he have the flyer to your haunted house? My haunted house does not have that many workers, and I have not gone out of the park to give out flyers, so either he or a friend of his has been to the park and my haunted house. Do you have any recollection of this man? There are many scenarios inside the haunted house, and I'm only responsible for one of them, so I cannot give you an accurate answer. Chenji had started to plot against this man. Captain Yan, I'm sure you did plenty of investigation when you pinpointed this suspicious guy. What did you come up with? Captain Yan's voice was hoarse, probably due to a lack of rest. We've discovered that he's the producer for a private radio station. He has no criminal files and is considered a successful man who loves his family and has a good career. He's not what we would normally call a suspect. A radio station's producer, that sounds impressive. It's a station specializing in late-night shows. Its influence has grown over the past 2 years. Most of the listeners are young people who are curious and people who have nothing to do at night. Captain Yan's revelation demolished Chenji's drowsiness. There was only one radio station that specialized in late-night show in Jiujiang. The same station that number 12, Lichi, worked at, Ghost Talk. Before their change in format, they focused on relationship issues, but their popularity kept falling. They were forced to change, and incidentally, the first show they did with Ghost Talk broke records. Captain Yan, the radio station you're talking about is Ghost Talk. Yes, that's the one. You've heard of it before. Yes, a few times. They have a DJ by the name of Lichi who has a wonderful voice. Chenji's mind moved. If number 5 was the producer at this station and Lichi worked for him, then was it possible that he was the one who sent the Ghost Stories Society's flyer to Lichi? If that was the case, it meant that Chenji had uncovered the identities for 2 of the members. I don't understand why he would appear at Hai Ming Apartments, but to not spook him, we didn't stop him for an interview. Captain Yan's voice sounded tired. There are so many things that have happened lately. Take care of yourself. If you come across anything, call us. Captain Yan hung up soon after. Chenji sat on his bedside and used his phone to search for the radio station. The DJ on duty that night was indeed not Lichi, but someone else. Should I strike first, take them down one by one? What? At around 7 a.m., when the sun rose, Chenji was woken up by the vibration of his phone. He searched his clothes for a long time before he realized that it was an alert on the black phone. 2-star scenario: Western Jiujiang's private academy failed to unlock. Lack of space inside the haunted house. Please conduct a second expansion. Not enough space, but there is so much empty space in the underground parking lot. Chenji had thought he would have a new scenario to use when he woke up, but he ran into this trouble instead. He put on his clothes and ran out of the haunted house and the park. It had been 1 or 2 years since a visitor came to this place. To prevent visitors from wandering close, the park even used large rubbish to block the 2 entrances. Climbing over the trash, Chenji entered the underground parking lot. New Century Park had used quite a pretty penny to build this place. That was when the park had been in its prime. Chenji walked for quite a distance before he saw an old cement wall that blocked the parking lot off from the scenarios. The wall went up into the ceiling, cutting the 2 spaces off from each other completely. About 2/3 of the place is empty, so why would it say there's not enough space? Or one expansion can only fit 3 scenarios. Before the first expansion, Chenji's haunted house had 3 scenarios, and then after the first expansion, the underground added 3rd Sick Hall, a room of 3, and Mu Yang High School. Therefore, he came up with this speculation. I didn't even realize I already have 6 scenarios, but it's still not enough. The sun continued to rise, and its rays filtered into the parking lot. Chenji discovered something interesting. The scenarios were all built at the place where the sun would not reach. It was unclear whether this was done on purpose or the black phone might lose part of its power once it touched the sunlight. It's better if I seal up the place completely. Today I'll get someone to block the 2 entrances. That way I'll feel much better. Chenji took out his phone to look for the expansion option. The condition for second expansion was more than 1,000 monthly visitors and over 70 positive reputation. He had reached this goal several days ago, but he did not consider it because he had assumed that he still had enough space in the parking lot. Do you wish to expand for the second time? There's a chance of obtaining a unique construct. Yes. After he pressed yes, there was no change in the underground parking lot. Perhaps I'll need to wait until midnight. Chenji pocketed the black phone and retraced his steps. He was anticipating the unique construct, but he would need to wait until the following day for the expansion to finish. The park opened at 9 a.m., and it was worth noting that Gu Feiyu did come. It was perfect because Chenji was lacking in manpower. Gu was brave, and Chenji wanted him to take over murder by midnight, but before that, he had to get familiar with the haunted house. Therefore, Chenji had Gu Feiyu experience the place with other visitors. After finishing 3 scenarios, a weak-legged Gu Feiyu said that he wanted to leave no matter what. Chenji used a lot of effort to finally convince him that being scared and scaring others were 2 different experiences. Gu Feiyu, who had been scared witless, refused to enter the haunted house again. After some more negotiation, Gu decided to come back again tomorrow. After sending Gu Feiyu away, Chenji felt that the young man was quite interesting. He valued Gu Feiyu not only because of his courage, but also his personality. He had saved Gu Feiyu's life once, and with his personality, he would help keep Chenji's secrets no matter what he saw inside the haunted house in the future. The number of people that I can use is still too small. Chapter 248, a game that can't be cleared. During his lunch break, Director Luo personally came to pay Chenji a visit. Seeing how full the resting tent was, he was satisfied. You have so many visitors waiting during lunch. That's not easy. Director Luo sighed. Several weeks ago, the haunted house had been the most deserted place at the park, but now it was the park's main feature and saving grace. Director Luo, why are you here? Chenji held the box of rice that Suwon had bought for him in one hand, and his other hand used a pen to make his accounts. I'm here to tell you 2 pieces of good news. Director Luo inspected the rough-looking tents and handed the document he was holding to Chenji. I've not received good news in a long time already. Chenji opened the file. Inside was the resting hall proposal that he had drafted, but underneath the amateur drawing was a detailed blueprint, filled with notes and explanations. Even though the park is not as big as it once was, we can still provide this much monetary support. Director Luo seemed like he was in a good mood. Take a look at the edited proposal, and if anything needs amending, come to me. Chenji dropped what he was doing and looked through the blueprint closely. He was very satisfied with the updated blueprint. It was much more detailed and thought out than the one he had drafted. Director Luo, what is the other good news? Chenji raised his head. He was intrigued. Starting from tomorrow, the ticket price for park entry will be lowered to 60 RMB, and we'll start pushing promotions and discounts for those who buy in bulk or groups. Director Luo had finally made the decision. The futuristic park was giving him too much pressure. Lowering the ticket price was a marketing strategy, and at the same time taking a step back. Lowering so much? Ever since it opened its door, New Century Park's ticket price had been rising. This was the first time it would fall. Actively lowering it now will be better than being forced to do so later. Director Luo had an open mind about this. If the ticket price for the park is falling, then the admission for your haunted house has to rise. I've discussed this with other managers, and we believe 50 per admission sounds about right. 50, won't that be too expensive? Chenji had inherited the haunted house from his parents, and he had not changed the pricing. As long as your quality matches it, 50 is the most reasonable pricing. Now that the park's ticket price is dropping, those who are unwilling to spend the extra money will be interested, so be prepared for a large crowd in the next few days. Director Luo was confident. But the doubling of the price might cause some of the visitors to leave. There is never going to be enough money to earn, so why not take it slow? Chenji treated the haunted house as his own home. He had finally seen life return to it, so if the bounce-up in ticket price chased people away, he would be greatly saddened. I've come up with a solution for that as well. Director Luo took the document from Chenji and flipped it to the last few pages. It was not a blueprint but a proposal to promote the amusement park. The futuristic park will be starting a large promotional period soon, so we must be ahead of them and make use of this opening to invest in a large promotion. The main selling point will be the lower ticket price and your haunted house. We're tying the park with my haunted house for the promotion. Currently, New Century Park's only selling point is your haunted house. Director Luo said something that made him grimace. If the effect is less than desirable, this will most likely be our last promotion. Chenji suddenly felt an increase in responsibility. He was bearing the survival of the entire park on his shoulders. Don't feel too much pressure. To increase the attraction of the haunted house and to make sure the visitors are willing to take the first step, I'll be there to aid you. This was also the last stand for Director Luo. They could not hold anything back. But none of you know how to design or operate a haunted house. The haunted house was Chenji's territory. It was hiding too many secrets for other people to intervene. That might be true, but I do not know how to manipulate the visitors. Director Luo seemed to already have a plan. I hear from all Su that when you decided to separate your scenarios into levels, you offered 20,000 as a cash prize. That is true. At the time, Chenji had been left with no other option. The separation was a safety net for the visitors as well. Pushing unprepared visitors into a 3-star scenario directly might have led to some unforeseeable problems. That was a great idea, but 20,000 is too little to call it a prize. Director Luo pointed at the empty space before the haunted house. Tomorrow, I'll have the men build a banner here, saying the first one to clear all of the scenarios in your haunted house will get a reward of 200,000 cash. 200,000. Boss Chen did not even have 50,000 in his bank account. Isn't that too much? What if someone really succeeds in doing so? Director Luo walked forward and lowered his voice. It was different from his normal generous and kind image. That's why I need you to design a game that cannot be cleared. I'm telling you, if someone manages to win the 200,000 within this coming week, I'm only paying for half of it. You're handling the rest. So you're telling me to cheat? Chenji felt troubled by the dishonesty. Why would you think that? We're an amusement park. The reason of our existence is to entertain our visitors. When they find out that the first to clear the haunted house will get 200,000, will they be happy or not? Director Luo explained it patiently to Chenji. They definitely will. They get to visit the haunted house and have a chance at winning the reward. Then, when they find out that the cash prize has been taken by others, will they still be happy? They will probably be disappointed. Therefore, to ensure that all the visitors are happy, you have to help me design a game that cannot be won. Director Luo was satisfied with Chenji's attitude. Zio Chen, you're a smart kid, don't disappoint me. If this was several years ago, 200,000 would have been nothing for Director Luo, but things were different. Chenji had heard from Uncle Su that to keep the park running, Director Luo had remortgaged his own house to the bank. Don't worry, Director Luo. Other than myself, no one will be able to clear my haunted house. It itself is an impossible game. Then I'll leave this to you. The promotion will officially start tomorrow. Director Luo looked at the crowd outside of the haunted house and walked away. He seemed several years younger. That was indeed good news. It seems like after I help the lingering spirits or specters resolve their issues, or after I've killed the monster behind the door, my luck will improve. Chenji stood at the steps of the haunted house. He had felt something similar after he killed with Mirror Monster. Chapter 249, Late-Night Taxi Driver. Tomorrow, the park would help promote his haunted house, and Chenji could not afford to waste this chance. Director Luo had placed all his hope on him, so naturally Chenji did not want to let the man down. After the expansion tonight, Western Jiujiang's private academy should be unlocked. Having a new 2-star scenario will be beneficial for the plan tomorrow. The second expansion might even get him a new unique construct, and Chenji was anticipating it. The midnight ticket counter can help me attract special visitors. I wonder, what will the use of the new construct be? He continued to work after lunch break. At around 3 p.m., the recorder Chenji ordered online finally arrived. This meant that he could call Su Yin for help whenever he wanted. It still feels weird bringing a recorder on my missions, but that is more natural than bringing a large tape recorder. The haunted house closed at 6:30 p.m. With the increase in visitors, the closing time for Chenji's haunted house slowly got pushed later and later. Looking at the darkening sky, Chenji removed the idea of visiting Linjiang New Schistosomiasis Control Station. The place was far from New Century Park, and he did not want to rush into things, especially since he had not confirmed Number 10's identity. After cleaning, Chenji entered the underground scenarios. Tianteng Medical School has strong playability and interactivity. That is one area where my haunted house can improve. If I add more exploration and mystery, it should be able to draw the visitors deeper into the scenarios. Chenji busied himself inside the haunted house until 10 p.m. Su Wan is responsible for Minghun, and I look after the underground Mu Yang High School and 3rd Sick Hall. This means that Murder by Midnight still needs someone to act as the murderer. Chenji did not have that many people he could trust. Uncle Su was too old to run around the haunted house, and his personality was too kind to be a murderer. In comparison, Gu Feiyu was a much better fit. The kid is not experienced, but Murder by Midnight has Zai Xiao's family watching over him, so he should be fine. Now, Chenji's worry was that Gu Feiyu might be scared by Zai Xiao's family. It's hard to find usable workers. My ghost employees are more trustworthy. He returned to the staff break room to look over the information in his phone. The pictures that Captain Yan had sent him unsettled Chen-ji. I'm now in the Ghost Story Society's crosshairs. If they mix into the visitors and make trouble at key moments, it'll ruin Director Luo's plan. I need to deal with them as soon as possible. The patients from the third sick hall would do anything. Unfortunately, Chen-ji would have a hard time identifying them if they mix into the sea of visitors. The only method to prevent that from happening was to capture them beforehand. Number 12 is the DJ for Ghost Talk, and number 5 is the show's producer. Should I start with them? Chen-ji searched for Ghost Talk using his phone. One of the promotional pieces caught his attention. Normally, Ghost Talk started at midnight, but today, the show had been moved ahead an hour. The reason given was since Lychee had been on holiday yesterday, today she was going to accompany the listeners for an extra hour. That does sound like a valid reason. However, when Chen-ji saw the show listing, he was alerted. All 5 stories in the first hour were related to taxi drivers. Is it a taxi driver special today? Then again, why would they arrange all the stories to be before midnight? This looked like a setup. Chen-ji tuned into the station and lay down in bed to listen. At 10:55 p.m., the woman's mellifluous voice appeared. We meet in the night but part before morning. However, our parting is to prepare for a later reunion. Good evening, I'm your late-night DJ Lychee. The woman's voice was nice on the ears. She did not make use of any technique. Her voice alone was comforting enough. Such a waste of a beautiful voice. Chen-ji continued to listen. Jiujiang is a historical city, and there are many old buildings left in the old part of the city. The most famous among them is a street called Hua Street. However, the reason for its fame is not its history, but several incidents that have happened there. The street is called Hua Street, even though there is not a single Hua tree. Even the older generation at Jiujiang have no idea why the street has that name. The woman continued her story. Her style was hard for others to mimic. She started off gentle, like she was knitting a net to pull in her listeners. When they were dragged in, she would yank on the net all of a sudden to make all the scare points explode. Lychee's first story happened at Hua Street. A taxi driver picked up a customer at Hua Street at midnight. The customer said that she had left something behind and wished for him to help her retrieve it. After giving a rough address, the driver started to move. However, the customer was weird. The driver drove her to the destination that she listed, but each time she said that he had gotten the place wrong. Just as the driver's patience was running thin, the customer gave her last address, the bus stop next to the crematorium. The ending was rather shocking. The customer did find what she had lost. It entered the driver's body and left while the driver's soul got replaced in the ceremonial urn that she had lost. The story is passable, mainly because it was Lychee who told the story. She told it like it was a real story. Then Chen-ji thought about something. Could Lychee's story have been real? After all, Hua Street really did exist. Could she have heard her story from other members of the Ghost Stories Society? Lychee started her second story. It also happened at Hua Street, and the main character was still a late-night taxi driver. Something's off. Captain Yan had told Chen-ji on the phone that the cases related to the Ghost Stories Society all fell on a Wednesday. The day seemed to have a special meaning for them. Ghost Talk has been moved earlier by 1 hour today, so before midnight today is still Wednesday. Are they planning to do something tonight? After hearing Lychee's second story, Chen-ji's suspicion grew. Her second story also had the same ending. The ghost was reborn by sacrificing innocent humans. Hua Street taxi driver? Chen-ji thought about it and grabbed his jacket. Human lives are on the line, I should go take a look. He put the recorder, tape, and ballpoint pen in his bag and dashed out of the staff break room. After his previous experience, when he passed the props room, he also shoved Dr. Skullcracker's hammer into his bag. Chapter 250, he was going on a date. It does feel safer with the hammer. Chen-ji put on his backpack and left the haunted house carrying his phone. Lychee's show was continuing. She had moved on to the third story. This story was particularly detailed, like she had been through it herself. The scariest part was that it seemed to be a sequel of the first story. In other words, in the third story, the taxi driver was actually the ghost from the first story. A ghost taxi driver, that does sound like their style. Chen-ji waited for a long time at the entrance of New Century Park before they finally found a taxi. It was already 11:30 p.m. Should be enough time. Chen-ji opened the car door, and before he got in, he heard the rather old-fashioned song coming from the radio. The aircon was not on, and the driver was a middle-aged man. He leaned his arm on the car window, and he moved his head following the rhythm. This man looked so familiar. After looking at the man's face for a long time, he finally remembered it was this driver who had driven him to Western Jiujiang's private academy to complete Zhang Ye's Bloody Heart mission. When the knife accidentally fell from his pocket as he reached for his phone, the driver had thought that he was trying to rob him. He had used the banner at the top of his car to ask for help. This was such a coincidence. "Where are you going?" Chen Ji was afraid that the man might reject him if he recognized him, so he blocked half of his face with his hands and climbed into the car quickly. He closed the door and said, "Hua Street at the old part of town. I'm in a rush, so please be quick." Hua Street? The driver lowered the volume on his radio. It seemed like he was conflicted. "Is there a problem? Do you need extra money?" "The place is not far, but I hear the place is cursed. Many of my fellow drivers won't go there." "You still believe in stuff like that in this day and age?" Chen Ji said without batting an eye. "Do you mind hurrying? I'm in a rush." "But sometimes you have to believe it. A few weeks ago I ran into something weird." The driver started the engine and continued. "There was this man who wanted me to drive him to an abandoned school in the middle of the night. I didn't think too much of it and drove him there, but guess what happened?" "What?" "The guy said that he was going on a date. Do you know how I felt then? I had a madman in the car with me in the middle of the night. I was fearing for my life." The more he talked about it, the more distressed he became. "I suffered from a fever the next day. It was really a curse. I quickly asked my wife to acquire a talisman from the nearby temple. After I took a week-long rest, I finally found the courage to drive again." "Was it that scary?" Chen Ji felt embarrassed. He did not realize that his adventures would cause trouble for others. "You have to believe me, I'm not lying to you. The man was actually about your size. He looked so normal, but who knows?" The driver glanced at Chen Ji through the rearview mirror, and a chill slowly climbed up from his feet. Why is there a sense of familiarity? The color on his face faded, and he asked as a test, "Brother, have we met somewhere before?" Chen Ji believed that the man had recognized him already. "Thank you for driving me to Western Jiujiang's private academy last time. I didn't expect it would give you so much trouble, I'm sorry." The driver's face froze. He took out the talisman from inside his clothes and tore it up. "Actually, I recognized you when you got in the car. I was just kidding. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not. How shall I refer to you? I'm a worker at the amusement park. Perhaps we can be friends." Chen Ji had run into this uncle twice already. He did not know what the uncle thought about him, but he admired the uncle's optimistic attitude. The driver looked at the completely empty and dark amusement park, and he said in a quivering voice, "My name is Zhang." The two chatted for a while. The driver was still guarded around Chen Ji, just like a rabbit trapped inside a cage with a lion. His hands that gripped the steering wheel were bursting with veins. Chen Ji was rather helpless when he saw this. It looked like he had left too big a trauma in the driver's heart that night. Since the driver did not feel like making friends, Chen Ji did not disturb him. He continued to listen to Liqi's story, hoping to find some information on the Ghost Stories Society. The eerie music filled up the car, and Liqi's stories were based on Hua Street. The victims were all taxi drivers, and this made the uncle who drove the taxi start to sweat. He forced himself not to listen, to focus on driving. When it was 19 minutes away from midnight, the taxi arrived at the old part of town. The car stopped 50 or so meters away from Hua Street. No matter what Chen Ji said, he would not move forward anymore. Chen Ji felt sorry for the uncle, so he left in a hurry. The moment he closed the door, the taxi drove away without hesitation. "Am I that scary? The uncle sure is a coward." Chen Ji looked at the leaving taxi, but it stopped after moving about 50 meters. There was someone waving at him from another alleyway. A shadow exited the alley and got into the car. The driver did not want to stay there any longer, so after the door closed, he left like his life depended on it. Wait, someone was calling for a taxi. Chen Ji thought back to the man's every action. The distance was far and the day was dark, so he did not get a good look. Wait, the person who exited the alley. Chen Ji narrowed his eyes. They were running backwards. Chen Ji put away his phone. Liqi had started her 5th ghost story that was also related to taxi drivers. He ran to the alley, but the taxi had already left. "I need to find him." Chen Ji rushed to stand in the middle of the street. He did not care whether the next taxi had passengers in it or not. He halted it. "There should be a chat group among all the taxi drivers, right? Help me find someone quick. He's in mortal danger." The driver was spooked by Chen Ji. Using Chen Ji's description, the driver managed to contact that Zhang driver. Zhang, where are you now? Tonight's customers are all so weird. I just dropped someone at Hua Street, and this new customer wants me to drive him to the bus stop near Jiujiang Crematorium, saying he has left something there.